one consistent I think we're going to have, and we have not yet experienced with as many injuries as there have been for pitchers this baseball season. We have not experienced it. In previous years, we've been riddled with pitching injuries. This year, it hasn't been the case, but it's going to happen at some point. What does that mean for this staff? Matt Manning can come up, and we've got some replacements.
Sure. But we don't feel that way about the bats. Like Parker Meadows goes down, and deservedly so. There's not really a proven option to replace him. And I get it. It's still worth trying a new option. Parker just wasn't hitting. This is what happens. The major leagues are tough. It's Colt Keats going through it too. Mm-hmm. But your emotion, because I know you actually watched last night. It was FS1. It was an opportunity for Tiger fans that had been forced out or checked out to watch with their own eyes.
Frustrated and disappointed.
Yeah.
Frustrated that they start off the game with a home run by Riley Green, and then you think all of a sudden, hey, this is a chance, because it is on FS1, I get a chance to see them play and see them do something, and then it was just wah, wah, wah for the rest of the game. It was boring. It was a hard watch.
Bingo, ding, 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 ding. Waiting for that word. Boring.
Yeah, it's boring.
Every time, you know what you're going to get. I mean, last 7 games, there's been 3 2-1 losses.
Yeah.
I mean, when you tune in, there's so much downtime. And then when you tune in, you're like, well, at least maybe I have something for the future. None of the future bats outside of Green are doing anything. It's like you know what you're going to get. It is so predictable. Who wants to tune into predictable sports?
And I think that's why a lot of people haven't, to the poll that you put out.
I was stunned.
They haven't made that shift to try and figure out a way to watch them, because they can listen for free right here on our own station.
Sure.
And be well entertained. It's a great broadcast, and do other things while they're being bored by the Tigers.
The coworker goes, dude, you don't realize how many people are not going to stream for whatever that reason is, and it's a variety of reasons. And I go, well, no, come on.
I stream a lot of other things, and I could stream the Tigers if I wanted to. Just right now, kind of begrudgingly not wanting to.
But I sat on, I thought about, I'm just going to throw it out there. I mean, this isn't a scientific poll, but it's 1,500 people and counting. Like 85% of you who are Comcast who won't. I go, oh boy. That's something that I have to factor in as a host going into the summer now. Like, whoa.
Well, also, I love a good old-fashioned 1-0, 2-1 game. I don't like them all the time. I do want to be entertained, I want to have that. Where's that hope for that rally? It's like, did you feel last night that once they were down, were they going to win? I didn't. I'm like, they're just going to go scoreless here the rest of the way. They have so many bad bats in their lineup. Me and Jim were joking. You don't know this one, John. Like in Little League, if you coach and if you make the lineup, you usually like try to hide the 3 hitters. You don't put them all at the end. It's like the Tigers have to hide their good hitters. Their hitters are bad than good. You're just going through the motions. I find myself there's 7 pitch innings against them. It's just like, what is this?
Yeah.
It's like a white noise background. It's still kind of, hey, I got one ear on it, but I'm going to do all this other stuff.
Okay, you would say bored. John, you would say frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, I've used it as an opportunity to be smarmy and take that to another level, but I am upset as well. 248-539-9797. Bob in Canton, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, Bob.
Bob. All right, we'll get back to Bob. Let's get to the update. 97.1.
Not the start the Tigers envisioned in that big AL Central series against Cleveland. The bats are still soggy as Detroit was edged 2-1 in their first matchup. Many of the struggling Tigers did get some hits, such as Torque, Baez, Keith, and Kelly, but no one in the lineup was able to drive home the big one with any runners on base. Despite a quality start, Jack Flaherty still seeking his first winning decision with the Tigers. In fact, he took a loss after 6 innings of 2-run ball with 6 strikeouts and only 1 walk. The age-old question for athletes, to play or not to play when you have a baby on the way. Now, Minnesota's Rudy Gobert took some gruff from a former league star, Gilbert Arenas, on his YouTube show for missing a postseason game for the birth of his child, and here's the way that went down. Yeah, it's not going over great on social media for Gilbert right now after that, but the Timberwolves were just fine without Gobert. They rolled again, beating Joker and the Nuggets for a second straight time on the road, 106-80. The Knicks took down Indy 121-117, and Victor Wembanyama became just the sixth player to ever win NBA Rookie of the Year unanimously, over 21 points, 10.5 rebounds, and a league-leading 3.6 blocks per game for the Spurs. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
John agrees with Gilbert Arenas. Just putting that out there.
Yep.
248-539-9797. It's not a surprise. We've talked about this before. Anyway, let's get to the phones. Tiger fans, 248-539-9797. Douglas, you're next up. You've been waiting patiently. Douglas in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
Guys, it's summertime. I got a whole lot of crap to do. Inflation's bad. The economy's bad. I'm not going out of my way to watch a product that's just boring. That's just the case in point of it. If it was hockey, if it was the Lions, I would do it. But this product, they're trying to build it slowly, which might be the right way. But for the fans, it's just boring. End of story.
No, I mean, I agree with you, Douglas. It's one of those things where it is boring to watch, and in the process, they're going to lose some fans. And if it ever gets good, whether that's at the end of the year, it's next year, it's 2 years, we'll all come back, and at that point, we'll discuss if we want to stream or not, if we're still in that same situation. But right now, there's other options, and you can still listen to it. Do you still listen to the games?
That's whenever I'm doing something, I'm mowing my grass or something like that. I got 97.1 The Ticket on, and I'm listening to it that way because at least he makes it entertaining.
Dickerson does a really good job.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes. We all know and love Dan.
So does Benetti, but we don't get a chance to see him now.
Right. But the difference is Dan is doing a radio broadcast, meaning you can be doing another thing, and there's going to be an extra level of detail. And Dan, and some people don't like this, but I think we like it. He does a very chatty conversational broadcast. He might miss the 2-1 pitch, God forbid. But he's doing an entertaining, still informative with all the little nuts and bolts of details, but it's a very chatty conversational broadcast. So you can have it on while you're working on your cabinets, which probably would have been a better use of your time than sitting there in front of a TV watching that.
I spent all afternoon sanding them, and I had them all ready to go. Well, some of them ready to go last night, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna watch the game because it's actually on TV. And I sat down, was treated with the Riley Green home run. And after that, I kept thinking, well, it's going to get better. It's going to get better.
But
it's
why?
going to get better.
Why would you think that?
Well, I'm hopeful.
Okay.
I always have the hopeful side of me. And then I got to about the eighth inning, and I thought, you know what? I could have had those cabinets painted.
You could be watching paint dry instead.
Yes. That's yeah. In essence, I would have rather watched paint dry than watch the Tigers play the Guardians.
The boring factor. Dennis in Sterling Heights, your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Yes, I'm just wondering if it's an overall lack of interest in Major League Baseball. It's not just that the Tigers are off the air. I think the same thing might happen anywhere. I think the overall interest is in NFL football and probably hockey. Those two are where fans are really invested. What do you think?
Well, I certainly think in the NFL, and the NFL makes it as easy as possible to view as many games as possible, and that's part of the problem with everything that's going on with Bally's right now, because it's not just here, it is in other cities where you can't watch your local team because they're not being broadcast locally. They make it very hard to get invested, whereas on the opposite side of things, the NFL makes it very easy to watch every single one of their games, whether they're in market or out of market.
Good stuff, Dennis. Oh no, you got more?
Well, I just wonder though, do you have any stats, figures of any kind that would show an overall drop of interest in Major League Baseball?
I don't at my fingertips right now,
right
but
off the cuff. But
I will say this, in terms of my interest of baseball, I still have a high level of interest in baseball, but it's expanded because I've been forced now to go outside of Detroit, and I'm watching players like Ellie De La Cruz. I'm watching players like Bobby Witt Jr., Coben Carroll. Go down the list of great young, energetic players. Bo Bichette, Vlad Jr.
Half the Orioles lineup. Yeah, I think baseball done a good job the last couple of years with some of the tweaks they made. The pitch clock, speeding the game up, more baseball, less standing around. I think they want more balls in play, less home runs and strikeouts. I think we've seen a little more of that play to contact. Yeah, I think the game. I don't think the game is itself as boring as it's been. I think it previously was more boring and more exciting.
Yeah, I think it's more exciting now than it's ever been as a whole.
But it's not exciting in Detroit.
Right.
Because they don't have any of those guys except Riley Green. He's in some of those statistical categories of some of the guys you mentioned there. He has, I think, a little flair, but maybe not the flair of those guys. I just think you look at a game like last night. He leads off the game with a homer. Okay, great. You're thinking, okay, maybe they're going to turn the tide against a division rival. You have Torkelson, Baez, and Colt Keith actually raised their season average last night. So they all got a hit. And that's all it takes to raise their average. But then nobody else hit.
Yeah.
I just mentioned 4 of the hits right there. Because their lineup is so bad collectively, they can't put hits together. Like, I think if anything ever summed it up, it was last night's game. Now, maybe if those 3 horrible guys I mentioned actually get their average up 20 more points, then you're talking something. But it's just the eye test, it's just so bad.
Yeah. Well, and I mentioned Ellie De La Cruz, like with Cincinnati, and I became a huge fan of him last year when he was brought up and some of the things that he's doing. Now, it's not every single game or it's every single time he's at bat or he's in the field, but I tune in because I don't want to miss the one moment that he does have where he steals second, then he steals third, then he steals home, or he throws 106 mile per hour fastball from shortstop to first base.
Right,
like, there are things that are exciting to watch, and we just don't have that exciting brand of baseball here.
Right, but it's the thing about those guys that you mentioned. A lot of them, they just go up to the plate and they try to attack the baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, and I feel
aggressive.
Exactly. Like, I
Green
feel
does.
Like Torkel. That's the
And Torque doesn't. Yeah,
doesn't. Colt Keith, you're seeing kind of the same thing. I mentioned it yesterday. These guys look like they were created in a lab. Is there too much information in their head? Are they looking at too much film and relying on all that coming up to the plate instead of just going up there and watching the ball and hit it?
Well, there has been an issue for decades developing position players in Detroit. And maybe Riley Green is just so uniquely talented that he can rise above it, but it is still a problem that they haven't developed more of these guys, especially in a year where that is the goal, the primary goal, where maybe you didn't sign a couple bats in the offseason, which, again, you guys know where I stood, but the point was developing, and then we're looking around going, Parker Meadows is sent down, Torkelson stinks, and Colt Keith is maybe only here because of the contract he signed. That stings too when you wonder, is it something deeper organizationally that they can't develop these guys? Either way, I find this very frustrating. Like, I look at what they're doing right now in a winnable division with a really good pitching staff, and I'm frustrated. 2 of 22 with runners in scoring position on this 4-game skid. 29 runners left on base in the last 4 games. And the threshold to win was not 8 or 9 runs. It's not like they had to be a softball unit. Score 2, score 3, you'd 4 even. Oh my gosh, 4 runs a game, what we would do. But I look around and go, why aren't you guys more frustrated with Scott Harris like I am? Why aren't you guys more disappointed in the season than I am? And part of it might just be, well, the people are bored out of their mind. They aren't watching. They can't watch. They won't watch. They're stubbornly not going to watch. That's what makes this such an illuminating conversation to me. Is like, I genuinely want to know. I can be a little much, but I am invested and I'm disappointed, and I don't necessarily feel that same level of frustration or upset from Tiger fans. I feel a lot more of, here we go. It's just another lazy summer of development. I'm like, guys, they have the longest drought without making the playoffs in the American League. It's been 40 years since the World Series. I didn't expect that snap the fingers achieve it all in one offseason, but I would have liked to see more progress.
Well, yeah, we all want to see more progress. But again, we're looking at this from whether it's you've been hoping for a World Series championship since '84, or you're just hoping for a competitive team. Like we have, and it doesn't matter how old you are. I'm 48, and I remember the '84 team and season like it was yesterday, but that was a long freaking time ago, 40 years ago. And we have been going through this process since then, whereas Scott Harris is taking over, and maybe he is building it the right way for good, sustained, exciting success, but it's not on the same timeline as the fans are. And most of the fans are saying, if that's the way you're going to go about it, then I'm not going to pay the extra money or make the extra effort. And it's not a huge effort to download an app and pay the $20 and stream it. It's not a huge ask. It's not a huge effort. But when you get there and then you get a 1-0 game going into the ninth and you kind of know that they're going to lose 2-1 or whatever it ends up being, it's boring, and you don't want to put the effort for what the effort they're putting in.
Well, it cuts both ways. Like last night, it's Classe on the bump. It's a one-run game, and you go, there's no way. This guy's good. We don't have the guys to deliver. It also cuts the other way, where you're watching the game going, we're up, maybe a run, but you know you're not going to get any more insurance, that you're playing this very dangerous game where you're almost waiting around for Jose Ramirez to get a hold of one pitch. Oops. And now it's insurmountable. And it was one run, but it's insurmountable at times for this team. And you're right. Scott Harris is going the developmental route. Well, then we need to see the development too, because I don't know that we can say that that's right either at this point. There's going to be more of a premium on whether Parker Meadows sticks, whether Torque figures it out, whether Colt Keith can round into form over the course of the season. If you're going to double down that it's about getting those guys ABs and developing those guys, then we need to actually, see the development. 248-539-9797. Good check-in emotionally with Tiger fans. We'll get more of your phone calls. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, the NBA playoffs have tipped off. They're rolling right along, but it's not too late to get on the action with FanDuel, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. So download the app, have some fun with it. Get more information at FanDuel.com/Jansen to get started. And there's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA, and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg's on his game, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park this morning. We got Gov, Greg behind the glass. Talking Tiger baseball. Let's get to Bob in Grand Rapids. Bob, we were asking about your emotional relationship to this team right now. A lot of people have checked out or are forced out with the TV stuff. I didn't realize to the extent. I figured, okay, everybody's going to find a way to stream. On top of it, they're a frustrating watch/listen. Bob in Grand Rapids, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, they're really a frustrating watch. I do both. I watch and listen while I'm working, and I'm one of the lucky ones who has DirecTV, so I don't have to really worry about not being able to see him right now. So I get to watch that fingernails on chalkboard hitting attack that we have. It was just terrible watching that team last night. And you can just look at three players that are no longer with the Tigers that are hitting elsewhere, like Tyler Nevins hitting Oakland. I think he's just a platoon player out there. Willie Castro from Minnesota is hitting. Isaac Paredes. So you look at his stats and you go, oh my God, we could use him in the lineup. But I was just looking at the figures from 2006 to 2015, where the Tigers had 7 winning seasons, 2 losing seasons, and 1 season that was tie. And you realize their average attendance was 2.5 million to up to 3 million. And in one season, they hit 3.2 million.
Yep.
And what I don't understand with our ownership group, which is Chris Ilitch now, he's one of the richest owners in baseball. He's definitely one of the richest owners in the Central. And I don't understand what they're looking at, because hitting is entertainment. It's an entertainment business. And when the Tigers hit and they had a good team and they put a good product on the field, the fans flocked to the stadium. In droves. I'm looking at the attendance numbers now on Baseball Reference. The Tiger fans will support this team if they're a winning team, but they don't even try. They're $60 million below payroll, like an average major league payroll expense. And this whole process that they're doing right now, developing the young kids, it's driving me crazy, because Cole Keith isn't ready. He's just not ready to be a Major League Baseball player right now.
When we saw Parker Meadows get sent down, I think the same assessment could have been made about him. And the point is, you can develop and try to win at the same time. And it's clear they feel like they have to go all in on development, and that's not promised. These prospects are prospects for a reason. Bob, to your point, if you build it, they will come. We've seen it time and time again in the city of Detroit. Whether, John, you referenced the 84 Tigers, and you would have been eight years old. Yeah. You would have been Johnny at the time, right?
No.
You were never Johnny.
No. Don't say that.
Okay. You would have been John.
Yes.
Jonathan ever? Only to your mother? Okay.
Yes, only when I'm in trouble.
Okay.
Yes.
So you would have been 8-year-old John at the time. Like in this city, bless you boys, and I didn't get to experience it. The closest I had would have been that run 06 to 12. And 06 was like a renaissance, because when I grew up, the team was terrible. And 06 was like the light bulb moment for the city. Oh, this city does love baseball. Look what this can be. And then that mantra where Cabrera comes in and you go to the next level of World Series or bust, and JV's coming into his own in the Cy Young rotation. And you saw his point, 3 million people through the gates that season because people couldn't get enough of Tiger baseball. If you field, and those were payrolls, they spent money. You field a really good team where you invest in that team, you will make it back. You're going to tap into the rabid fan base that is here in Detroit.
And you don't have to, you're never going to spend like the Dodgers or the Yankees. You don't have to, but you've got to spend more than you're spending now. And that's the frustrating part. When we talked about this for the last couple of years. When Miguel Cabrera's contract was off of the books, how well could you spend that $30 million? And but it just wasn't reinvested. And in fact, they're paying less now than they were last year, and they're getting better results than they were last year
as a
team. But it's a tough watch. And when I talk about watching some of these other teams, they are exciting. They do exciting things. And yes, pitching can be exciting, but not every single day. You don't want to be in a 1-0 pitchers duel every time. You want to see some home runs. You want to see some excitement on the base paths. That's what keeps you energized.
When you watch sports, I like when your team is aggressive, right? Whether it's you blitz in football, we're going to go make a play happen. Offensively, it's 4th and 2. Keep the punter on the sideline. It's a high percentage play for us. We're going to go for it. We're going to be aggressive. Sometimes it blows up in your face, but as a fan, you like seeing your team kind of go for it. When you play baseball the way this team does, they don't go for it. There's not enough of a threat at the plate, so you're just always hanging on.
Well, and
that's a very different way to watch.
It feels like it's all about the strategy. How can AJ Hinch win this game? How can he manipulate the bullpen? How can he get the matchups that he needs? How can he sub in the seventh inning, pinch hit, pitch run, and generate a win? That's if you're looking at the cerebral side of it, then maybe you're very excited about this. But not all of us want to sit down and always think about the cerebral side of the game. You just want to see some home runs and some action.
It's like, hey, solve for X. That's how the Tigers try to win today. And in some ways, AJ Hinch is a little bit of a magician, right? It's like, all right, what can I pull out of my hat to get us 3 runs today? How do I get us to 4 or even 5 runs today to win these baseball games? Let's get to Jeff in Ohio. You're on 97.1, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, guys. My first time ever called your show. I've listened to it, but first time I'm calling.
How are things south of the border?
I'm originally from Toledo, so I was very close to the Detroit Tigers and the Lions and all that, and I've been a fan my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember the '68 World Series. Okay, that's how far back I go, and that was a great team. Norm Cass, Mickey Stanley, Willie Horton, L. Kaline, the greatest. But anyways, my frustration with this team is with Hinch at sometimes too, but he's got to send down some guys. He's got to send down Torkelson back to the minors, and a couple other guys got to go back down to the minors. I'm sorry, but they're not producing. And why is it that Baez, we're late in the game, and let's say we got a runner at first base with nobody out, Baez comes up, and you know it's an automatic out right there. He's out. He's either going to strike out, he's going to hit a double play, but he's an out. And it's like, why? Take him, pitch hit him. I don't care. Put somebody else up there. Baez cannot hit. He hasn't hit since he signed with the Tigers.
Yep.
He sucks as a batter. He's a great glove, good defensive player, but when the game's on the line and you need a big hit or you need to move the runners, Baez is not the guy who's going to do it. And I can't understand it. It's like, where is the logic in managing this team that has got probably the best pitching staff in the American League, or one of the best, and yet we're struggling to win ball games because they can't score 4 or 5 runs in a freaking ball game? It's sickening to watch this. And I'm frustrated with it.
Jeff,
I can tell.
Jeff, we can tell, and we like it. We like when people calling and tell us how they're feeling. Good stuff, Jeff.
That was great.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Good ticket text coming in as well. Heather, what's new?
Well, drivers are being urged to avoid the area of Square Lake Road in West Bloomfield after intentionally dumped oil has created a pretty slick mess. So police started actually receiving calls last night from a witness who saw a box truck that appeared to be leaking or dumping oil onto the road. This was at Square Lake in Middle Belt. And by this morning, things have just gotten worse. Oil has coated the road between St. Joseph Street and Pine Ridge Road and has made its way into neighborhoods as well. Police say the oil is not harmful, but Square Lake was closed due to the slick conditions. Cleanup efforts are now underway. What a mess.
Yeah, we didn't know what it was earlier. Now it's oil.
It was just called like an oily substance before, and now it sounds like it. But still,
It was intentionally leaked.
Yeah, that's what now we need to investigate. Well, we don't. Somebody does, and then fill us in on why it was intentionally leaked. A Detroit restaurant has been named among the 50 most beautiful in America.
Oh, wow.
This is pretty cool. I've never been here. I did check out the photos. And it is very beautiful. People Magazine and Open Table teamed up to create a list of what they deemed the 50 most beautiful restaurants in the country, and POW Detroit made the cut. POW Detroit ranks number 22 on the list. Ooh. And according to this article, POW combines original details from the 1920 era's Detroit building with a new mezzanine and glass garage style doors. It's very grand. It's very beautiful. I'd like to know more about the building before. It looks like it was a theater of some sort. Anyway.
Looks really cool.
It looks very cool. I think it's an Asian fusion restaurant.
Yeah, PAO.
Yeah,
POW. I've not been, but it
I was
looks
like,
good.
do you say PAO? But it's called POW,
No, but
right?
people want to look it up
Okay,
themselves
I'm
because
pretty sure
I
it's POW.
initially Googled POW. Yeah.
Yes, PAO. Pretty cool. A new VIP space at Little Caesars Arena dedicated to concerts and shows promises to bring an upscale, all-inclusive experience. So the Encore Lounge, it offers a limited number of memberships. And it offers premium seating for concerts and shows, upscale food and beverage options, VIP parking, also VIP entry into the arena. If you're interested, I checked it out online because, John, you had asked earlier, how much does something like this get you back?
Oh, boy.
Well, even online, it's not saying, but you can join a priority wait list if you're interested with a deposit. It didn't say how much that deposit was, but if you fill out all your information, I'm sure they'll
let you know.
They'll let you know for sure, but it sounds probably pretty pricey.
This is like when you go to a restaurant on the coast and you want to order like the catch of the day and they just tell you it's market price.
Yeah. Exactly.
If you have to ask, it might be too expensive.
Exactly.
And that's kind of how this feels.
It looks really nice, but yeah, for sure. So the jockey of second place Kentucky Derby finisher Sierra Leone could face discipline for his ride on Saturday. So according to a statement issued on Monday by the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission, the jockey has been ordered by stewards to attend film review of the race later this week. And film reviews are conducted to review the conduct of jockeys during a race, and then stewards can then take disciplinary action against a jockey following that review.
What's he accused of?
Well, during the race, I'm sure everybody watched, but it depends how close you were watching, I guess. Sierra Leone engaged with third place finisher Forever Young in this physical battle, right? They were battling it out for, well, they were hoping to get first, but second and third, really, right? It was so close. And while they were trying to catch Mystic Dan, the horses made contact several times. And there's a photo that appears to show the jockey on Sierra Leone touching or making contact with Forever Young with his left hand. So there's
it's a no.
So there's going to be some video review, and we'll see what happens after that. Can't do that. No way. Last
Never
story
touch
quickly.
another man's horse.
A little girl recently had her birthday party at a zoo in Seattle. And as you can imagine, a great time, right? Who doesn't love the zoo? But a bear named Juniper really ruined the fun when she gobbled up a family of ducks in front of the horrified children. And there's video, right? Mom was like, oh, how cool. These kids are getting an up-close view of this bear, right? And then all of a sudden, in the bear's enclosure, there's a family of ducks. And Mama and all her ducklings just swimming in the water. All the kids see it, right?
Yeah.
Look at the ducks.
Look at them.
Well, Juniper noticed the ducks as well, and one by one ate each duck in front of these little kids who are screaming in the background, terrified, petrified, traumatizing for all those little ones.
That's life in the jungle.
Yeah, free meal.
Circle of life. Buffet style for the bear.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, one of the big NFL free agents may have been deceived. It's next, 97.1. rough. Some ticket text coming in on the Tigers, then we'll get to that NFL free agent. May have been deceived. Tigers are number 4 in pitching, 21 in runs scored, top 5 pitching. Come on, with even an average offense, this team would be a legit division contender. Frustrating as hell.
Yep.
And then there are people pointing out, in terms of their investment, they want to see investment in the ball club, saying I'm not going to spend $20 a month if they're going to cut payroll year over year.
Well, and you talk about the excitement for this team, and whether it's the investment that you want to make, it's just not there. And our hope is that this coming offseason, which is still a long ways away, there's still a lot of baseball to be played, that we're not going to waste one of the better pitching staffs in Major League Baseball, and that when the hitting gets good, we don't have the pitching, or we don't waste a manager like A.J. Hinch, who is right now trying to move all the right chess pieces at just the right time to manufacture some wins. Just imagine if A.J. had a complete ball club. Or at least a close to complete ball club.
Guys, if you go back to 23, 22, 21, even 20, they're the same offensive mess as they are this year. I'll tune back in once that changes. Bill in Newport, and he even says when they get a new manager. Ticket Texture throwing one more note in there saying, is it too much to ask for them to spend another $20? Oh, it's too much to ask us to spend $20 a month to watch him. Chris Ilitch is being ridiculously cheap. Someone does ask, who did you want him to spend it on? Without regurgitating Chapman, could I just offer one other name that we didn't talk about at the time?
Sure.
Justin Turner. He's 39 years old. He signed a 1-year deal to play third base for the Toronto Blue Jays. He's hitting very well at third base. We didn't talk about him because he was signed during football season, and we were a little preoccupied. But there were names out there that they could have traded for, could have signed, could have pursued, and they didn't. And they have made their bed, and now we all have to lie in it, I guess, depending on how invested you are in the season.
Yeah, I mean, and next year there's going to be different names, but there's going to be opportunity to improve your ball club through free agency, and hope that some of these young bats continue to improve, but you add offensive pieces along with it.
Man, you guys got me in trouble. I texted the flavor vanilla ice cream to my actual spouse instead of the ticket text. For people who don't know what that is referencing, we got into a weird conversation where ticket texters were describing their spouses as ice cream flavors. Vanilla, not a great choice.
Generic, plain, right?
No, yeah, yes, very.
But always good.
Yes, always good.
I mean, you can't go wrong with vanilla.
Well, you can't, and sometimes it depends on the topping that you put on.
Very true.
Just add a little flavor.
Are we still talking about ice cream?
No, we're talking about both.
Anyway. Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, right? He's one of the biggest free agents that moved. Big headline from Minnesota out of the division. Now he's with the Atlanta Falcons. Saw a story, CBS Sports reporting that Kirk Cousins was informed by the Minnesota Vikings that they planned to draft a quarterback early, and it was part of why he made the decision to leave Minnesota, among other things, financial. He left Minnesota because they were going to draft a quarterback early. Signs in Atlanta. Blindsided. Guess what? Spoiler alert. They drafted a quarterback early. There are people who would say he was deceived. John, your perspective is?
He's signed a 4-year, $180 million contract, and he's got $100 million guaranteed. He's upset because they could have used a resource to improve the team for the here and now, not for the future. They're not going to start Michael Penix ahead of Kirk Cousins. It's not a playing time issue, and I'm guarantee you for Minnesota, if they were planning on drafting a quarterback high, it was going to affect the contract that they were going to give him. Now all of a sudden he's down in Atlanta. It's where it sounds like it's where he and his family wanted to live. His wife has family down there, and he's going to be well compensated for the job that he's doing. Now, if it means that he doesn't play the 4th year of his contract, I'm not going to sit here and cry about the fact that maybe they didn't tell him they were going to draft a quarterback and then they did. They gave him $100 million guaranteed and $180 over 4 years. The one part that he can be upset about is they used the number 8 overall pick for the future versus giving him another receiver, another lineman, somebody on defense and get him the ball back, something that could help them in the here and now.
Yeah, if someone could deceive me to the tune of $100 million, I would sign up immediately.
So $100 million of my benefit.
Right. Yeah. No, don't extort me out of $100 million. Yeah. Guarantee me $100 million and as much as $180 million.
Yeah.
No, the person I feel bad for in the Atlanta situation really isn't Kirk Cousins, because you're right. Because of what he's getting paid, it's his job to lose. He's going to be the starter, barring injury, for at least 2 seasons in Atlanta. Secondarily, could they have used the pick to upgrade the team and to his benefit? Yes. The person I actually feel the worst for is Penix. Now, he wasn't deceived. He didn't get a choice. He is one of the more pro-ready quarterbacks in this draft. He is older than all the other guys, him and Bo Nix, and now he's going to have to sit the bench for 2 years.
It's the perfect situation.
No.
It's the absolute perfect situation for him. He gets to and I've always said this. If you're going to be a quarterback in the NFL and a franchise that wants to plan for the future, look what they've done in Green Bay for now 3 quarterbacks. And who knows if Jordan Love is going to be anything close to Aaron Rodgers or Favre, but all of a sudden now you have an opportunity to sit there and learn. You're not thrown to the wolves. Would everybody like to play? Yes, I want to play. I want to get in there. I want to be able to be the star of the show, but he is going to have one of the best opportunities. I thought Minnesota was the best situation to go into because of the weapons. Mm-hmm. The second best, and we had no idea it was going to happen, is Atlanta, because there's no pressure on him to perform in years 1 and 2.
You've been 6 years as a college quarterback, and you're going to, John, if it was 1 year, like if they were doing the Band-Aid, like, okay, Sam Darnold can come in and play the first 6, 8, 10, maybe even 12 games if they need him to, or the whole year as a 1-year Band-Aid in Minnesota. Kirk's not a Band-Aid. You're being drafted where you're going to sit not 1, not 2. It might be that 3rd season if you're lucky and he's injured and you're...
Then so be it.
Well, but I'm saying that's not ideal. That's who I don't feel bad for. Kirk, he's got a starting job in millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. I feel for Penix, who any other situation would have a better chance to compete for the starting job. There's no competition in Atlanta. He could compete if he was drafted in Minnesota or Denver or, insert team, the Patriots.
Yes, but you're in the I need instant gratification world.
No, I want to compete.
No. This is an instant gratification topic, because if you have the opportunity to sit and learn, how many quarterbacks come into the NFL? There's 21. All right. 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. 4 of them are now backups on other teams. There's only 1, and he is not performing up to the expectations, Trevor Lawrence, that we thought he would have. This is an opportunity for him to sit, learn, develop, and then when the time is right, he can go in there and take over a team that's probably going to have some success with their current quarterback and Kirk Cousins.
I would like to play if I was an NFL player. And I think you can relate to that, John. You would want to
Absolutely,
play.
I want to play. I'm not saying he doesn't want to play. I'm talking about playing the long game, making sure that he is ready for the moment and that he's not thrown in there and people all of a sudden say after year 1, Penix can't do it. He can't get it done. Now he gets a chance to learn. He gets a chance to develop, learn the NFL game. It is a completely different game, especially from the quarterback position, than it is in college. And yes, he's older than other quarterbacks, which, again, gives him more time to continue to, I know he hasn't had injuries this year, but continue to strengthen his knees. He's had knee injuries. Mm-hmm. Make sure that he is ready, both physically, mentally, before he goes in. I think this is an ideal situation for a quarterback. Everybody wants to play, but it's instant gratification and almost certain failure versus I giving myself the best chance for success, long-term success, of being able to develop and learn from a quarterback that has had some of the same situations that he's going to be dealing with.
It's multiple years. That's where you lose me. You could tell me sitting a year, not being forced into action.
How did it work for Aaron Rodgers?
He feels like an outlier, right? Does that feel
like
the norm?
How did it work for Tom Brady? How did it work for Jordan Love?
Okay, starting right away. How did it work for Peyton Manning?
Horrifically.
He made the mistakes, improved on him, and became one of the most gifted quarterbacks, successful quarterbacks, Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the NFL. It goes both ways.
Yes, but it's more likely that they will fail than succeed.
In general.
Right.
Regardless
if I'm looking at it going, I want the best opportunity to be successful long term. I don't want this just to be a 2 or 3 year and then I'm relegated to being a backup somewhere else. I want to be able to learn as much as I possibly can, develop as much as I possibly can, so that when the time is right and the team is right, I can take over and have success at that time.
That concludes our Atlanta Falcons radio segment. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Coming up next, no Tigers, something to watch instead. I'm telling you, it's getting good. 97.1.
Looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, you can join the YMCA with no contract and no joiner fees, and for just $3 a day. I'm loving all the YMCA has to offer, including access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, discounts on personal training, which I'm taking full advantage of right now, all with free child watch while you work out. And now you can try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
John, who's the face of the NBA? Kind of a loaded question, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you think NBA, I don't know. I mean, who's the face of it or who's the best player?
Those are different questions. I think when we talk about it, think about we are in the second round of the playoffs. There is no LeBron, right? Biggest brand, biggest name. There's no Giannis.
So he'd be the face of the NBA, biggest brand.
There's no Giannis. But as the playoffs go here, you start looking around and there is kind of a changing of the guard. And I look at the Denver Nuggets, who are the reigning champs. They're down 0-2. The Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Is he staking a claim?
Well, I mean, he's kind of staked some claims throughout the course of the year with his high-flying acrobatic dunks. I mean, he is as electric a player as you're going to find. And so is the Ant-Man the guy? I don't know.
It feels like it's too early to anoint, but I feel like he's making a play for it right now. I mean, if Minnesota wraps this up, kicks out the reigning champs, again, they're going home up 2-0. There's new blood. He's in his fourth season, and we do tend to look to those high-flying guards who can take over games and close games out, and he's building that reputation.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And, I mean, if they're able to, can you imagine them sweeping the defending champs? Because they got 2 at home. I mean, and in Denver.
In dominant fashion last night without Gobert, they just shut down this really good Nuggets offense.
And it's rare that you see a team play defense the way Minnesota's playing defense.
I find myself, we're getting a little further out of the opening round. Tigers kind of know what they are. I'm keeping an eye on them, and then I'm watching more of this stuff now.
Sure, because you're starting to get
storylines, the
best teams, the best players, and I mean, I would love to see a Timberwolves Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals.
Luka against Ant-Man,
yeah,
and then out east you've got. It's still the Celtics to lose, right? It's Tatum. Is it finally the year for Tatum?
Yeah,
which would still be new blood.
Boston, New York, be a classic.
Brunson is 40 points the other day.
You got a chance of Brunson going back up against the Mavs in the finals, potentially. That would be wild.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of drama with him leaving there. Mm-hmm. You could have the Kevin Garnett all-finals, the Timberwolves and Celtics.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. I mean, it's just different. It's new. I find it intriguing. I didn't get to see much of the Pacers-Knicks. I had it on just a little bit last night, but it seemed like a very entertaining game.
Oh, it was high energy the entire game, and obviously at the end, everybody's talking about calls that the officials made. And was it a moving screen? Was it not? They're comparing it to the women's Final Four, but it was. I mean, the Garden was jumping.
Yeah, I mean, Boston, New York would be awesome. I don't know if I can't remember that happening in my lifetime in terms of a conference finals. I mean, I know it happened way back, like in maybe the 70s and 60s, but. That would be – there's some definite old school to that. I mean, the thing is, the Knicks are they've been horrible, and they have a bad owner, but there's something about Madison Square Garden when they are competitive. There's an energy there that you don't see in many NBA arenas.
Mm-hmm. There's been a revival for them, a revival for the Timberwolves, a revival for the Mavericks, OKC. I mean, there are teams.
Oh, yeah. They're the number one seed in the West.
And I think there's an adjustment because I think the ratings would probably tell you when there's established brands, people know what they're getting, they tune in, the numbers are good. We are in the midst of a changing of the guard where it's refreshing to some people who are kind of tired of the old bit. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if that's kind of caught people's attention right now. And the way I ask it is like, who is the face of the NBA? I think it is in transition right now. I mean, the LeBron, King James, the kingdom, it's going to change. He's on his last legs. We've been saying it, but like Father Time eventually is going to get
Sure.
Get what he gets.
And he'll move on, and it's going to be a matter of who is next. Now, obviously, Victor Wembanyama was, Rookie of the Year, and there was no debate about it. They're not a part of this, but I think everybody looks at that going, he's about as legit as we thought he would be, and what's going to happen with San Antonio in the coming years.
I think another story, too, Justin, if you want to cross over to hockey a little bit, the opportunity that is presented right now for not only Luka, but Connor McDavid. I mean, these are both arguably the best players in their sports, right? I think McDavid's a slam dunk. Mm-hmm. Luka, it's definitely debatable.
Sure.
But the opportunity that, you know what the kings of the sports do in these sports? They throw their team on the back and they win. Like Like McDavid, if they go up against the Avs again, they played him a couple years in the conference final, and the kings of hockey always win. Like that's the one thing that's against him. He hasn't even been to a cup final yet. He's one of the best players to ever play the game. You can get in a debate where he's at right now. I mean, to me, he's better than Crosby. Guess what? Crosby got his team to win.
Yeah, a couple cups. I think McDavid's probably the face of hockey, but I think it's a fair question if you don't win Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
And I think McDavid and Ohtani may be the best active athletes who have not won a title. And in hockey, we do see that you can drive. Again, Ohtani might be the guy who, because he does both, once he's healthy, could make the same case. But in baseball, traditionally, you're either only throwing every fifth day or you're only one of 9 guys in the lineup. As opposed to hockey, you could play the majority of the minutes or the majority of the shifts. You could lead your team in ice time. You can drive play. It's a big year for McDavid and the Oilers. And they haven't started that series yet with Vancouver. That's a great
Tomorrow
series.
night.
Battle of Western Canada.
Yeah, and that guarantees a Canadian team in the Final Four.
Storyline. And I agree with you. If you could get McDavid, McKinnon, that would be outstanding.
In general, with both sports, though, if you could get Luka and McDavid into the finals, to me, that makes it very electric. These are guys that are in their prime, arguably best in their game. It's time. If you want the new blood, that's a new blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Luka with almost 34 points a game, just over 9 rebounds per game, and just under 10 assists per game. He's a guy that can dominate and take over a game, just like we're talking about hockey. A basketball player can do that as well. Put your team on the back and go win.
Gator is coming to the studio. I was talking to John about this off air. We do a good job on social media posting like little clips from the shows. And you guys yesterday, I think it was, brought up Hendon Hooker. You said he was going to be an important piece for the upcoming season. John bristles when everybody brings up Hendon Hooker, but it wasn't the context that John may be thinking.
No, and that's actually, it was who are you most looking forward to? Which new Lion or whatever.
Yeah.
He included guys we just didn't see much of last year. So for me, it was Hendon Hooker, but not during the season. No, Goff's the guy. But do I want to see what Hendon Hooker does in the offseason? Absolutely, because we didn't get a chance to see any of them last year. And he may have been the best quarterback in college football 2 years ago. So, yeah, I'm very curious to see what he does in a training camp.
And I thought Doug had a good point, knocking on everything in the studio. Guys don't stay healthy year over year over year over year over year. Half the league dealt with some kind of injury at the position, and you have aspirations.
You need a backup that's going to be capable.
He is an important piece to monitor. What do you guys got coming up today?
We'll have some Tiger talk. Gator, he disappointed me with the show sheet.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. Well, it was because I was going to, every once in a while we come up with surprises for Scott. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, he knows this already.
Oh. I think that's a you issue, right? You got to be more secretive.
Yeah. It wasn't really that he independently did something that I
didn't expect him to
I
do.
did my job.
Damn it, Gator! Why are you well prepped today?
I was
prepared for
I was
the
expecting
show.
typical Gator, and instead,
What a letdown! This guy's going to be raring to go today.
He did some deep homework, and
Listen, it's what happens when
he
it's
ruined the
bit
bid.
early.
That's basically what he did. He ruined the bid.
Tip of the grit cap.
There you go. Carson Anderson, they're coming up next, 97.1.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hope you had a good Monday. Sun's out and shining now. Some rain coming into the area a little bit later in the day. But, Gator, I start by asking, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Yeah?
Fine. Yeah.
So the Tigers indeed were on television last night.
Yes, they were on FS1, and that's where I watched it. Though I'm not sure why I did on FS1 as opposed to going back to the 7-day free trial app of Fubo.
Mm-hmm.
Because Fubo would have given me the Tigers crew.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, I got whatever crew was on FS1, which I didn't even pay attention who the crew was.
Yeah, it was some dude and some other dude.
And a couple dudes. And I didn't really turn the channel much at all during the game, so I should have left it on.
Yep.
That way I could have heard.
Someone did. Looking back, you probably could have after the first pitch. You probably could have surfed around.
All right. In full disclosure, this guy forgot the game started earlier.
Oh my God! So you missed the first pitch?
I missed not only the first pitch. I didn't turn it on till 7:08. So because I thought, it's a 7 o'clock start or whatever. No.
Oh boy.
Missed the first hour of the game. Missed the first 3.5, 4 innings.
Yeah, it's funny because this is the first game since the Tigers have TV broadcasts have gone behind a paywall, and I had a kids doubleheader I was at, so I didn't see. Literally got in the car. I got in the car after game 2 of the doubleheader and heard Riley Green, the Tigers' final chance, and I'm thinking, well, I was following along on my phone, and I actually brought the feed up for the Matt Vierling at bat. I had the feed up for the Matt Vierling at bat where he struck out and wasn't thrown one strike.
Right.
Yep.
Well, that's funny because we saw Mark Canha strike out and they didn't throw the strike either.
It was the Canha at bat. You're my bad. I had a Vierling.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I did that.
Where the umpire was horrific.
Yes.
Absolutely horrific.
And Canha was like, dude, the hell?
Like, all right, I'll let it go the first time. There's another one. I'll let it go. You're going to call that on for strike 3. A breaking ball 6 inches above the top of the zone.
Dude, the hell.
Dude, the hell.
Yep. But the moment we've been waiting for is upon us. Ryan Valade is getting called up. You look into everybody that the Tigers have in their system. They're sending down Parker Meadows with his minuscule batting average and his great defense, and they're hoping he's going to get something right. And Valade is getting called up. He's a contact hitter. He showed some power. He had 12 home runs as a lug nut back in 2019. A 25-year-old. He's been passed around a number of organizations, and he's hitting .333 with a .398 on-base percentage, 3 home runs and 8 doubles down in Toledo. And he's played 3 infield spots and 3 outfield spots, the bulk of his innings coming in center field. Wenzel Perez, who's been sick, looked like he was going to take some innings in center field. But he should be back now. And so Valade's getting the call up, but not Baddoo. Now, they did apparently have a spot on the 40-man, so they don't have to have a corresponding move. Do you think it's even remotely interesting that it's not Akil Baddoo? Or is this just so?
No, well,
because I feel like what they're doing here is Valade's not expected to be a solution. The solution is Parker Meadows, go get your swing right.
Well, when I was preparing for the show this morning, I started writing my notes because you'll notice in my notes it's like the last note is the Valade thing because I didn't know as I'm preparing for it until I saw the story. I'm like, oh, well, this happened. So I would have thought that it would have been Malloy or Baddoo that gets the call up because they've both been playing pretty well. I'd forgotten that Valade was hitting well over 300 at this point. But, those guys feels like they played the whole season so far and they've, they don't have the versatility that Valade does. I didn't realize Valade had played that many positions either. Mm-hmm. So I guess it does. I'm not disappointed, once you do the further dive into it, like, oh, okay, this guy, give him his chance. He's only had 6 at-bats in his major league career. He's 0 for 6 with a strikeout and a walk. And, okay, there's a lot to project with him that they like. He does have, they think, above average power, but he's starting to lift the ball more than what he had prior. And the balls that he hits are carrying further and getting out of the ballpark now. And he's got some speed. I think he's 8 of 9 in stealing bases and the versatility to play second, third, and any outfield position, that helps too. So it does make sense. It makes a ton of sense from the standpoint for Parker Meadows, because when you're not even hitting 100, this just in. That's not good.
No.
And if you're not going to be able to catch up to any fastball, and his fastball approach, I guess, has been horrible this year, then you better go back and figure it out. And, it was interesting on the broadcast last night, on the FS1 broadcast, they were talking about how difficult it is to get to the major leagues now as a hitter, because the pitching is so much more advanced than the hitting is. And the numbers bear it out. Over the last few years, you see that how the offense has dropped, and batting average and OPS, all those numbers have dropped, but the pitching numbers are getting better because more and more pitchers are able to throw more pitches, and their velocity is ridiculous now. So you take all that into consideration. If you can't hit a fastball, then you're just not going to play in the majors. I mean, for a lot of people, it's trouble with the curve, but if it's trouble with the fastball, it's a timing issue, and you better figure it out.
Well, Tigers did lose last night 2-1. Riley Green, that leadoff home run, and then squat offensively. They left 9 or 10 guys on base. Jack Flaherty, pretty good again. 6 innings pitched, 6 strikeouts, 2 earned runs. Jose Ramirez turned on a 94-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball in the inside corner and yanked out, talked it fair as it banged off the foul pole. Joey Wentz, 2 innings pitched, faced 7, struck out 4. Tonight, it's Maeda versus Logan Allen. The Spencer Torkelson conversation, he dominated the conversation yesterday. Is there any other big disappointments this year, or is everything else kind of minor, relatively speaking?
I think maybe a little more than minor, the Meadows start, because he had those few weeks last year where he was a lot of fun to watch. And then he started the season this year with a triple. And then has done very little since. I think Colt Keith has been a disappointment. Being able to, the one thing he could do last year for sure was hit. What we weren't sure about it was he going to be able to find a position to put him at, and they put him at second base, and they said he's more than likely going to make the team out of spring training. They gave him the contract already, and he's hitting $158 on the season with a 178 slugging percentage. He's got 2 extra base hits. It's just, I think that's disappointing. I don't even know if Javi Baez is disappointing.
I don't know anymore either. It's what we
nobody
expect.
has any expectations anymore, and yet it should be damn disappointing because he's done nothing. He had a base hit last night, but he's hitting 180. I mean, I think there's Torque's story, and then the 3 other guys that just have done nothing behind him. With the 3 we mentioned.
Tiger fans, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on a Tuesday. Got lots to do, including some NBA, NHL, NFL, Detroit Lions stuff. I saw something on social media last night that I think we should all be concerned about.
Oh.
But I've seen the same thing for 35 years and nothing's gone wrong. I'll explain later on. It's Carson Anderson here on a Tuesday on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we're seeing the weather change, which means you got to start thinking about what your house is going to be like this summer. Is it going to be hot? Is it going to be cold? Do you have your air conditioning unit all figured out? How about the pool in the backyard? Make sure it's going to be heated if you're lucky enough to have the pool. Look for those red, white, blue trucks from Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, because they're going to help you with your air conditioning and everything else. If you got any issue at all, plumbing, heating, and cooling related, don't hesitate to call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. You don't want to play the waiting game and get burned. Call them right now or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Tigers have lost 4 in a row now. They're over 500, but they're still pitching extremely well. And you know the thing about it is, we don't have time for slow and steady.
No.
And I don't mean Doug or Scott or Kang I just mean in general. The sports public doesn't have time for slow and steady. There's a lot of questioning why they went into the season with this lineup. And I understand the questioning. I think you really start to add veteran pieces as you get closer and closer. And I didn't think of this team as particularly close. Then they got the start that they got, and you thought, wow, another bat or two would really, really help. And eventually the lack of offense can catch up to you. Now, if I'm gonna be good, starters, bullpen, hitting, and I can choose 2 of the 3, I will choose starters and bullpen. Because there's frustrating ways to lose, but I think it's more frustrating to lose when you can't get anybody out as opposed to when you can't get anybody on. But then again, at the end of the day, it's all frustrating. But nobody ever wants to kind of sit around and wait the growth process. No. And when you come in and take over an organization, that's the weird thing about Scott Harris is I kind of feel like they're doing this year. If I'm going to be critical in one way, I don't even know if this is fair, but I kind of feel like what they've done this year, they should have been doing last year, which is we're not signing any veterans. We're going to just get guys at bats, but I don't know that Colt Keith was ready for a permanent spot. And I don't know that Parker Meadows was ready for a permanent spot. So here they are, and we're finding out. And then the bright spot of Riley Green blossoming is, and the blossom coming off the rose with Torque for now. But the young arms are coming through. I mean, for the most part, we can't be disappointed in the Tigers pitching.
No, not at all. The whole staff has been very good. Now, of course, there have been a couple of games where you've been disappointed with the bullpen letting them down, or a starting pitcher doesn't go. But you know what? That's baseball. By and large, they've been fantastic as a staff. The offense is lacking. And yes, I do agree with you about, we as fans, we probably hope that this was what they did this year is what they would have done last year, but it wouldn't have made sense because Colt Keith wasn't ready last year. Yeah, he was tearing it up in the minors, but he was going through, he played at single A, double A, and triple A last year.
If he's struggling being ready this year, he certainly wasn't ready last year.
Exactly. So, I was actually thinking of this last night, that, as a fan, we always want to see the next thing. We want to see the young players, we want to watch them develop in front of our eyes. But this is what the minor leagues are for. Mm-hmm. So as much as I want to see Jace Young, or Malloy, Justin Henry Malloy, or whomever it is, Jackson Jobe. You want to see Jackson Jobe. Mm-hmm. There's a time for that, and they'll know when the time is ready to bring these guys up. I don't think they're going to be. I don't think this is like the way the Red Wings treat it. Where you got to be really ripe before they pull it from the tree. I think the Tigers are looking for guys, but they're not just going to promote a guy from single A to the big leagues or double A to the big leagues. They're going to go through their progressions. And right now, it's been slow go with the guys that they gave that opportunity to, with Colt Keith and with Parker Meadows. And now they just made the decision with Parker Meadows to send him down. Wenzel Perez, it's nice. He's on this nice little roll since they brought him up, but I don't know how sustainable it is. We'll see. I like it right now. Switch hitter, and the guy can play a number of positions, and he has some speed and a little bit of power, and we've seen it, and it looks great. But we saw this a few years ago with Akil Baddoo. We saw the exact same thing. So I'm not saying it's not going to work out, but let it play out and see where it goes. They do have some talent in the minor league system that will matriculate, but I don't expect guys like Jace Young to really contribute until perhaps next year. But at some point this year, he'll probably get an opportunity if he continues to hit with power at Toledo.
So does slow and steady ever work, right? That's one of the questions that I think people want to know. Can you possibly can this ever lead to better things?
The answer is yes.
Yeah. Now, but There's more examples of it not working than it working. But you remember when the Houston Astros
just going to say there
were
you
on
go.
the cover of Sports Illustrated, and they in like 2014, and Houston seasons, they won 3 straight years. They won 50 games in the 50 games. And then in 2014, they got the SI cover that said, you're 2020 World Series champions or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but do you remember that?
I don't. But
it was in the middle of that run where they won so few games. And it was June of 2014, an unprecedented look at how a franchise is going beyond Moneyball to build the game's next big thing, your 2017 World Series champion, Houston Astros. So that year when that came out, they were a below 500 team again, but they were slowly getting better. And they've basically been a factor from 2015 on. They've been to the playoffs all but 2 years since 2015. They've won a couple World Series. So they've been really, really good. And that was a slow and steady progress. There's something to be said, though, for, most rebuilds that are slow and steady go nowhere. They just do. And people get fired. But Scott Harris is in year 2. And I feel like people are already, growing impatient. And I get why. Slow and steady is a hard sell, man.
Well,
it is a hard sell.
It is a hard sell. But I would say this. The guy who was there in Houston was A.J. Hinch. He wasn't there in 2014. He started in 2015. So they had that sub-500 team. He comes over, takes them over, and they go 86-76. The next year, and they actually played in the playoffs. The next year, they don't make the playoffs, and they dropped 2 games and went 84-78. But then came 2017, where they won the World Series and won 101 games. Then they won 103 games. Then they won 107 games. And then we know what happened after that. They spent the year off in 2020, the penalties from baseball and all that, and now he's come to the Tigers. I don't think this is dissimilar with the Tigers. The problem is that the Houston organization was better at finding players that were young kids than the Tigers organization was.
Yeah.
So who knows what would have happened? I mean, would A.J. Hinch have endorsed let's draft Torkelson in 2020? I mean, probably everybody in the world said, well, go for it.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, everybody in the world said so, but it takes a strong general manager to go against the...
It does. But they had the top pick in the draft and all this. And the picks before that, well before he got here, the Casey Mize pick and the Faedo pick and Matt Manning and all this. Would that have been different? Riley Green, would that have been different? I don't know. But those are who the Tigers spent the first round picks on. Mm-hmm. So... the slow and steady thing is, I remember when Houston was going through it, and this is the second time that Houston's kind of done this, because they were horrible another period of time back in the 2000s, if I'm not mistaken, and I was livid that they were allowed to basically tank as a team just to get higher draft picks year in and year out, and eventually try to turn themselves into something, and it's kind of what happened there. But there were growing pains, and this is what the Tigers have been doing. Although the problem with the Tigers, it's been this slow burn and with a bad front office prior, to changing things up with bad mistakes with what you did with your assets.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when you're in the middle of it. I mean, this team's better than last year's team so far.
Yeah.
I mean, the question is, after a horrific start last year and they leveled out and they became a 500 team, you don't want to come back the next year and again be a 500 team.
The issue I'm having right now is, and it's something that I heard the guys in the morning show bring up, and it was something I've been thinking about, and I think I even said last week, is that this team has not improved offensively in years. They've just been awful and historically bad offensively for years now. And there's no spark. Like before, you could say, well, they had Miguel Cabrera, the guy, they're keeping him in the lineup, and he's at the end of his career and whatever. Okay. What else? Well, Javi Baez, bad contract. You gave it to him and da-da-da. And they had nothing else. And nobody else was doing anything. And this is kind of where they're at now, because now the excuse of Miguel Cabrera, that's gone. Mm-hmm. And Javi Baez, we've gotten used to him being bad.
Yeah, but
which isn't the right thing.
But they kind of went from one anchoring contract to another.
Right. So it's
it's a struggle for everyone around, but I get the fans' frustration. I'm frustrated with how bad the offense has been. And yet,
you know what you don't want to do? You don't want to waste this pitching.
No, I don't want to wait. You definitely don't want to waste the pitching. But the good news is that, Skubal and Mize are young, right? And Olsen is reasonably young. Flaherty and Maeda, if the Tigers end up flaming out before the trade deadline, then they've got some pieces they can move. But that's a long ways away here. They're still above 500. And the one encouraging sign I see with this team offensively is that it's not like they didn't have opportunities to score. They just didn't score, right? So at least they're getting the opportunities. They were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position last night. So 9 at bats, when you got guys ready to score and you just didn't get it done. But at least you had guys in scoring position. Hopefully things change quickly.
All right, Gator. Day 2 NFL draft picks. Most questioned pick by every team. What do you think the most questionable pick was by the Detroit Lions? I want you to think about that. We'll get to it at 10:32. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Tunkar, Scott Anderson. I screwed up the T's completely. Completely screwed it up. Found a list of the most questionable draft picks by every team. And who do you think the Detroit Lions' most questionable draft pick is? The entire draft, which pick that they made got the honor of being the most questionable draft pick? What do you think it would be?
Giovanni Manu.
Kang, what do you think it would be?
I agree. I think it's a hands down Manu.
Interesting. I would have gone with Sione Vaki, even though I like the pick. But I also find the pick of Manu to be extraordinarily intriguing.
They're both very intriguing.
Yep.
But I think the controversy comes as to, A, where you took them, and 2, what you gave up to move up.
So I saw this list, and it was put out by CBS, and it was the most questionable pick for every team. And the Detroit Lions' most questionable pick was Giovanni Manu. But I had this kind of epiphany in reading about it, and it made me realize, you know what? That is also a pick that people here really actually kind of like. You know? I don't think this pick gets ripped. I think this pick is kind of intriguing. More than kind of intriguing. I think it's really intriguing.
I'm fascinated by the pick.
Yep.
But could you have gotten this player much later in the draft?
You could have. But the thing I think it speaks to, though, is the overall draft is looked at as being pretty good when the most questionable pick is a pick that we've had people call up and say, I can't wait to see what this guy's capable of, given the raw tools that he's bringing to the table.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kay.
I was just going to say, I don't think people are ripping the pick because they're the man who made the pick. That's why. If you attach anyone else to this pick, people are going to be like, what the hell did you just do? But it was Brad Holmes that made the pick, who just showed everyone his receipts from the draft before and so forth, right? That you're like, okay, Brad Holmes, I trust this guy so much that I see his vision, I see the potential. We'll let it play out. That's why I think, Doug.
Right. And Manu is one of these guys that we've seen this work before, where a player with little football experience is taken based on his physical tools, and it's worked, and it worked at that position with dude in Philly, whose name I was completely blanking on.
The offensive line.
Yeah. Jordan Mailata. So could it work with Manu? It could. They've talked about moving him inside to guard, but probably the most questionable part about it is, could you have waited to get him? But right. They don't sit back and wait.
No, they don't sit back and wait, but this is a different year too. If this is a couple years ago, they don't make this pick. They're able to make this pick because they had so few holes they needed to really fill after free agency. Mm-hmm. It was a no-brainer to go get yourself a corner with the first pick and doubling down again in the second round. Okay, we're here for it. It's no big deal. But after that, you've got this bucket list of players that are probably all gone when you look at the first round graded guys that you would have and guys that would make the impact. And now you're like, okay, all those guys are gone. Now we're going to draft, and we're going to find the guy that might be the best talent available, and we'll see what we can do with him. Or whatever. It's a project. We know it, but we have the opportunity here to be patient. This guy doesn't have to come in and play right away. We got some time to mold him. He looks like a specimen. Let's go do it. And maybe this is where we had the report last week of the different GMs that it would commented about the NFC secretly, right, from the Athletic, the article. And somebody had basically labeled Brad Holmes as being a little arrogant. Maybe this is where the arrogance comes in, because do the Lions think that they've already arrived where they can afford to spend a third-round pick or move up in the third round to get a guy that most people think is a long-term project and you could get later in the draft? But, hey, Brad Holmes is he's strutting a little bit right now, and he's going to take his shots.
It's funny because last year in the third round they did something that I think people questioned. They did a couple things that people questioned. Yeah. And they got nothing out of those guys.
But one was in Hendon Hooker, which wasn't going to play, which they knew, and the other was Broderick Martin. Yeah.
In year one, they got nothing out of those guys. and last year's draft was a home run. And
Well,
now
was it 4 picks right
they
away.
had
that
4
did.
picks, and they crushed it with the 4 picks. And then this year, it's the same thing. If they crush it with their first 2 picks. Because the funny thing is we talk about, likely case scenarios with Terrion Arnold and Enos Rakestraw and how, one of them, I feel good about one of them being a player. What if they're both great? What if they're both great picks? What if Arnold is elite and Rakestraw is the next, second round, like Darius Slay type corner? How great would that be?
Be amazing.
And I haven't even let my mind wander to that place that they have crushed it with both of those guys, which is certainly possible. You can swing and miss and you can hit it out of the park. And they got a track record right now that we have to consider that they might have hit it out of the park with both of them. Now, if Manu and Vaki don't amount to much, I'm not sure it's going to set them back at all, given what they've done so far and given what they have in-house. The Vaki thing, I would only question because they drafted him. I felt like they were going to sell him as like the college, when colleges take guys and they say he's an athlete, they just go athlete and they figure it out later. That's what I think they've got with Vaki, and maybe that's exactly what he is. But they came out and said, no, he's a running back and special teamer. I was like, he's got 40-something college carries. But they must have loved what they saw. It's funny, I look down at Twitch, and the first thing I see is somebody named Ricky who writes, I like Manu. And I'm sure a lot of people do. So,
yeah, but what do you like, though? You like the potential of him because the guy's he's from the University of BC or whatever. He just started playing football. His competition level is almost, I don't know, D2.
Easy. Are you ripping on Canadian football?
A little bit.
Okay.
But, right? And they're talking about...
Did you hear that, Langley?
Moving positions on him already. So, I mean, you like the potential of the pick, but
yeah,
who knows?
Well, I mean, look, I think the tag of being a basketball player, too. I think people love the idea of a basketball player crossover. It's why some people started talking about the dude from NC State going in the draft.
Have you seen his basketball highlights?
Who, Manu?
Yeah.
I did, but I didn't really pay attention.
They didn't look that good to me. Okay? It's not like this guy was...
Hold on. Now you've crossed a line.
It's not like he was... he's 6'8", so he's bigger than everybody.
Yeah.
But he's not some kind of like...
He was 30 and 15 a game, wasn't he?
And maybe he got better. Maybe it was a junior year highlight I saw, highlight reel that I saw. I don't know. Clearly, this guy's a physical
getting that
specimen.
Zion feeling watching this.
He's clearly a physical specimen. He's 6'8", like barely, for how big he is, he doesn't have much body fat. He tested off the charts. Now we'll see if he can play football.
248-539-9797. Well, that was the most questioned Detroit draft pick according to this list on CBS Sports. Giovanni Manu, made by the Lions. We'll have some more Lions stuff coming up a little bit later on. Straight ahead, Gator, I worried about this 30, 35 years ago, and it's still around in Detroit, and I question whether or not it's still a problem. We'll get to that today at 10:48. It's open lines, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Gator, I have we've kind of come up with an idea here. This is going to be the summer of sports commissioning here at Carson Anderson. We're going to move some stuff around and make some changes in the world of sports. My proposal yesterday was to move the college baseball season to the summer, so it would end in the middle of August. Kang came up with one today that is just brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
Well, I agree. Kang's was brilliant.
Yep.
Yours not so much.
Yep. Yeah, you don't care about mine. But
I cared enough to say I don't like it.
Yeah. The summer of sports commissioning is underway, and we'll get to Kang's next hour because it's fantastic.
I feel like the pressure's on for me to come up with something, maybe tomorrow or later in the week.
We're going to do it all summer. We're going to commission over all sports.
You got time, Gator.
Yeah. You don't have to. We don't have to do
rush.
it. We don't have to do it every day.
You got a good idea comes to you, let us know.
Yep. It's kind of. I mean, this whole thing has started impromptu, but we're gonna play it out. Get through the summer, leading into football season. So there's a video circulating on the socials. Gunna had a show at the Fox, and
who?
Gunna, rapper.
Okay.
And the video that I saw was somebody in the lower level of the Fox. If the video's accurate, I always got to be careful of, what you see on the internet. But it was a video of someone turning around and shooting back up at the balcony or mezzanine, if you will. And it was bouncing noticeably. And I'm like, okay, I've been under that thing before when it's bouncing, and it might have been at a Beastie Boys concert 30 years ago.
At the Fox?
Yeah. And have you ever been in the Fox when the balcony or the mezzanine level was bouncing?
No, but I've been in it twice. I was there for Greta Van Fleet,
Mm-hmm.
and then also that Pink Floyd tribute show I went to a few weeks ago.
Okay. I got to tell you, I remember when at the Beastie show, it was scary, and it still looks scary. And I kind of wonder, with an older building, is this ever okay?
Well,
is this ever okay?
I will tell you that I was at a show, the old State Theater, which is now the Fillmore, which is next to it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Guns N' Roses there before Guns N' Roses hit it big.
Yep.
But they had just started to get a bunch of airplay with like Welcome to the Jungle, and everything. The show sold out, and my buddy got tickets in advance, so it was a crazy show, and we had seats up in the upper level, and everyone was going nuts. That was one where I could feel it moving around. I'm like, I don't know how we feel safe here. Yeah, we do. Okay. And I guess when it comes to the Fox, I mean, they've done renovations to that place over the years. I'm pretty sure they know what they can withstand. It's engineering.
I know.
It's all about engineering.
I know. But you've been to Wisconsin.
Yes, I have been to Wisconsin.
Camp Randall, is what
I'm sorry.
My bad.
I've been to Milwaukee.
A little bit more specific.
I've been to Trigo.
Have you been to the
Hayward,
University of
Spooner.
Wisconsin football stadium?
Yes.
And have you been in the press box at said football stadium?
Yes.
And have you been at the press box during jump around at the end of the third quarter?
Yes.
So they have posted in the press box like diagrams of engineering as to why it's okay.
Well, they need to, because there was that game where the stands fell down.
Well, that was at the front. There was some fencing. Yes, there was a mad rush of people to get on the field back in, I believe it was 1994. But yeah, this like they had to post that to say, hey, don't panic. But you know what I did? I panicked.
Yeah.
It's not okay. I don't want the structures that I am in to ever sway.
If they're built like that, you can't just relax and understand that that's how it's built?
Nope. I can't. Hold on, but let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did you feel safe in the mezzanine level of the State Theater?
I asked a question of my friend Howard, who went with me to the show, or who had got the tickets for us. I'm like, is this all right? I think it's all right. Yeah. I mean, we were 18 years old. We didn't really care.
Right.
And at Camp Randall, I had no fear at all. Didn't even consider this. Is this safe? That never crossed my mind.
Never crossed your mind.
No, and I think it's because by that point, I'd already heard of engineering marvels like the Mackinac Bridge that is built to sustain massive winds, and part of that is because of the flex that it has.
You know, it's interesting. I think of a suspension bridge as exactly that. It's suspended, and so I'm not surprised that there is some swaying in a suspension bridge because it's like a swing. Not exactly, but it's, hanging like a swing does. Any building, any structure that isn't suspended, I don't want swaying. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Kang, have you ever been in this situation?
Yes, or I at least felt like it. I couldn't see the view, when you're in it, right?
Yep.
But you feel like the floor, it's almost like a wave, like a waterbed or something like that, where you're like, does not feel stable. This is, I wish I had some of Gator's cleats. I need to be, more locked in here. If I got to get out of here, I got to climb what I got to do. Yeah. That's an uneasy feeling, man.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Gator, I'm glad you're immune to the concerns, but I don't know. It just, I think it looks scary as hell. But there has to be engineering that supports that this structure is okay to sway and to bounce like that.
I would think so. I would hope so. Yeah. I mean, how would I feel like if now? Like if Guns N' Roses showed up now and I had those seats, maybe I'd feel differently. But back then I just didn't care as much because of how young I was.
248-539-9797.
It's not like I had the rest of my life to live, Yeah. At 17, 18.
I know, Doug, you have a particular thing with a particular bridge, right?
Yeah, the Milwaukee Bridge.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
The people the architectures that build those bridges, they build them to have some give.
Tolerances.
Some sway.
There's
yeah,
tolerances.
They have to. So I don't know what they do with like theaters and venues like that, if there's the same kind of thinking that goes into those. But there's no outdoor element to it, right?
Because maybe they literally are like, okay, this will make it better. We're going to make like instead of having it like sturdy, it's going to be like a trampoline, and we're going to get a tramp effect. And that's all part of the engineering design. Do you think that's it? Do you think they were thinking of Gunna back when they built the Fox Theater?
That's what I was saying. What was the Fox build? All right, listen, guys. In 2024, when Gunna's here, people are going to get hyped, all right?
I would say there are Reddit posts about the Fox Theater and is it scary or not?
Yeah.
So,
but is that scary like haunted scary or scary like?
I think it's is this location safe? Is the balcony in the Fox Theater designed to move?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
See?
I mean, the question is going to be asked. Yeah.
So a couple things have been tweeted from the Carson Anderson account. One is the video in question. You can check it out at Dungator971. And also Champ and Chump of the Weekend is voted on by you. So both at Dungator971 on Twitter. 248-539-9797. Nick, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up?
I don't know if you're old enough. Did you guys ever go to Tiger Stadium?
Yes.
I worked for Little Caesars way back when they bought it, when they bought the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a grand tour of everything. And when you were in the tunnel, when you went in all those rooms, you could see right through the steel. That's how corroded it was. And then at the time, they put millions of dollars into it, reinforced it. But even when you were sitting there, when all the pounding, that whole stadium shook like crazy. I'm surprised I'm happy nothing ever happened, but that was really nuts. I don't know if you guys experienced that or not.
I don't. I mean, I remember Tiger Stadium, like basically the all the girders and everything underneath was exposed at all times. You could see virtually all of the infrastructure of that stadium, but I don't remember ever thinking it was dicey. But then again, I was pretty young at the time. I wasn't paying attention to stuff like that.
Because they reinforced everything. They put, I don't know, sheet metal across. They did a lot of welding, reinforcing, and everything too. So that was my experience back then. That was a little crazy. But.
Hey, thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. A lot of people texting in on this one. Look, if you want to see the video, whether or not this can be safe or this can be good. Look, the Fox Theater is beautiful. Okay, I was just in the Fillmore, formerly the State Theater, and it is also beautiful. I mean, they are gems of downtown Detroit.
They are.
But when it comes to the structural integrity during a concert, I have some questions.
Well, my cursory research on this, who knows the validity of it? There are several message boards, and one of them says that the counterweight reactors weren't installed into the balcony structure until the 1987-88 restoration, which was paid for by Mike and Marion Illich after they bought the theater from the Forbes family. So,
what are they called? The counterweight?
The counterweight/reactors.
Counterweight reactors.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like something you would put in place in in California for earthquakes.
There you go.
Yep. And gonna. I've been to the top of the Sears Tower in Chicago, and it sways. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yep. Doug's all about. You want to get on that one, Doug?
I mean, that right there, that text alone has ended any chance of me going to the top of the Sears Tower. Ever.
You've already got some issues with heights.
I'm not crazy about heights.
And I didn't say you're afraid of them. I said that you've got some issues.
Yep. But let me tell you something.
There's no way in hell you don't know.
Have you ever been to the top of the Sears Tower?
When I was a
or
child.
whatever it's called. Would you go back?
Sure.
Gang, would you go?
I've been.
Take your family up there?
I haven't taken the family there. Before I had the kids, I've been there. And I didn't notice it too much, but with that stuff, I know they factor that stuff in. I don't know. I didn't know for the Fox or other concert venues if they do that.
You've seen the video, though.
Yeah, I
right?
see. It looks scary. That doesn't look right.
No,
that can't. Is that if they built it to do that? Congratulations.
Well, they got counterweight.
Yeah.
What do they call counterweight
reactors?
Counterweight reactors.
Where's the video at?
It's been tweeted from @DunGator971. You can check it out for yourself.
So from our account?
Yes. You have to search real hard.
Yeah. Let me just get a gander at this one.
Yeah. Are we changing our mind a little bit?
Oh, man. I would say this. If I were on the lower level looking up, I'd be nervous.
I think it called for that anywhere in the building.
I feel like if you're up top, you can surf the people.
All right. You can check it out for yourself at DunGator971. It's Carson Anderson. The summer of sports commissioning continues with a brilliant idea from Kang we will get to today at 11:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. The Tigers and Guardians will run it back today for their AL Central battle. Detroit's loss last night dropped them to 5 games behind Cleveland, now with Kansas City and Minnesota still between. The 2-1 loss perturbed manager A.J. Hinch, especially when looking at that 1-for-9 stat with runners in scoring position. The Tigers are 21st in baseball with runners on second and or third base, and tonight Kenta Maeda will try to further his solid starts in the month of May. He'll start opposing lefty Logan Allen, not the same Logan Allen who was in Detroit, but it's a 6:10 p.m. start with Dan Dickerson's call on 97.1. And it does sound like they'll be trying to switch things up a little bit. Parker Meadows, who's batting under 100 right now, going to be optioned to Toledo per the Detroit News. They're expecting to bring up Ryan Valade, who has been mashing in AAA lately and is a solid defensive outfielder himself. And Omari Sankofa of the Detroit Free Press says that a average hiring search for the firm working for the Pistons takes about 6 weeks. They're trying to find a president of basketball operations and are about halfway through that timeline. They'll have to wait for more candidates to become available as teams are knocked out of the postseason. Sankofa does say that J.J. Redick is a long shot right now for the job thanks to his lack of front office experience. This update brought to you by CNL Ward. Call 1-800-NEW-DECK from the update desk. I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We got a ton of feedback on this. We'll get to it in a second. Gator is now, I don't know if reconsidering, but the video that sparked the topic was taken at the Gunna show at the State Theater, and the deck, it's probably not the mezzanine. It's probably like the first balcony is really bouncing. And in spite of the counterweight reactors that have been put in, as Gator has done some research at the Fox Theater, I think a lot of us have been in that balcony or beneath that balcony. For me, I first noticed it during a Beastie Boys show like 30 years ago. 30 years later, there's been no collapse. Everything's fine.
That's right.
So I don't know if there's any issue here. There's probably some engineers out there right now snickering at how naive we are. And when it comes to things like engineering, yep. But things are engineered to move. I'm just not a big fan of it.
Well, I will say this, that the reason I'm reconsidering it after watching it is realizing that my seat when I was at the Pink Floyd show or the Greta Van Fleet show was actually in the suite section, which is directly underneath that. So I'm like, okay, if it's going to give, it's not that high off the ground. And I didn't realize there was a whole other level above me. Mm-hmm. Now, at a Pink Floyd tribute show or at Greta Van Fleet, I guess I'm not expecting the crowd to be jumping up and down and bouncing the whole time, where I would have noticed 6 feet above my head could be this, the supports of the balcony above me bouncing.
Yep.
It does look rather scary. And when you consider that, how it is an engineering marvel, first of all, because how do you get a support all the way across the expanse of the theater, without having any pillars in place, if you will?
There's something about sort of the Gothic architecture as well that makes this thing look doomed. I mean, honestly,
well, yeah.
and it's
the architecture is amazing at the Fox.
Yes, but the truth is, when this building was built in 1928, or when it opened in 1928, I'm sure they weren't thinking about Gunna. And now,
or the Beastie Boys.
Yep. And now we see this, and apparently they've had some reinforcements put in.
Sir, have you considered the licensed ale tour?
Ooh, I forgot about that. Thanks, Smithers.
No, they're thinking about Rudy Valley and the Connecticut Yankees.
Right.
Right?
Paul Whiteman and his orchestra.
Right.
Did you say Paul Whiteman?
I'm looking up 1929 musicians. I don't know.
Sir, really? Count Basie wants to tour.
Yeah, right.
They were worried about getting too hyped during the Count Basie show.
Yeah, show last week it was lit.
Like they had real candles.
248-539-9797.
But as you know, I watch a lot of the HGTV shows, right? And they always talk about, we want to knock down this wall. Well, is it load bearing or not? And you have to find, if it is, then we have to engineer to put a long beam in there. The beam that would have to go across this balcony to support it would be, in excess of 100 feet. So it's clearly not just a beam that does it. There has to be some other system in place. I'm actually fascinated now to know how it is that they engineer it so it won't fall down, so it is completely safe to have 500 people up there or whatever it is all jumping up and down, and nobody has to worry about that thing collapsing.
Feedback: the Gateway Arch in St. Louis sways like crazy when you're up there, not to mention a claustrophobic elevator ride up. 0.0. That is a 0.0 for me.
Absolutely not for you, huh?
0.0.
What if it's not a windy day?
0.0.
Okay.
You hear what he said about the elevator ride?
Well, it's a tight elevator, so.
Mm-hmm. Here, let's get you in this coffin and go to the top. Hey, guys, it's John in Farmington. Took our daughter to the Taylor Swift show at Ford Field. The stands were moving. It was unsettling. Nick in a brown truck. That balcony's been swaying since 1981 at least. Saw you two there and thought it was coming down for sure.
Well, I think that led to the renovation of let's think about this better. At least that's what one of the articles I saw.
Is that right?
Mentioned. Yeah, it was specifically mentioned the U2 show.
Let's go to Bernard. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bernard.
Hey, what's up going on, guys? How are you?
Good.
All right.
So I've seen a lot of shows at Madison Square Garden, and not only is it, not only do they have like their balconies and overhangs, but it's like 4 stories up, so it's not even at ground level. So because it's over Penn Station, so it's cantilevered. So that's how they do it. It's not just like a stiff, reinforced beam that goes across, but there's actual cables and it's held up.
Yeah.
And I think there are diagrams of it online, but that's how. And so if you've ever seen a show there, when it gets rocking, the place, it feels like the room is bouncing because it is. It's designed for that. Because if it doesn't, then all of that stress if all that stress were placed on something that were stationary or wouldn't move, there's actually more of a risk of that collapsing.
First of all, awesome use of the term cantilevered. Did you know that it was cantilevered before you went into the show there?
No.
So you looked it up later.
And I did. I found out because I was I had never felt that before. And, the first time I went was in 98 before they redesigned it. So it was even more, it was even kind of more like that. And when it was unsettling. I was just and then I was oh, and so then I figured it out. I asked some people, talked to some people, and I've since seen 15, 20 shows there, and now I want the bounce. When that room's going, that it's, I'm there for the bounce.
Bernard, you're wired differently than me. Gonna at the Fox last night in Detroit, video circulating on the socials of the balcony level. I think it's the balcony. I don't think it's the mezzanine, but the balcony level, the Fox bouncing. I've been there and experienced it back in the day, but if it were a problem, I think it's not like this is a surprise. They know the thing bounces. It bounced for the Beasties back in the early 90s. It bounced for U2 in the early 80s, according to our listeners.
And for Ford and Glenn in 1929.
Let's go to Jacob in Plymouth here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I've almost been killed by old buildings a couple of times. I was at St. Andrews in 2001 when the floor caved in during a punk show. And then I was at a bar in Old Village in Plymouth. It was not originally a bar. And when Mags hit the home run, to go to the World Series, everyone jumped up and they had the old box TVs and they started swaying on the walls and dropping on the tables.
Oh boy!
Wow. Like literally, they were falling off where they were perched.
One fell off right behind. Luckily, all of us had kind of cleared out to like hug each other.
Yeah.
And like we were stuck in the corner, and that TV fell and shot our drinks and broke the table. And they went and watched on the security cameras to make sure none of us like actually hit it. And they're like, "Nope, you didn't hit it. It just the whole bar. You felt the bar shake when everyone jumped."
Yeah.
It was because it was at one time, and I've never, that's one of the biggest jumps I've ever been in, like for a sporting event.
That's cool. So cool. Such a great moment. Thank you, Jacob, from Murlop on Twitter. Spans like that are built to deflect a certain amount. Looks like it's doing its job. It will more likely collapse under too much weight, not movement. JTO says, not good. That's a big problem. Ian tweets us, also chiming in about the Audio Slave show in 2005. Same deal. Obviously, it's been happening for a long time. From Head Shadows on Twitter, I felt that. Seeing it makes me want to stay in the pit.
Do you feel safer in a pit or is safer underneath the balcony that's moving? Or on top of the balcony?
Safer leaving.
Safer in the confines of your own home?
Yeah. All right, so sports commissioning. We're going to do it all summer long. Ken came up with an idea. Tell me why we can't do this. In fact, I think we could turn it into a giant TV show. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time, you purchase the full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you don't want to wait. We've got warm weather on the horizon here. We got lots of rain coming as well, and that means everything's going to grow. Make sure it grows the right way because the warm weather brings dandelions, and dandelions, they rob your lawn. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You got to stop them before they go to seed, and it's not too late to treat for crabgrass either. You know what crabgrass is? It's a killer. Mean and dirty. You don't want crabgrass. By the time you see that, that's too late to fix it. You just got to deal with it until the next year. So make sure you take care of business right now. Natural Way's awesome. They don't give you the runaround. They come out to your lawn. They'll custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. They've got certified applicators and arborists that'll figure it all out for you, and they don't give you the runaround on it. They're not going to tell you it's one thing and then later on say, oh, no, it's this. You know exactly what it is. They're locally owned, over 30 years. Natural Way's been a part of my life for almost a dozen years now. I love what they do. 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Well, it's pretty much what kept me away from the Gunna show in the first place. Boy, am I glad I didn't go.
Gator, we're getting ticket text. Jim and Romeo felt it swaying out in Romeo.
Not in Romeo. Let's not be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Here
we go.
Spare me the calls from Carlton.
Here's some feedback from a structural engineer.
Here we go.
Most structures are designed for some drift/sway. So long as this structure has been reviewed by an engineer, I'd be okay. FYI, some skyscrapers are engineered to drift several feet over their height. No worries, it's a thing.
No worries, Doug. See?
Mm-hmm.
Crisis averted.
I'm going to have to hear from more than one unnamed structural engineer before I'm buying in. It scared me too. I emailed them and it's supposed to move. That's from Chuck and Shelby. Chris writes in, I was at the State Theater for Corn and Limp Bizkit 20 years or so ago and had to time your jump right to accommodate for the mezzanine bounce.
That would be a show I can imagine the bouncing would be crazy.
Yep.
And it survived, apparently. So, anything going to be worse than that? The height of that
Probably not. One listener wants to know, hey, which band has the heaviest fan base? That's
Heavy D?
Maybe.
Jelly Roll?
Could have been. That was a fun show. All right, so our summer of sports commissioning is underway. And occasionally throughout the summer, we will come up with ideas. And we were sitting around talking today in the office. And we've developed this idea, but it started with Kang's idle thought about the NFL draft. And it started with a simple idea. And we developed the thought. And so when we become commissioner of sports here at the Carson Anderson program, we might put this into play. But the thought was what?
Obviously everyone knows that we're infatuated by the draft, our show.
Mm-hmm.
We've been doing mock drafts for forever, it seems like, and we just really enjoy the NFL draft, the exercise that it is, the mock drafts, all that stuff.
Yep.
We just finished a great record-breaking draft here in Detroit. And so the draft's still on my mind a little bit. You brought up a topic earlier about the draft with the Lions.
Yep.
I just thought at the end of every draft, wouldn't that be awesome? Is if the commissioner, in this instance, Roger Goodell, called every team and said, all right, well, it's time. Send me your big board. And every team has to send in their finalized, laminated, like this is written in stone, their big board from the draft.
Everybody has to do it.
Yeah, every team. From Atlanta to, whoever, San Francisco. I'm not sure if they're
so
A to Z.
Clearly they make teams do things they don't want to do, but they do it for the league. They do it for the shield.
Mm-hmm.
Some teams don't want to be on Hard Knocks, but it's just part of what it takes to be one of the 32 franchises. This comes with some problems because it would probably create tons of headaches for the general managers and the scouts and the coaches. So as we develop this idea that when the draft is over, every organization sends their big board to the commissioner and they are sealed for a period of time. And whatever come up with that period of time, whatever it'll be, 7 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, we'll have a draft big board statute of limitations because they don't want to get guys fired.
Right.
But in the middle of a season because people can't get over what their draft board looked like. So we have to give it some time, right? But then we could turn the unsealing of these draft boards into a huge show. Could you imagine seeing Millen's draft boards now?
Oh. It would be fascinating. 100% fascinating. Yeah, I think back to years ago when I first did a fantasy football draft, and it was with friends of mine. There were only 5 of us. Literally had 5 of us.
5 people in a league?
Yeah, because we just wanted to do it. It was out of high school. I think I was a freshman in college, and there were 2 guys that were, I think, juniors or seniors in high school at the time. They were a couple years younger than us. So we did this draft at my house, and we videotaped the draft. I don't have the tape anymore, and I wish I did.
Oh.
But I remember distinctly
A young Gator.
one of the draft picks from one of the other teams.
Yeah.
They selected a running back. Mind you, there's only 5 teams.
Right.
And each team had to draft like 3 running backs at the time. This is the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
And the running back drafted there were 2 that stand out. One, Brent Fullwood.
Okay.
Was drafted. The other was Heath Sherman. Out of all the NFL, these were 2 of the guys that were actually taken in this draft.
Wow.
Now, those not familiar with either of their players, they didn't really have much of a career. And were never even thought of as being all that special.
Just quick question. Did the same person take both of them?
No.
Okay.
No. But I was in charge. I actually wrote out a post-draft newsletter and sent it out to the guys.
So awesome.
It was. And I don't know if I still have that, it'd be amazing. But I remember ripping on those picks.
On those 2 picks?
But that's like that's just kids, right? Doing this back then.
Yep.
With very limited number of people. Can you imagine the names are going to show up when you have 32 general managers going through their list of players, and someone like if it shows up 10 years later, right? And somebody goes, "Are you kidding me? You had what?"
I just
how high?
You took James Jones in the first round. Like, where did he fall on their draft board?
Right.
You had Brian Calhoun as a tier 1 running back?
Right. I mean, honestly,
Ryan Broyles didn't have a leg, and you drafted him when?
Yeah.
Sorry, Doug.
That's all right. But it would, first of all, it would explain a lot. If you look at somebody's draft board years later and then go back and look at the draft, you'll see why. Well, they did have Ikaika Lama-Francis ranked as the 3rd best player in the entire draft.
Nobody
they thought
else
they were getting
did,
a steal.
But what's fascinating, and of course, looking at it locally with us, is when Brad Holmes decides that he's going to go all in and move up to get his guy, is to see where other teams would have had that player. And for this draft, it's not so much about Terrion Arnold or Ennis Rakestraw. It's about the guys in the 3rd round. It's about Giovanni Manu.
Right.
It's about Sione Vaki.
It's about Broderick Martin.
Yeah, from last year, of course. That's where it's about.
Now, we all admit that it would be unfair to the general managers and the executives and the scouts to have those things released right away. So we have to seal them for a period of time.
That's correct.
Is 7 years enough? People will still be working in the league.
Though, I mean, from a fan standpoint, of course. But
from
a legal standpoint or whatever, you want to put some space in between it, I think 10 is probably appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, because 10 is probably the right number, but whether it's 10, 11, or 9, whatever, it doesn't matter because we'll get to a point where every year we're releasing something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not even going to matter. We're going to be like, dude, we get to see what happened in 2025, right? Or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
9 is kind of money, but, do we go with 10?
You go with 10, and because you got to figure if somebody kept their job for 10 years, they probably had success.
Right.
And they can weather the bad PR that might come with what your draft board looked like 10 years ago.
I mean, automatically, we go to the negative side of it and look at, oh, my God, I can't believe they took this guy when nobody had him on the board higher than the 4th round or whatever. But what about if you were right on that player?
Right.
I had him. This is where I had him. If you could go back in time and look at the Tom Brady draft.
Right.
I mean, 6th round. Okay, where did people have him? What was the highest anybody had him? And is that, general manager kicking himself to the day? Of course you would be. But to see how high on the draft board he was.
I mean, because somebody might have had Brady
a 3rd round grade.
A 3rd round grade, but they had higher players when they were on the board in the 4th and the 5th round, so they didn't take him. But in retrospect, it would be fascinating to see the Brady draft in everybody's draft board. All right, so to be clear.
You took Najee Carter?
The summer of commissioning of sports is underway here at 97.1 The Ticket. And the idea today is when the draft is over, every NFL team submits their final player rankings to the commissioner who will seal them for a decade. And then they will be opened and revealed. And it'll be streamed live, and it'll be a big TV production. And it'll help fill the offseason.
The NFL will sell it, and the salary cap will go up a couple
there
more
you
million
go. How much?
A couple more million.
I was about to say 10 years from now, it'll probably go up $1 billion from one TV show's worth of TV revenue. I like it, Kang. Like it a lot. 248-539-9797. So, NHL Draft Lottery is tonight. What's on the line for the Wings? We'll get to that today at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. NHL Draft Lottery is tonight. Do you know what else is tonight? The Premier Lacrosse League Draft.
Oh.
Yep.
I'll take one of the Gate brothers.
Okay, I'm going to give you some of the names, just the first names of the players that are atop Adam Lamberetti's college draft big board.
Okay.
Yep. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. These are lacrosse names. Brennan. Connor.
From Step Brothers, Brennan? Okay. Connor, sure.
Liam.
Yeah, I know. First of all, just going through these, I'm 3 for 3 knowing people that have kids named
all three of these.
Okay, here this is gonna push the boundaries.
Okay.
Ajax.
Don't know an Ajax. Although, maybe I should start calling you youngest Ajax.
Maybe. Mason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bo.
I mean, Mason's been a huge name since Mason Storm,
name, yeah.
the Seagal movie. I mean, come on.
Is that what started it?
Probably.
All right. There's a Bo. Chase.
Chase, yeah. I know a Chase.
Peyton.
I don't know any Peytons, but I know of Peytons, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Here's an old one. Ross. There's a Ross.
Ross.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Ross.
No Joey? No Chandler?
No. Levi. Dylan.
I know Levi.
Ooh, Chase with a Y.
Chase with a Y. Oh, Chayse?
Yep.
Oh, boy. Trying too hard.
Yeah, well,
Was one before that Dylan?
Dylan, yeah.
I know Dylan.
Oh, dude. Mustang.
Come on. There's somebody named Mustang?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Reese.
Reese? Sure.
Yeah. Braden.
I know a Reese.
There's a Braden.
I think I know a Braden.
There you go.
Is the Reese spelled? Is it RHYS?
Oh,
I feel like that's a popular one to change.
That
it
is
up
a popular one, yeah.
It's Reese Potter.
Reese?
REEC.
Oh, with a C.
Oh, C.
Reese Potter. So here's the thing about Mustang.
Yeah. What's Mustang's last name?
Sally.
What's Mustang's last name?
Sally.
Come on. What are we doing? Seriously?
Yep.
The player's name is Mustang Sally?
Yep.
This is like that Mason Dixon thing.
What are we
that you were talking about?
We're doing the Key and Peele thing here? Is this worse than Mason the Line Dixon, the fighter? Mustang Sally is actually the name of somebody that's going to go in the lacrosse draft.
He plays SSDM for Loyola of Maryland.
SSD. I don't.
Yeah.
I know very little about lacrosse. So.
Yeah. So
Mustang Sally. His last name is Sally.
Mustang Sally.
Come on.
He's the son of Yvette and Ron Sally. 3 older siblings, Jake, Quentin, and Francesca. He is Mustang.
How come he gets the different?
Dude, his dad, Ron Sally, played professional football for the USFL's Tampa Bay Bandits.
Yeah, he did.
And was a captain at Duke.
Salley, like Spider Sally?
Sally.
Oh, straight up.
Yep. So, Mustang Sally. Yeah.
You think he's ever had to listen to that song?
No, I don't.
Poor kid.
Yeah.
When he turns 18, I'd be like, I'm changing this name all around to Mason Dixon.
All right, so NHL draft lotteries tonight. Here's what we know. It will not go well for the Red Wings. It's not supposed to go well for the Red Wings.
No.
They are in the 15th spot. But the Red Wings have had zero lottery luck. They've only moved, if you look at where they're supposed to finish, where they have finished, like they've only basically moved up one spot in all of the draft lotteries they've been in since they started in 2017. And they famously have never won the thing. Even though they've gone into a couple with the best odds or amongst the teams with the best odds. But
since they've gone to a lottery,
the lottery, well, and since the Red Wings were never in the lottery for all those years.
Right, I was going to say, they had the first pick overall. They've done that a couple of times in the draft, but they have never had. That's the little lottery system.
No. Tonight they are the 15th spot. The highest they can move is to the 5th pick, in part because of the rules. Now, one of the most amazing things that's happened in the 18 years we've worked together is we found something that we thought was deep into the weeds and would be fun to do with you, only to find out later that you did the exact same thing before the show, independent of what we were planning to do for you.
I'm sorry I let you down.
It's okay. There are 12 rules in determining the NHL draft lottery order. Stop me when you get slightly confused.
Right.
Okay? Rule 1. All teams missing the playoffs are in the lottery.
Got it. Makes sense.
Yeah. Rule 2. Teams with the least points get more chances at winning the lottery.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. Everybody following along so far.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah.
Rule 3. The first overall pick is awarded by a drawing of ping pong balls. A team can only jump 10 spots, so only the top 11 teams are eligible for the first pick.
Got it.
If a team in the 12 to 16 range wins the first drawing, the first pick will be awarded to the worst team. The 12 to 16 seed that won the first drawing is also locked into their new position.
All right, you're going to have to repeat that one.
If a team in the 12 to 16 range wins the first drawing, the first pick will be awarded to the worst team. The 12 to 16 seed team that won the first drawing is also locked into their new position.
So they would move up to, so because that would have won the first pick overall, what they've done instead, because it's one of these teams, 12-16, can only move up 10 spots. I'm trying to follow along.
I know. This is where it starts to get confusing.
So the number one overall pick now goes to the worst team in the NHL.
Yep.
Which would make sense. They get it. Okay. And now the team that finished between 12 and 16 that had that ping pong ball, they can move up their 10 spots.
Yes, it doesn't say that, but that's what I'm going to assume it means.
Okay.
That they move up the requisite maximum 10 spots. Rule 4.
And the Red Wings are 15th.
Yes.
So the best they can get is 5.
Yes. So if the Red Wings win the lottery, like tonight there'll be a lottery, and the Red Wings can technically win the lottery, but they will be, because of the 10 jump
because
maximum.
Because of restrictions, yes, they can only go to 5.
A second drawing is held to determine the other lottery winner.
Yep.
Like the first drawing, the second winner can only jump 10 spots, but this time it is using the reseeded order following the first drawing.
Got it.
The second drawing will not affect the teams with locked-in positions from the first drawing. If a 10-spot jump is a pick that is already locked in, this team will receive the next available pick.
What?
Don't know.
Say that again. The last sentence.
If a 10-spot jump is to a pick that is already locked in, this team will receive the next available pick.
I don't know what that means.
If the team at 11, okay, the first pick, let's say the Red Wings win the lottery.
Okay.
So the worst team in the league would get.
Oh, I got it. So this is a team. So this would be if the Red Wings win the lottery and they go to 5.
Yep.
And then
whoever
gets
the top
pick, whoever has the top pick, it's San Jose.
San Jose gets locked into 1.
So San Jose's locked into 1, and the Red Wings are locked into 5.
So if the team at 11, Buffalo, wins the lottery, they can't jump ahead 10 because
they end up with the number 2 pick.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All right.
Okay, we talked it through.
Yep.
But it got us through halfway before we said what?
Yep. Teams are only allowed, this is Rule 5, teams are only allowed to improve their positioning via the lottery twice in a 5-year period. So basically, all these teams that were winning the lotteries when the Red Wings deserved it, they can't do it twice in a 5-year period. Ties are broke. Then why are they even in the lottery?
I don't know.
Ties are broken.
I would think you would take out those ping pong balls and they'd be the teams that are locked into positions, although they can only maybe move back. They can't move up.
Yeah.
That sounds like a penalty for the Red Wings.
I'm not going to read the rest of them, but suffice to say, it's somewhat convoluted. Leave it to the NHL. And I feel like all these changes are put in place because the Red Wings get screwed.
100% is why
Okay, the Red Wings kept getting screwed, and they were like, this isn't fair. Because remember how awful that one Red Wings team is? And they had a 54% chance to pick 1, 2, and 3. They picked 4th.
I think they were 20 points worse than the next worst team in the league.
Yep.
That's how bad they were.
Yep.
And this year they get screwed because of the weird rules for tiebreakers. They didn't make the playoffs because of regulation wins.
Yes.
Even though they had more wins,
they didn't get in.
They didn't get in because it didn't have more regulation wins.
Yep.
Which makes no sense.
Nope.
Like, I would think that would be the next tiebreaker.
Do you have anything in life that you have terrible luck at always?
Aside from women folk. I'm kidding.
Kang's got something that he's the worst at. He just has bad luck.
I'm pretty sure I could think of something.
All right, we will get to that because the Red Wings have terrible lottery luck, but they've got a 1.1% chance of moving up to 5 tonight. But they most likely will be picking 15. Almost assuredly will be picking 15. 248-539-9797. If you have anything in life that you are always unlucky at, what is it? What is it? We will get to that coming up. Noon hour, we'll circle back to some Tigers and some NFL stuff. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
These days, it is so hard to find reliable service, right? You got something that goes wrong, you want to fix it, and you just run into roadblocks all over the place. Well, not everywhere. My garage door needed work. And when I mean needed work, I mean needed to be replaced. Both my garage doors had to be replaced. So I called Precision Garage Door, and they scheduled an appointment right away. Technician Jeff, he came by, walked me through all the options we had, and they came in and serviced it. It was stellar. Daryl and the whole team there, easy to work with. And I'm so glad that I called Precision because these guys knew exactly what they were doing. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment online.
So the Red Wings have had historic bad luck when it comes to the NHL draft lottery. They've never, certainly haven't had good luck. But we are wondering, what is the thing that you have terrible luck with? What in your life is the draft lottery of your life? The Pistons have had some decent luck in that they've moved up, famously with the Darko pick that they blew, and then they got the number 1 pick with Cade Cunningham. And I kind of feel like you don't want to ever be in the lottery, but these are like a couple generations removed from one another, these players, Darko and Cade, but you can't expect it to win it every time.
Right.
Not like teams like San Antonio and Cleveland that seem to have had a ton of luck, just straight up luck. San Antonio has... In fact, we were looking at San Antonio might be the luckiest team in any sports lottery ever. But what are the things that you have terrible luck with? Kang, you got one. I've heard you talk about this before. You are really bad at this. It always comes back to bite you.
Yeah, I'm always very, very bad at choosing lanes. Now, this could be in traffic or this could be shopping at a supermarket or something like that.
What about like the Ohio Turnpike?
If it's a lane between more than one choice, yeah, I'm going to pick the wrong one. It's amazing. Like, let's say for the supermarket, for example.
Mm-hmm.
If I see a lane that's clearly shorter than the other, that's the logical choice, right? You go to that lane. I'll go to that lane, maybe get a couple spots up, and then all of a sudden the register is shut down or whatever, malfunction. Or they've got to change the drawer. Or they're switching workers, and this one's going on break, and the other one's coming in the wait. Or the lady in front of me wants to write a check. Or it's just something unbelievable. Or we got to get a price check on this. Mm-hmm. Like, it's unreal. I'll switch back. Something will happen to that new lane that I switched to or whatever it is. So it's gotten to the point, if I'm with my wife, I'm like, you know the drill. You pick. Because if I do it, we're going to be here forever. And that's why I kind of came up with Fast AF, too.
All right. I like it. Helps.
For me, it's... I never seem to have luck when I'm at like a blackjack table and I'm playing well, things are going well, but it only lasts until some jackass sits next to me and I know that they're going to make the wrong play because they have no clue what they're doing. They're drunk already and they just want to play, and they don't. It's bad luck with me because they say, "Hey, you mind if I play?" And I always say, "No, go ahead," rather than saying, "Could you just wait till the end of the shoe?" Which is what some people do.
Can you do that? You
can do that.
I don't understand the culture, so
you can say that. But I always feel like that's kind of rude if I were to do that. So I'm like, no, go ahead, you're fine.
You can ask Doug. They don't have to oblige necessarily.
Yeah. And then the person, most often, I shouldn't say more often than not, I mean most often, will then proceed to make some dumbass bets and screw me over.
Okay, so you have issues with who sits down next to you at the table.
Yeah, once I've started and I'm on a roll.
You know someone bad is coming and sit next to you.
Right? Which should tell me at this point I should just get up and leave and go to another table.
So I had the Kang thing actually last night. I got in a line and the woman in front was having issues with cashback rewards that were rewarded from being awarded by the product, not the place I was at. So a long debate was starting about these cashback rewards. And I'm sitting there going, we need to open another register. We need to open another register. We need to open another register. So I know what you mean.
And you return stuff a lot. So you probably, does this happen a lot to you? Or is it just...
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
I seriously, I think that is a great call by you. I've got one that's been lately. We've had bad luck with something. But go ahead. You were going to say something.
No, I was just going to say that me and you are the same too. We know exactly what we're in there for. We want to get in and out. We're ready to go. Receipts or whatever. Your phone is out with the app and all that stuff. So it's more frustrating when someone slows you down like that, Doug.
Yep.
So I feel your pain.
So we've had a run of bad luck on vacation weather. Okay. Like went to Florida over spring break. There was rain. Skiing weather, there was rain and no snow. Prior to that, I was looking up, I think that when we were at Pasadena for the Rose Bowl, there was one nice day, but like some of the days it was like, It was like leading up to when we arrived, 80. The day we arrived,
52.
61. The next day, 52. The next day, 65. The day we left, 85, 80. Went to San Diego for the weekend. Exact same thing. I got up in the morning to golf. We had an early tee time. I was rock solid frozen, shivering at the first tee because
it was only 70.
No. It was low 50s when the day before, which we had arrived, but we arrived at night. During the day, 85. The next morning, 51. We have had bad luck with when we travel somewhere. I mean, we got a thing coming up where I was looking at the forecast. I could get the 10-dayer, and I noticed, God, it's 78. The day we arrive, it's 54. The next day, it's 61. The day we leave, it's back into the 70s.
It's almost
we had
as
a
if,
run of bad luck with weather.
It's almost as if Mother Nature doesn't like you, Doug.
It's almost as if Mother Nature's telling you, stop going on vacation.
Stop taunting Mother Nature.
I don't taunt. I thank her when winter is over. And thank you. Winter is over.
Oh, my God. Yes, we got storms coming in.
Not winter storms.
No.
Jeff writes in, my bad luck is every time I get a good deal on a product. That product lasts for a few years. When it finally gives me issues, I can't get parts for it because it's been discontinued. It never fails. Had to buy a new stove, a new washing machine, a new gas grill, a new TV. It never fails. It's always when I don't have extra cash, and now the price to replace the item is double what I paid originally. I had to replace something recently, and I couldn't believe I couldn't find it. A blade for my hockey skates. These things aren't ancient. But they're like, yeah, we can't get that anymore. And I'm like, these skates aren't that old. I'm not skating around on skates from the 70s. But
you gotta eBay it?
We jerry-rigged something. We found a blade from a completely different skate that sort of fits. And I got to get new skates. Is what it comes down to. It was at the end of the year. I wasn't going to buy new skates right then and there. Graham in West Bloomfield says, no matter what lane I pick, it's always wrong. There's somebody else.
Yep.
Steven at work. I never have any luck when it comes to raffles or lotteries. Some of those things are stacked against you, but
I'm sure he's talking, obviously not like Mega Millions or Powerball, but like maybe 50-50 or just smaller ones that he just never hits.
Yeah, the cakewalk at your kid's school fair. You never win that thing either.
I've won a couple over the years. Yeah, I won one in high school. My high school graduation, the school graduation party they had at the school. I won the raffle ticket. It was a CD player. That was pretty sweet at the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is called a portable CD player.
No, this wasn't portable. This was for a stereo component. This was. Yeah, and then I've won some raffles. I won a couple raffles at the station at the parties we've had.
Doug, I think you should be good at 50-50 if they do the arm's length thing. I mean, you've got a wingspan, man. You got.
It's funny. I have been asked on many occasions, will you please, can I use your arms?
Is that legal?
I'll make sure.
You've never replied to, can I use something of yours?
No, Gator. I steer clear of offending people I don't know.
Okay.
He treats them with respect.
That's right. Dan in Wixom says, guys, my bad luck is going out to eat, and almost every time we get seated at a table or a high top with wobbly chairs and or table, it drives me nuts. Dan,
worst.
That is a underrated life annoyance, isn't it? The wobbly table.
Yep.
Like you start collecting coasters.
Right.
I gotta correct this for now. Temporary solution.
Without realizing it just has the adjustable foot thing. You just gotta.
What's that?
The tables, a lot of them have the adjustable feet on them.
Do they?
You know, where you spin it the one way to lower it, or raise it, like you would a washing machine.
Okay. I don't know.
You ever seen that?
Nope.
Okay.
Never have.
Well,
next time I come across a
next time
wobbly
you have
chair
wobbly
table,
table, check it out. And if it doesn't have it, then that's when you start looking for the napkins to stick on it.
A lot of response coming into Kang's idea as the summer of commissioning of sports continues here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kang's idea is a brilliant one. We will get to this feedback at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and Ticket. Happy Tuesday, everybody. 248-539-9797. We got open lines here. We've been touching on a variety of things because, well, it's that time of year and there's a lot to discuss. Hitting on most of the major food groups, including Tigers, Lions, had some Red Wing stuff mixed in. We'll get to some NBA this hour. But Gator, we've gotten a bunch of feedback on Kang's idea. We're going to do something all summer long. The Carson Anderson presents, Carson Anderson production, the Summer of Sports Commissioning. We are going to come up with rules and things we'd like to see changed. And we will modify these things when people bring up points about these. Mine was completely inconsequential. Nobody cares. But I'm moving the college baseball season to a uniform spring start time with the College World Series being held in August. And series then can be played in the summer during the week because the kids don't have to be in school. But it's never going to happen. But I like it. Kang came up with an idea that all draft big boards get submitted to the league after the draft and are sealed for a decade. And then 10 years later, they get opened up and we can take a look.
Bravo.
And, of course, the coaches and GMs wouldn't want to do this, but they have to do stuff they don't want to do all the time.
Yep.
And we'll have maybe an NFL official in each draft war room to, regulate this. And then how you sell it to the owners is easy. We're going to make a show out of this. You'll get more money.
You guys get more money.
Yeah, we'll stream it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Here's some feedback that's come in on this idea, the revealing of the big boards a decade later.
We'll still have to lay people off at the NFL Network, but
right. We're not laughing at people getting laid off.
No.
We're laughing at the idea that a league that absolutely prints money is laying people off. Right. Are you kidding me? Kang's idea is something I've said for a long time. I do say a 5-year window because now every rookie is in their second contract. And the show and release would be awesome to see. Not sports related, but I think the NFL should have a Saturday concert after the draft. The stage is there. They might as well make it Saturday just as big as the first 2 nights.
Saturday night show. I like it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Unnamed texter.
Can they get Gunna?
They can try. If they have reinforced stages.
Right.
So would that be a Freedom of Information Draft Board Act of 2024?
Yes.
That's exactly what it is. People talking about bad luck. I've had bad luck lately with vacation weather. Kang has had bad luck with whatever line he picks. Gator's had bad luck with whoever sits down next to him at a table. This because the Red Wings always have bad luck in the lottery. Unnamed texter says, I get stuck at the most random traffic lights at every hour of the day. I always say that's my luck.
That's actually another one of mine. Coming out of my subdivision, there's a light at a main intersection, and I always hit red.
It's funny. There's one light that when my kids were little that I have to take them to school, never made that light, ever. And I'd approach it from different directions. Didn't matter. I never made that light. Sucked. Fast food. My order gets botched every time. That's from an unnamed texter.
Screw you, the drive-thru.
A wise man once said.
Yeah.
I can consistently create a significant delay in a supermarket checkout line just by stepping in said line. I'm amazing.
That's how I feel.
Yep. Another one here. My bad luck is anytime I come into money, something bad always happens. Get a bonus at work, wife gets in a car accident. Win some money bowling, water heater breaks. Catch a Keno ticket, dishwasher breaks.
Or maybe that's good luck.
That might be. I don't know how to describe
Yeah.
that, whether that's a little bit of good luck that you were fortunate to get the money right before you needed a quick outlay.
Sounds like good luck.
Maybe if it depends on the order it happens. If you consider it good luck or bad luck, right?
Did you already spend the money on something else?
Oh, no, like if the dishwasher breaks, then you hit the Keno. Like, all right. But
That
if you
would
hit the
feel like
Keno,
good luck.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you hit the Keno first and then the dishwasher breaks, it feels like bad
Start
luck.
making plans and then the dishwasher goes down. How about this? I picked the wrong shopping cart every time. Always has the loose, squeaky wheel, uneven, or just loud and rattling through the store.
It's so awful.
Yep, I feel that one.
How many times do you take it back?
Not often. I'm just like, all right, I'll power through it. I try to get through this fast. Like,
If it's the wheel that keeps turning, the cart keeps dive bombing left or right, I got to take it back.
I'd rather have that than the loud cart where everyone knows, like, dude, what's up with your cart? Put it back. Where they can hear you coming.
It's so funny that gets held against you, as if you brought your own cart to the store.
Dude, take care of your cart.
Right.
But you're right. It does. You're like embarrassed. I'm walking around with this loud ass cart, and you have no contractual obligation to that cart. And it doesn't take long to go back and replace it. It's a grocery store. It's not a stadium. If me and my wife try to go out on a lunch date during work, we are batting 1,000 on horrible service and wait times. It never fails. Never at night, but for lunch. That's
Lunch is
scary.
tough.
Yeah.
Lunch is tough.
God, we got a ton of these. Rich in Livonia, it always happens to me. I stand in line to wait to pay for my stuff, and there's a long-winded conversation between a cashier and a customer right in front of me.
We got a ticket text that says, talking about bad luck in the Wings. The Wings will get the 15th pick tonight, but the Spurs will get the number 1 overall
That's
pick.
right. Sure they will. My wife and our family have an unbelievable ability of getting a server who is on their first day almost every time we go to a restaurant.
That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
If they're by himself,
everybody has a first day.
Yeah. I feel like I get the trainee a lot, but they're training, so it's not that bad. They're just they have a.
Molly's going to be shadowing you today.
Yeah. All right, you got to ask them if they want any appetizers.
Right. Ask if they want to see you. Always got to be upselling. Always got. Do you want to have the conversation elsewhere? Sure, you want to tell me about that?
Every time I head forward a line, 5 or 6 people jump into the line just before I get there. For example, if I'm turning into a gas station, 3 or 4 cars will jump in front of me right before I get to the gas station. That's from Doug.
Sorry, Doug.
No matter where I'm going, no matter what time of day or night, as I turn into a driveway or street of a destination, some super slow walker is walking across. My bad luck is getting paired with the most annoying people when golfing as a solo or twosome. That's from Connor in Livonia. I have not had bad luck with that, which is fortunate because I can ruin your time.
It can. I'm batting at a pretty good percentage of if somebody's slowing me down or our group down, if we ask, we can play through, that they do. They let us.
Mm-hmm.
Or people recognize it already. And they say, you guys want to play through? Like, yes, thank you. But there are times when they don't. They're like, have no intention of speeding up, and they're not going to let you play through.
One bad luck. It's happened to me once. This guy had an annoying habit, and it was nonstop. He must have gone through 3 packs of cigarettes in 18 holes, and it was nonstop, one to the other, just throwing the butts down too. And I'm just like, light up another one. Always have no luck with red lights. It's like they know I'm coming. My wife will get all green lights, not me. There you go. Everybody has their bad luck. All right, Gator. What do the Ryans have? The Ryans? The Ryans? I said the Ryans. What do the Lions have in their second round pick, Enos Rakestraw? Does he make the list of day 2 draft picks that will make the biggest impact as rookies? Enos Rakestraw, does he make the list, because they only had the 1 day 2 pick, of the biggest impact for a rookie on a day 2 pick? We will get to that list coming up today at 12:17 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. We know how awesome that Detroit football season was, and Detroit baseball looking to follow suit with their best start in 8 years. And you know the whole fiasco with the streaming and the cable? Well, Twin Peaks is here to the rescue. Every game will be live in-house. They've also got the basketball and hockey playoffs going on as well. What makes Twin Peaks great on game day, for starters, you won't find colder beer anywhere in the state. The beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees. And when you combine that with a mug that's only used once a day, it's been freezing for 6 hours, you get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up their beer of the month, Blue Moon, to see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with the From Scratch Kitchen, and you got a recipe for success. Try some of their signature dishes featuring their house-made items like ribs or brisket, or if you're a wing guy, check out their always hand-breaded to order boneless wings. They've got something for everyone, and there's also the Twin Peaks girls. They're fabulous. So grab your crew, head to the nearest lodge, and bask in the glory of Twin Peaks. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Bill Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, NFL draft, final list. Day 2 impact rookies. Okay, so these are the guys that went rounds 2 and 3. Lions only had one pick in that time frame, and it was Enos Rakestraw, the pick at 61, the corner out of Missouri. Wonder how much they tried to move up to get another player on day 2. And who it was they were after. I bet they did.
Well, yeah, that's a good question.
So we're going to work our way through this list and see if Enos Rakestraw is on the list, and then talk about whether or not, well, let's get to it. First name on the list is Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Buffalo Bills. He went with the 33rd pick, beginning of the second round, 6'3" tall. They need a wide receiver. He has since become one of the darlings of the draft because of his interviews, his podium presence, and his interviews in the pre-draft process.
See the thing with him with the jackets that he was buying?
It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
No, got at Macy's.
Dude's got theories. Got to shop 2 seasons
2
ahead.
seasons ahead. So his mom always taught him.
Yep. You get a lot of deals that way.
He's hysterical.
When they brought him out on the field, right? They brought him out on the field for the first time at Rich Stadium or whatever the hell it's called where Buffalo plays now. I'm sure it's got some corporate sponsor. He took off and ran the length of the field like it was his first time on a football field. Not just that field. He just ran the length of the field like he'd never been on a football field. It's the same. You've played on these before, Keon. But he was hilarious. Running all the way down the field. And yeah, they had him mic'd up. The snacks. Did you see the thing when he made the beeline for the snacks after his?
I did not.
They had like a cryogenic chamber or something in the locker room. It takes your body heat, you like freeze, and he jumped in there and jumped out and was.
He made an Undertaker reference, Gator.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he was amazed by this, and people want him just mic'd up for Hard Knocks himself, just him, not even the team. They just want Keon.
I get it
all the time.
I could see it.
He's very entertaining.
Yes.
The snacks he asked, he's like, "Are these for me? Can I take some of these?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, sir. You can have some pretzels.
With that said, Keon Coleman's on this list. I could see him making a pretty big impact.
Yeah, he's a very talented player. Has a lot of the measurables you liked, and happened to be in a year where there were a bunch of highly rated wide receivers. He can go in there with a chip on his shoulder if he wants. He's got a quarterback that can certainly deliver the football, and he's going to get a lot of opportunity.
Okay, now the question is, the follow-up is we work our way down this list. Would you rather have Keon Coleman than Enos Rakestraw? Not how would you get them, because he was off the board before the Lions picked, but would you rather have him coming in as wide receiver 3 than Enos Rakestraw competing right now in the secondary for a corner spot?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah.
It's tough. Because you can't really do it without thinking about what price it would cost you. It would have cost them something to get.
Yeah, because it would have had to move up considerably. Yep. And because of that price, I would say no.
Probably. The need for wide receiver 3 is going, as the summer goes on, I think we're going to talk about it more and more and more until that gets filled. And maybe it never gets filled. I mean, last year we thought eventually they'll get a kicker, right?
Right. But no, that guy's playing for the Michigan Panthers, so they're okay there.
Yeah.
But it feels like every year now, wide receiver is the hot position that comes out. Every year there's, hey, here's a watch list of 6 or 7 guys can go in the first round. So I'm less concerned about it now. Plus the fact that Brad Holmes picked out Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what he's doing with the receivers if he's going to draft them. So they'll have opportunities. They can still sign free agents. They can still trade for somebody if they want for this year. But if I'm looking ahead to like next year's draft, I think next year might be a year where they probably do look at wide receiver earlier. But it all depends on what Jameson Williams does, how much he grows.
Next up, list of day 2 impact rookies. Cooper DeJean, defensive back, Philadelphia. They don't know if he's going to play safety or corner in Vic Fangio's defense, but he'll be playing either opposite or next to Darius Slay. Cooper DeJean. Would you rather have Cooper DeJean than Enos Rakestraw?
Yes.
Would you?
Yeah, because there's more versatility. Because not only does he have the ability to play both positions, but he's a return guy. And the return thing is what puts it over the edge for me.
Yeah.
Like, I'll let other people argue who's the better cover guy. That's fine, okay? If you want to say that Rakestraw can cover better than DeJean, I won't fight you on it. But the return game, Cooper DeJean could be elite stepping in.
Yeah, I really, really liked Cooper DeJean at Iowa. He just, we often talked about with sometimes the Lions had decent players on defense, but it felt like they had no playmakers. Guys who could step up and come up with the big INT or the pick 6 or the sack scoop score. I feel like Cooper DeJean could be that guy. Kang, would you rather have Cooper DeJean than Enos Rakestraw?
I'd probably have Rakestraw, but I really like Cooper DeJean as well. But Rakestraw is, and maybe I'm just looking specifically at just covering Gator, because as a return man, Cooper DeJean's clearly a better return guy. And if you want that versatility, that's where you're going to sway. I'm looking at strictly just covering guys in the secondary, and I like Rakestraw more in that asset. Like I said before, I think they might have drafted their 2 pit bulls of the secondary for the next 4 or 5 years in Rakestraw and Arnold. I'm really excited about both those guys.
Yeah, and again, you can't have this conversation without talking about a price tag associated with it. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to move up to get Cooper DeJean or stay put and get Enos Rakestraw. I'll stay put and take Rakestraw.
Well, I'll stay put, but I mean, the thought of moving up. I mean, if you just asked player versus player,
there's two things here, right? There's player versus player, and then there's the price to get them. Next one, Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Green Bay Packers. This just sucks because it's a Green Bay guy. And everything I heard about him going into the draft, this guy's really, really good and probably the best of the linebackers. And it feels like he's getting undervalued. His position is getting undervalued a little bit. I think he's going to be a good NFL player, and I hate that he's in the division. Would you rather have Enos Rakestraw or Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker?
Rakestraw.
I think I'd rather have Rakestraw.
It's just, and this is, I mean, position of need versus best player available, I guess. It seems like Edgerrin Cooper has all these abilities that people love, but is he a tweener or is he versatile? You know, is he a guy that can play safety, or is he a guy that can cover anybody out of the backfield as a linebacker? Is he a pass rusher? What is he?
Mm-hmm.
You know, is he the second coming of Isaiah Simmons? I don't think so. Isaiah Simmons had a lot of fanfare coming out of college. So is he like a poor man's Isaiah Simmons, who, by the way, they really haven't figured out where to play Isaiah Simmons in his NFL career? So,
Ken, would you rather have Edgerrin Cooper or Enos Rakestraw?
Rakestraw.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they don't draft by position, Holmes and crew, but I don't need another linebacker. I'm happy with Campbell, Anzalone. I like the progress that Barnes has made. Jalen Reeves-Maybin, they've turned him into a guy that can not only just play special teams, but actually help in the base defense. And then Malcolm Rodriguez, he does anything they ask him to, even play fullback.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, like him a lot, Cooper, but I don't know if it makes any sense. Next one, day 2, player that'll make an impact as a rookie, Trey Benson, running back, Arizona. With the pick at 66, would you rather have Enos Rakestraw or Trey Benson?
I'll take Rakestraw 100 times out of 100. I don't need a running back.
No. Nope. This one's kind of easy, isn't it?
I think so.
No. Next one, Junior Colson, linebacker, LA Chargers. Would you rather have Enos Rakestraw or Junior Colson?
Rakestraw. Don't need a linebacker.
Another one that's kind of easy. I agree with you there. Again, like the player, but they obviously would rather have Rakestraw than Colson because he was on the board when they picked. Final one is not Enos Rakestraw. It's Braylon Trice, edge rusher, Atlanta Falcons. Would you rather have Braylon Trice than Enos Rakestraw? These are all, and for people just flipping their radios on, players who will make an impact. Day 2 draft picks will make an impact.
This is more of a debate here. You know, do you like the edge rusher or that they already have?
Yep.
Or door number 2? And with the corner would be, do you want Enos Rakestraw, or do you want to go door number 2, which is, or not door number 2, but what they already have, which is the guys they picked up in free agency and through trade?
Yep. And
also Terry and Arnold. You know, do you need to add that? So I'll still go with Rakestraw. And I guess it's because my faith in James Houston and others on that defensive line is stronger than the cornerback position. I think they've got 2 guys that can start within a couple of years and be there for a long time at corner.
There's probably a couple other day 2 edge rushers that I liked more than Braylon Trice. One was Marshawn Nealand, the
defensive end from Western.
Yeah, the other was the kid from Penn State.
Chop Robinson?
No, day 2. Adisa Isaac. I like them both better. So I could probably convince myself that I'd rather have one of those edge rushers than Enos Rakestraw. However, Braylon Trice is not the guy. I didn't feel like he was a must-have kind of player. So there you go. Enos Rakestraw doesn't make the list of day 2 rookies they expect to make an impact, but I feel like we like him more than some of these guys that got mentioned. 248-539-9797. Tigers are going to have a new player when they take the field tonight. Let's talk about what they have, because at one point, this guy peaked pretty high on someone's prospect list. We'll talk about it at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. been a long time since I did what I did last night, Gator.
Hey, congratulations. Streak's over, huh?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, if it was a streak, I fell asleep on the couch and I slept the whole night.
Oh.
If I fall asleep on the couch, usually I'll wake up at some point and go upstairs and go to bed.
Right.
Last night, I fell asleep on the couch. I do have vague memories of stirring when my wife was putting a blanket over me.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Isn't that nice of her? Yeah.
She's like, finally get to bed to myself.
Yeah, maybe. But I was out all night. All night. Didn't get up at all.
No.
Woke up and it was 6:30 and I'm like, wow.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive work.
Yeah.
I can't sleep on a couch for more than a couple of hours.
Is that right?
Yeah. It just gets really, I don't know why it gets so uncomfortable for me. Oh, that's right. Because there's a 40-pound dog that's usually on top of me while I'm sleeping on the couch.
Gotcha.
And then at some point I have to get up and pee because the dog will be resting and pressing on my bladder.
Yeah.
So
I want to make it clear I was not banished to the couch.
No,
I wasn't in any trouble.
Yeah, it was obvious. She got the blanket for you.
Yep.
The question is, will she encourage you to sleep on the couch tonight?
That's a great question. And it's quite possible.
Yeah, how was her sleep?
Yeah, she was like, I slept great.
Yeah. We should do this more often.
Yeah, not liking where this is headed.
Did you get up before her this morning?
No.
I was wondering if she stayed on her side or did she take up, the middle with the whole bed?
She go, yeah.
Sprawl out,
She used the opportunity to regain some
real
geographic
estate.
advantage in the bed. Yeah. And you know what's funny? You know what woke me up is she sets the dishwasher to go overnight. And apparently she sets it for like 6 a.m. because it was the dishwasher. I heard dishwasher noise. I'm like, what's that? And I realized I was still on the couch. I'm like, wow, haven't done that in a while. So, anyway, I do not feel refreshed today. With that said, we move on.
Why don't you feel? I mean,
I don't know. I was surprised. I was driving into work today. I'm like, man, I am still tired. Do I blame the couch?
Yes.
I didn't sleep as well as I.
Well, you said
I slept straight through.
Straight through, so you can't do any better than that.
One would think.
Did you have the street sweeper nightmare again?
No, I didn't have that nightmare.
Was there an elevator nightmare?
No, not that one either.
Okay.
I had a weird one the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Care to share with the rest of the audience?
I was at a New York Giants game and I fell out of the upper deck. That was a weird one.
That is a weird one.
Yeah.
And did you have that dream before you saw the video of the from the Fox Theater?
Yeah, I did. I had it like 3 nights ago. I'm like,
boy.
whoa, what is that?
This is kind of
That's no fun. All right. So tonight, I don't know if we'll see Ryan Valade in the lineup, but the player that the Tigers called up from AAA once peaked at number 4 on the Colorado Rockies prospect list.
Well, he was a second-round pick a while back. I was a high school kid, right? I think second-round pick in 2017, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And he's called up because they sent Parker Meadows. They're going to send Parker Meadows down. At least that hasn't been official yet, is it? Unless it's been official in the last 20 minutes.
I don't know if it's been official.
That's the hot rumor that all the papers and all the reporters are saying. But will we see Valade? I don't know.
So he's played 6 positions in Toledo. First, second, third, left, center, and right.
Yeah.
I think he's played 60. I have to go back and see how many.
He's played a considerable amount of innings everywhere. I think the least position was at first at 11 innings, and everything else was like 28 innings or more or something.
I think he's played the most in center, which would make sense. I mean, given the Parker Meadows. But I think Wencio Perez is going to go back there and play center.
Are you at all surprised that when Meadows wasn't playing center field that Riley Green wasn't?
A little bit.
I guess they're really trying to protect and make sure he stays healthy. And I guess if he's in center field, he has propensity to not be healthy because he goes for everything. And as a corner outfielder, you kind of have to defer to the guy in center field.
Mm-hmm.
But I would imagine because Perez has played so well that's not where Valade goes right away.
Yeah.
That maybe he goes second base, although it looks like they could platoon Keith and Ibanez.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lefty-righty stuff.
I like getting Ibanez more at bats.
Well, against left-handers for sure.
Yeah. But Valade has been in center field for 60 innings. He's an interesting player because they obviously chose him instead of Akil Baddoo. Akil Baddoo was already on the 40-man roster. They had the open spot because, was it Sawyer Gibson Long?
Yeah.
Been placed on the long-term DL or injured list, so Valade can assume that spot. He's had, I think, how many Major League at-bats here? He hasn't had a bunch. 6 Major League at-bats.
Yeah, 7 plate appearances, 6 at-bats, and he's 0 for 6 with a walk and a strikeout.
He's 25 years old. It doesn't feel like we're looking at a solution. It feels like this move is made because their solution at center field isn't coming through in Parker Meadows.
Right. Well, looking at his past as a minor leaguer, in 2019, the year before COVID, he got the high A ball, played the whole season of high A ball, and he hit 303 with a 367 on base percentage.
What year was that?
2019.
Was that the one in Lansing?
I'm not sure if that's where.
I have any Lugnut fans saw him play.
I don't know if they high A ball. At that point, they may not have been high A ball.
Okay.
And I don't even know if they're high A ball now.
My apologies. It wasn't Lansing. It was Lancaster. LAN stands for Lancaster, the Lancaster Jets of the California League. My apologies.
So 2020 comes, that's COVID, no minor league baseball. 2021, he plays AAA the whole season. So he went from high A ball to AAA and played just fine. Hit 284 that year, 339 on base percentages and nothing special, but the 284 you like to see. And got the opportunity to play in the majors that season because of that, and obviously went the 0 for 6. And then in 2022, played at AAA, hit 251. Last year, played at AAA, this time with Pittsburgh's organization, hit 270 with a 370 on base percentage. And then the Tigers picked him up, and thus far he's hit 333 with a 398 on base percentage and a 949 OPS, which is a career high for OPS. Limited size. He's only played 27 games with 88 at-bats, but he's also stolen 8 out of 9 bases this year. He's got all that versatility. You know, this kind of makes sense because he's kind of a jack of all trades. Is this like a McKinstry type thing where he can play basically anywhere?
But not Akil Baddoo. Not Akil Baddoo. And you know, Badoo's having a decent year down there. I'm scared that we're seeing, you know, a guy who might be a 4A player, goes to Toledo and looks good, comes to Detroit and struggles a little bit. They're clearly going to let Jace Young season. Keston Hiura is probably, I'm going to guess, would be the guy who gets the call if Torque gets the send down. Justin Henry Malloy, isn't the only question with him defense?
Yes. Yeah, I think you're trying to give him as many reps as they can. See what he can do, but you know they do have a DH spot, and if he were to catch fire at the plate, maybe that changes. Akil Baddoo is hitting 262 right now with an 854 OPS. His OPS is quite good, and his on-base percentage is 100 points higher than his batting average. So he's off to a good start. He also has 8 stolen bases, got the 4 home runs. But I feel like other people have definitely passed him by because it's obviously happened. You know, it's Wenzel Perez is the guy that got the call, and now it's Ryan Valade.
Yep.
So maybe it is just what it is. And I think Hiura is the same type of thing. It's like a break glass situation. Hey, we got this veteran that can come in if we need him to. Well, even though he doesn't have that many at-bats in the major leagues, though.
Who?
Hiura.
Yeah, I mean, he's got fewer than Torque, and he's done almost everything more than Torque. More home runs, more doubles. Torque has more walks.
Better average.
But better average. So, I mean, if you're... It's so weird because, I mean, how old is Hiura? He's only in his mid-20s, right?
I think so.
Feels like he should be older than that. I mean, this guy could be here for a while. He's 27. He's about to turn 28.
Yeah.
He could still be here for a couple of years. Nonetheless, 248-539-9797. NBA and NHL playoffs are underway. At 12:54, we'll take 10 texts on a question regarding the NBA and the NHL playoffs. 1 o'clock hour, another look at the City Connect uniforms. Very simple fix. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. Hey, dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them, everyone loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. That's right. Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sportsbook. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during the game. That's right. $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during the game. So if you needed another reason to love the long ball, visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Got an NBA/NHL question coming up in about 8 minutes. We'll take 10 texts on that. Be ready. Quick on the trigger. Also next hour, another look at the City Connect uniforms. But first, Rob is in Oakland and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rob?
Hey, boys. I was calling because I've gotten so frustrated with AJ. I think he's done a great job with the pitching staff. But from a hitting standpoint over the last 3 seasons, I mean, we got to all admit, we have developed very few players when it comes to hitting. And I think his tinkering and this idea that every player plays 4 positions that we bring up, I don't think makes a lot of sense to me. I think when we're looking at players who have a track record in the minors, you know, the kid they're bringing up today is hitting about 100 points higher on his batted ball in play than he has his whole career. He's been given up on by another organization, actually 2, the Pirates and the Rockies.
Yep.
And you're looking at a kid like Malloy, who all he's done is showed that he's got a great eye at every level. His OBP is way over 400 this year. I mean, those are the type of players who need to get in this lineup to help. And, you know, I don't care that he can't play 4 positions. I care that he can come and be a DH and play in the outfield every once in a while. And I just feel like AJ makes so many of these decisions based on the fact, look at the guys that he's got around. You know, he loves Zierling, he likes McKinstry, he likes, you know, it's a bunch of guys who are just Swiss Army knives. And I think it's hurt Carp this year. Pinch hitting for Carp's been kind of silly. You know, and I feel like he's overthinking it offensively, and I've not seen a result in 3 years of him tinkering.
Well, I would say this, Rob. It's quite possible that it's not Hinch's decision on bringing up Malloy, that would be the front office, and that's what they do. His job is to coach the players that are on the major league roster, and so I'm not going to discount your problems with him and if he's going to pinch hit for Carpenter or not. I tend to agree with you in some of those instances, but if it comes to a decision about do you bring up Malloy or do you bring up Valade, I think that's more of a Scott Harris move.
I just feel like if we look back at the track record with AJ in the last 3 years, it's never appeared like he didn't have complete control in this organization. It seems like when he discusses things and talks about it, he's on board with all of it. And he always talks about, you know, it's great to be able to be flexible with all these different ways to go with guys. And if you got a guy who can play 4 positions, but none of them great, or be a dominant offensive player, you don't have anything.
Well, Rob, I guess I'll say this. I at this point, I understand where you're coming from. I would just say sit tight. I think we're going to see Justin Henry Malloy sooner rather than later. I really do. Because he's 24. I mean, how much more seasoning do they give him?
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at each year in the minors, I mean, at what point are you going to say he's got a good eye at AAA? When he walks another 100 times this year?
Yep.
I mean, and like this guy who they brought up has 8 walks on this season. If his batted ball in play goes back to his career average, which is 350, all of a sudden he's a 330 on base guy.
Yep. Hey, you know, I hear you. I feel like this is, I think this is for manager flexibility. I think you're right about that. I think he prefers having the guy that can play a number of positions. They're still trying to win games. And he thinks that will help him short term. But I think at some point Justin Henry Malloy's got to be here. And it's his on-base percentage is consistently over 400.
I also don't think you're going to see Valade play much while he's here.
Probably not.
So whoever they brought up for Parker Meadows is probably the guy who benefits from that is Wenzel Perez, not Ryan Valade. Now, what the next move is going to be interesting because Urshela's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So when Urshela comes back, somebody else has to go. And I don't think it's going to be Perez at this point. So who is it going to be? I mean, will it be Colt Keith to send him down? Or will it be something more of like a wow or a whoa, which would it be a McKinstry type move?
I think sometimes callers or the fans are getting frustrated too because of the whole versatility card.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I understand that, and I guess the days of just the DH with this team under this regime are over. But had you brought in a JD Martinez, for example, and he'd help you win a few games here, doesn't a winning culture help develop young guys as well? You know, winning games?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a lot easier to say it now that we've seen one of the guys that they were hoping would develop get sent down. And because we don't feel like we would have lost anything if it cost Parker Meadows at bats.
Right.
But now that we know it hasn't worked, yeah, we can look back and say should have. Look, I don't know what I think. I don't have high expectation for what JD Martinez is going to be moving forward.
Yeah, I'm insert any batter that only hits, though.
Sure.
You know, that's my point. Just a guy that hits, and he's not versatile enough, but he hits.
And for the record, Martinez is he's played 33. He's got 33 at bats on the year and has not hit a home run yet for the Mets.
Fit right in.
Right. But to the caller's point, one thing we know about Scott Harris is he loves the guys that get on base.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a bit of a Moneyball type look, and that is Malloy. He's got an on base percentage of .411 throughout his minor league career, and each stop, you know, or every year he's played there, his on base percentage has been since 2022 anyway, has been above 400, 408, 417, and this year it's at 424. He gets on base.
Gets on base. All right, we'll continue with the Tiger conversation if you so choose at 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it, and Tiger Baseball with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. It's more valuable than ever with Tiger TV broadcasts feeling like they're behind a paywall. So make sure that you have the Odyssey app on your mobile device. Again, AUDACY. Then you'll be able to listen to the Tigers anywhere in the United States. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Plus, streaming with video. That is twitch.tv. What's up, Twitch crowd? Also, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Go to both those websites, and guess what? Bam, there we are. See us and hear from us.
So, another wide receiver off the board in the NFL.
Oh, yeah?
Jeremy Fowler has tweeted out, Tyler Boyd is signing with the Titans, per a source, on a one-year deal worth up to $4.5 million.
He's a player I liked. But it felt like the Lions, he's been available for a while, and there have been zero rumblings about him and the Lions.
Right. No rumblings. And here it is, less than $5 million.
Yeah.
This is the kind of, thing I've been talking about with patience with free agency. There'll be some bargains to come out there. And this is the deal. This is Tyler Boyd is to the Titans what Gardner Johnson was to the Lions last year. I'm guessing at the end of the season, Tyler Boyd will probably be able to sign a multi-year contract, which is exactly what Gardner Johnson did this year. So that's one more receiver off the list. Will the Lions add a receiver?
Tyler Boyd last year in Cincinnati had 98 targets, 67 catches. He wasn't a big play receiver. He averaged 10 yards of catching and had 2 touchdowns. But he still was had some value to them. And he got some use. Now, he's not a spring chicken either. But they showed no interest in him. None. Okay. NBA, NHL playoffs are ongoing. Our teams are out. One declared out of the playoffs early, the other declared out of the playoffs late.
Define early.
They started to really make their move to miss the playoffs come game 4.
Okay.
Yeah. In the Pistons. Red Wings took it literally right down to the last day of the season. Didn't happen for them.
Thanks a lot, Boston.
I always struggle with how interested in these postseasons are the masses in Detroit. Got it. There's hardcore NBA fans. There's hardcore NHL fans. But I got a question right now, Gator, for you, for Kang, and for everybody.
All right.
And I will answer it as well. Both the NBA and the NHL playoffs are down to the conference semifinals. So in the NBA, Boston and Cleveland, game 1 is tonight. Indiana won game 1 over the Knicks in the East. In the West of the NBA playoffs, Minnesota's up 2-0 over Denver. Oklahoma City and Dallas play game 1 tonight. Okay, so Boston, Cleveland, Indiana, and the Knicks in the East, Minnesota, Denver, OKC, Dallas in the West. In the NHL, Florida and Boston. Boston, wow, beat Florida 5-1 yep. In game 1. Rangers are up 1-0 on Carolina. That's in the East. In the West, Dallas and the Avs, game 1 is tonight. Vancouver and Edmonton, game 1 is tomorrow. So, Gator, we've got 8 teams in the East, 8 teams in the West. If you had to pick a champion right now, either playoffs, life savings on it, who is going to win a title? You have to bet on one of these teams to win a title. Who would you bet on?
Oh, boy.
I want you to think about it. King, I want you to think about it. And we'll take 10 texts right now. First 10 texts. Eight teams left in the NHL, 8 teams left in the NBA. First 10 texts. Who are you picking to win a title in either league? If you had to bet your life savings, make sure you sign your text. Thank you, God. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your feedback. We'll make our picks. Coming up at 1:20, another look at the Tigers City Connect jerseys. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers have reportedly sent down one struggling bat as Parker Meadows makes his way to Toledo. Meadows hit .096 and 73 ABs with 2 homers so far this year. Ryan Valade is the next man up. The 25-year-old outfielder has just 6 MLB at-bats in his career. Those were with Colorado in 2021. This year in Toledo, he has slugged over 500 and has been one of the hotter hitters in AAA this season. Pending weather in Cleveland, the Tigers are getting ready for Game 2 of the series with the Guardians tonight. Kenta Maeda is due to start for Detroit. First pitch set for 6:10. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dusty May is speaking with the media for the first time after his introductory press conference as the new head coach of Michigan men's basketball. He addressed the roster he's put together, saying, quote, "We wanted to get some young guys mixed in with old guys and guys that fit as well. Because of the staff's diligence, we were able to get guys we are excited to work with," end quote. He also discussed the plan for distributing minutes to his big men. He expects Florida Atlantic transfer Vlad Golden to get around 25 minutes per game and Danny Wolf from Yale to log 14. The team has one remaining roster spot currently open. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so we're looking for I don't know if I made this clear. Maybe it was a ridiculous idea, but there are teams left in the NHL, 8 teams left in the NHL playoffs, 8 teams left in the NBA playoffs. If you just had to pick one of those 16 teams to win a title, who would you pick? Who would you pick? Gator, I'm going to read some of these answers. I want your pick, and I want Kang your pick, and I'll give mine. Scott at work says the Rangers in the NHL. Brandon Livonia says the Florida Panthers. Robin Port Huron says New York Rangers. John in Milan says Minnesota Timberwolves. James in Detroit, Minnesota Timberwolves. Charles in New Boston says Boston Celtics. Steve says Boston Celtics. Ryan in Sterling Heights says Edmonton. Brian in St. Clair says Edmonton. George at work says the Boston Bruins. Gator, out of all those teams, who would you pick?
I think the NHL is too unpredictable. A goaltender seemingly can steal games. So I go with the NBA, and I think the Boston Celtics are primed.
Okay. Gator's going Celtics. Kang, you?
Yeah, I think both playoffs are pretty open this year, but if you had to pick a prohibitive favorite in either one of the two sports, it's the Celtics. So if you're forcing me, life savings, house, all that stuff, I'd have to go with the Boston Celtics as well.
So Gator said one thing, actually 2 things I agree with, but we have drawn different conclusions. You said goalies can steal games, but they are too unpredictable. I am braving those waters, those frozen waters of the NHL, and I am going to take the Florida Panthers behind Sergei Bobrovsky, because even though they've lost game 1,
already down.
I think that goalie, I would pick them as the team that I would put all my money on. We do have Vegas odds on all this. Both leagues, the number one overwhelming favorite is Boston at 6-5, followed by the Denver Nuggets at 4-1. The third favorite at 17-4 would be the Edmonton Oilers.
This can't be updated. The Nuggets are down 2-0 right now.
When did this get sent out?
Said Nuggets.
Yeah,
that's right. It's always funny.
It's got sent out when they were down 1-0. Okay. So they might have taken on some water because of that. Yes. Dallas Stars and Florida Panthers are 9-2. Minnesota Timberwolves 5-1. Oklahoma City 8-1. New York Rangers 5-1. The longest shots, the Cleveland Cavaliers and Indiana Pacers in the NBA. Cavs are 66-1, Pacers 50-1. And then the NHL, the Vancouver Canucks are 16-1, and the Boston Bruins are 10-1. But again, these odds came out yesterday afternoon before Boston won game 1 and before Denver fell behind 2-0. I was thinking about if the Minnesota Timberwolves win this thing and launch into an era of being at the top of the NBA, I will feel like it potentially would be the next Golden State Warriors of a team from what has felt like an NBA outpost establishing itself. There's a long way to go for that to happen. But the bulk of our lives, the Warriors were a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got good.
Yeah, they had a stretch. The TMC.
Run TMC, yeah.
Back in the 90s, I guess. There was a stretch there where they were a lot of fun to watch. But unfortunately for them, it came at a time when there were some pretty good teams out west.
Yep.
Utah and the Lakers, just to name a couple, and of course San Antonio.
Like, I can't even imagine a world where the Minnesota Timberwolves are the best team in the league with the best player in the league.
I think this is kind of sports in general. They want this. They want every fan base to feel like they have a shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the Timberwolves become the next Warriors, or maybe they become, Sacramento, which everyone thought Sacramento was going to come up and coming last year, and then they got in the play game this year and got bounced early. But I think it's a good thing for the league. I know, generally speaking, with popularity of each sport, there's always been a dominant kind of run by a team. But I like seeing the other teams that you never see do it before. That's me. But I'm a fan of basketball. I'm a fan of football. When I'm a fan of the sport, I just like seeing new teams come up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're rooting for the league's success, I think in the Stanley Cup, You might be rooting for something like a Boston-Edmonton Stanley Cup final, given that Edmonton has got some star power.
Oh, they got star power.
And Boston would bring in eyeballs. I mean, I guess Rangers would be the same thing.
Right. And I've kind of been there and done that with Boston recently. But the Rangers, they had the one cup with Messier team. I think they're without question the team out west that they'd look for is Edmonton because of all the history Edmonton had with the Gretzky eras. And now you've got another group of players that is just lighting it up in the league. Maybe not like the Gretzky team did, but in a similar way. These guys score so much. And I think McDavid already has 12 points in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to like with Edmonton's team. But Edmonton has been known for collapses just like Toronto has.
Is the NBA want Minnesota in the finals? They want Anthony Edwards on that stage?
I can't imagine.
It's weird because the talent that Anthony Edwards is unreal. It's untapped. I mean, people are bringing up Michael Jordan to his name. It's not fair to him. He even told people to stop. But off the court, he has done some questionable things as of recent. He's really young. He's like 22 years old. So I mean, if they're going to usher out LeBron, and say what you will about LeBron, of course, there's people that love him and there's people that hate him. But the guy has never embarrassed the league. You know, he's come in and he's never gotten in trouble. He's married his high school sweetheart, you know, and he's
got a school.
Yeah, exactly. He does all this stuff, and he's pretty clean. Anthony Edwards is not so much so far. That doesn't mean he's a bad person or anything like that, but he's had some social media tweets and some baby mama drama that's been put out there and things like that. So as from a talent point of view, I think they'd love to market him from the off the court. I'm not sure, but the thing about the NBA and their structure is, you guys know this, and I think NHL is trying to do the same thing, is market stars in general. You don't need one guy to carry the league. You need a bunch of guys to carry the league, and Anthony Edwards can be one of those guys for sure.
Jalen Brunson now with 4 straight 40-point games is kind of making his mark. What was the tie-in with him and the Pistons a couple years ago?
We would discuss the offseason or getting into the offseason for the Pistons when they failed to make the playoffs again of what do you do to make this team better? That was a name that came up along with SGA. Those were the two names that kept coming up. Can the Pistons acquire Brunson or Gilgeous-Alexander and somehow make a run with one of those players and better the team? And obviously it didn't happen. And now here it is. Both of those guys have exploded.
Yep. Just
absolutely exploded, along with, of course, the players that they passed on in the draft to take other players. But it's just, I can't say, I mean, definitively what ineptitude of the Pistons front office because they didn't get him, because who knows what efforts were made. But that was the name, that was a hot name a couple years ago.
Yeah, because he was going to be a free agent, Doug. And it was clear that he wasn't going to come back to Dallas because they had lowballed him. He wanted to sign with Dallas, and they said, no, we'll wait. And so at the end of the year, when it was clear Brunson was good, Brunson basically said, well, you had your offer. I'm going to test the free agent market. And then that's when the Piston rumors came in. And obviously he chose the Knicks. He's doing great.
There's all kinds of ways the Pistons could have been better. And Jalen Brunson being a Piston would have been one of them.
Did you hear about this rumor, guys, about Monty Williams maybe on his way out, possibly?
Yes. And he's only 1 year into this massive contract.
Well, I can even talk about him being on his way out when they haven't hired a director of basketball operations yet.
Well, that usually takes anywhere between 3 to 4 months.
This whole thing, man. I mean, you should have had a short list and by Christmas.
Well, they're waiting for. Well, Horst is available now, right?
Yeah. Now he's available.
From Milwaukee?
Yep.
Yeah.
The rumor was him from Milwaukee. Wait till they get bounced, but who knows what's going on over there.
Horst is from the thumb.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about. Remember, we had this discussion.
Yes, we did. He is from the thumb, right?
I thought so.
I think he is. We were trying to come up with things from the thumb. Executive with the Milwaukee Bucks. Awesome. Okay, straight ahead, another look at the Tigers City Connect uniforms. Look, I don't have an issue with it, but there's one thing I think would
You were
make
cranky yesterday.
I was cranky yesterday. I put that on me. I didn't put that on the Tigers. I admitted it. I was cranky, and I was trying to make it clear that I didn't care that much about the City Connect uniforms. I don't think it came across that way. I think it came across that I didn't like them. But I think there's one thing they could do that would make them look a lot better. And it's simple and it's doable and it wouldn't cost much, if anything. We'll get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, for years I've been telling you about having a Connecticut water softener. Drink water out of our water softener every day. It was installed by CGC Water. There's tons of benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save thousands. Save $8,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener and a K5 Connecticut drinking water system. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater. We got one. We love it. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing. Take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. By the way, Spencer Torkelson did have a hit yesterday. Infield single. That's a hit.
Yeah, that was the one that runner on second. Was it Riley Green on second and didn't get him over on a base hit because it was the infield single.
Yep. Not exactly what we're looking for. Infield power.
Well, yeah, he was kind of checking up his swing, and the ball went down the third base side.
Yep. But, hey, man, think and dunk your way up to 220. Look out.
Well, pitching keeps holding up. They're going to be in games, and they just need to start getting some breaks with runners in scoring position.
Getting some breaks or just hitting the ball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That would help tremendously. And, another guy who was going through a slump until yesterday was Jose Ramirez from Cleveland, who just feasts on Tigers pitching throughout his career.
Tigers, this big 6-game stretch that we talked about with the Yankees and the Gribe, they've scored 7 runs in the first 4 games.
That is, you like to say, suboptimal.
It is suboptimal. Pitching has held up for the most part, but the one thing we haven't really talked about, are we getting worried at all about Jason Foley? Not that it had anything to do with yesterday's game, but it seems like he's not been as dominant. 2 of his last 4 outings have been bad.
Yeah, well, one of those started off bad and then he settled down, right?
Yeah.
And then struck out 2 of the next 3 batters and got out of it. But the beginning of the season, he had a couple pitches that were like over 100. Didn't he throw 101?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's gotten triple digits since.
He has lost some velocity. I know that it was documented by one of the beat writers how much he has not been throwing quite as hard, but.
So is that a concern? It might be a concern, unless he's getting more movement on the pitches because he's dropped the velocity.
Well, that's can be.
That's a pitching thing.
Yeah, but it can be an upside. But you better. Most important thing is, are you getting people out? Getting people out, I should say. All right, City Connect. So those uniforms got released yesterday, and they're fine. They broke one of the cardinal rules that I think for baseball uniforms that I would never, ever go with this look, and that is the dark pants. I think dark pants in football looks great. If you have a white jersey and a dark pant, I think like road Colorado Buffaloes. Go local. I like Michigan's blue pants with the white tops. I like Michigan State green pants with the white tops. Always thought it looks good in football. I think it looks weird in baseball. Why is that? I don't know. I do not know. But they are going, and now I guess it's coming out that the pants aren't black. They're indeed a deep and dark blue. But for this, one-off City Connect deal where you play Friday night home games in them for 8-10 games or whatever it is, that's fine. I realized yesterday when I was driving home, I was thinking about what really would I, didn't give those uniforms enough of a chance, and maybe was like too negative on them because I certainly wasn't positive on them. What if they just left their normal hats? What if they had the Old English D hats with those? If they got rid of the hat, would it be losing anything?
I have to look at that and see, because that is it's almost like a black hat.
Mm-hmm. I think it would go well with the uniform.
I don't know if it would or wouldn't, but the Old English I'd love to have on it, more pronounced, and keep it on the hat. I think that would look better than just Detroit on the front of the hat. But if maybe changing the color, if you want to do more of the electric blue for the hat or whatever you're going to do for the hat, same color scheme on the hat that says Detroit, except just have the Old English D on there.
Yeah.
I'm for it.
Yeah. I think the Old English D is just, maybe that's why I didn't feel anything with these uniforms, is because it's lost all identity to one of the most iconic logos in sports.
Right. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
And they could do that now. Right? They could do that. They could they could just say, yeah, we're going to wear our normal hats with the.
I don't think they're going to.
No, probably not.
No, all the hats are in stock now to sell.
Right.
It's the whole point of doing this.
Kang, what would you think of that look? Just the Old English D hat.
I hear you. With this, I'm trying to help you out here. What about if they just made like the Old English D on the Detroit part that Old English D, and they still spell out the rest of Detroit. Would that help you out?
It would be a little bit better.
Because it feels like they're trying to do the whole thing over. They're not just going to leave the hat and change everything else. They're changing everything, right?
Yeah, hold on, though. I think some other teams did leave their hats. But
Did they?
Yeah. Hold on for a sec.
Well, if they're going to try to stick with the car theme clearly here, I could have suggested maybe writing the Detroit in like the way they write the highway signs. You know what I mean? Like the I-75 South Detroit. However, the font they use to write that. Maybe they could have put that on the hat instead.
That's kind of interesting.
That won't help you out with the
no,
the Old English D, but I'm trying to stick with the car theme because clearly that was the theme here. I mean, the tire tread, the VIN number, the Woodward patch, M1 patch.
Yep. I mean, look, they're not bad. Okay, I think yesterday I probably sounded more negative on them than I really was. It just didn't really move the needle one way. I wasn't like fired up over like some of the Lions looks. I never thought I'd like the Lions black, and I love it.
How about a Old English D with 2 racing stripes going?
I don't hate that. I kind of like the racing stripe look.
I just hope Riley Green's pants don't split.
His jeans?
Right. Because in the video he's wearing jeans because he should.
We were joking that maybe that means they're wearing jeans for their home games.
We are blue collar.
Yep.
It's funny, as we're talking about, the Tigers have released a video on X with the new stuff.
What do you mean?
Literally, as we're talking about, 41 seconds ago, they tweeted out their new merchandise for the Motor City stuff.
I'm sure it'll
because it
sell.
goes beyond just the jerseys. They have a ton of different. Actually, they have a ton of different hats. And one
City
of them,
Connect hats.
Yeah, one you might actually love because it's got that Tiger logo that you love.
The face.
The
Like
giant
tiger,
one,
the tiger, and
well, the one that you have on a hat already.
Yeah,
that I don't really like.
Yeah,
but it's got that, and then it's like a blue. It's all one color. It's all the blue with that, even with that tiger. But it's it looks like it's raised or it has some black outlining on it.
Okay, I might be able to work with that. I get very like the Detroit hats are just what they're wearing is. I mean, I guess I'd like to see what designs they rejected to go with that.
So in the video they released, you know how Eminem's in the video?
Yes.
Promoting it? He has the Old English D hat on. So that's the look you want. He's got the new Motor City Connect
Bingo.
jersey.
Yeah, I just found it. Absolutely.
And he's got the Old English hat on still.
The Old English D hat. Yeah, this works for me. This works for me.
All right, Doug, we'll apply for your Met Gala invitation next year with that.
The fashion maven here.
Yes, you are.
Cutting edge.
You
always
are.
at the cutting edge of fashion. So there you go. Do you think you're going to buy any of this stuff?
I might buy like a shirt or a sweatshirt or something like that. But I mean, I've never been a buy a jersey guy.
I'm going to buy a hat guy, and I have not seen this other version of
the newest video?
Yes.
With like 6 seconds left in the video, or seven or 8 seconds left in the video, it'll show up.
7 or 8
as it's counting down on the left side, it gets down to like 8 seconds, I think.
Okay.
You see it.
All right, I'll take a
get
look
ready
and
to pause it.
See if I
there it is.
Because what I definitely need is another hat. You know me. I'm always short on hats. All right. So, details have come out on a huge sports bait and switch. We will get to that today at 1:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, you are more right than wrong. I do like the all blue City Connect hat, like that steel blue with the big tiger face logo on the front.
Mm-hmm.
You were right. That will probably get a try on from me at some point. But they also show a rack of like 4 racks of City Connect hats. I want to see them all. But that blue one is an early contender.
All right.
For sure. I am apparently, to a degree, predictable. But I do like that hat.
And you have a problem with hats.
Yep. And I've always, everywhere I go, I'm like, oh, I want to get a hat. And I don't need a hat. I've done better lately.
Have you?
I have done better.
How many hats you bought in the last calendar year?
1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 off the top of my head.
Oh, no fun.
But I bet it's more.
So maybe 5 or more.
Yeah. Dating back to last summer vacation, I can think of 4 quickly.
But you're doing better.
I am doing better. I'm absolutely doing better. Okay, talking about sports bait and switch. Kirk Cousins.
The story.
Albert Breer reporting this week at Monday Morning Quarterback. Look, Kirk, local guy, played at Michigan State. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Whether you're a Michigan or Michigan State fan, you have to respect who he is. I guess you don't have to respect who he is as a person, but he's a very likable guy.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was talking with the Vikings about staying there, and he cited how much he appreciated the Vikings to be honest about their draft strategy, even if it meant he had to leave. And the Vikings, very upfront, he's 35 years old. They mentioned there was a possibility that even if he stayed, that they would take a quarterback with a high pick in the draft. They would use one of their higher picks in the draft to take a quarterback.
Which they did.
Yep. So, there was then questions about the guaranteed portions of his contract, and Cousins was like, look, I don't know if this is an ideal situation for me. If you're drafting my replacement, I'll go to the open market. So he goes to the open market, and I'm going to read from Albert Breer's column, who said all that as a backdrop to this. So if you were him, how would you feel when that call came as his new team was on the clock to explain how the Falcons were taking his heir apparent Michael Penix with the 8th pick? Now, I do understand why Atlanta felt the need to keep it quiet, and why GM Terry Fontenot's experience in New Orleans in 2017, when the Chiefs knew the Saints coveted Patrick Mahomes and jumped ahead of them to get him, marked the decision not to tell Cousins of their plans. Still, it had to be a crappy call to take if you were Cousins, considering the basis of the decision you made 6 weeks earlier. It remains to be seen, of course, if they lead to any sort of early fissure in the player-team relationship there. I think they'll be able to get past it because head coach Raheem Morris is a phenomenal relationship guy and Cousins is an adult. But there are early bumps in the season. This one will be interesting to watch. So here's the part about this. There's a couple things about this that are super interesting. One is Terry Fontenot, when he was with New Orleans in 2017, apparently is holding on to the fact that word got out that they were after Patrick Mahomes. That's interesting. And apparently it was true that they wanted Patrick Mahomes. Again, that's interesting. And so they wanted to keep this close to the vest. I guess that doesn't mean if Cousins explains why he's leaving Minnesota, even if you're trying to keep it quiet, do you just not sign him then? Signing him would absolutely throw everybody off that you were after Michael Penix.
Right.
Now, just to be clear here, back in 2017, New Orleans was sitting there at 11 when Kansas City traded up from 27 and they gave up a bunch of picks to 10. They got one spot ahead of New Orleans to take Patrick Mahomes. So apparently Mahomes, for Kansas City, jumping the line in front of New Orleans is one of the reasons why Kirk Cousins gets burned 7 years later.
It's interesting because New Orleans ended up taking Marshawn Lattimore, and the pick after him was Deshaun Watson. So if they really wanted quarterback, they could have had one, but the one they really wanted was Patrick Mahomes, apparently.
Yep.
So it was Patrick Mahomes or bust.
Yep. So that happens, and it leads to them being quiet, Cousins not hearing about it, Cousins signing in Atlanta, Atlanta saying we're not going to say anything. Fontenot doesn't want anyone to know because of what happened to Fontenot when he was with New Orleans back in 2017, and they wanted Patrick Mahomes. They were late in the Drew Brees era, weren't they? And so would they would have been doing the same thing, drafting him and stashing him?
That would have been, yeah. Because Brees was still playing in 2017, wasn't he?
Yep. So they would have had him sitting on the bench. So anyway, how's this going to work out, I guess?
It should work out fine. I mean, Kirk Cousins is being paid handsomely. He's guaranteed $100 million over the next 2 years, regardless of what happens.
Yep.
So
there's no need to cry for Kirk.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody is. I think it's just interesting that how this worked out. If he truly left one situation or turned down the situation, returned to Minnesota because of what they were going to do, and then goes to Atlanta, and what you did? I mean, did they lie to him? Did they say? Did he have the same conversation with Atlanta?
I don't know.
I mean, if he has the same conversation with Atlanta, and they say, "Oh no, we're not going to take a quarterback," then I could see why he'd be upset because he's making his career move based on what you're going to tell him. But if he didn't ask them, if he just made the assumption, then whatever. Or if he asked them and they said, "Look, we're not sure. We're still weighing things out here, but here's what we are sure about: $100 million and a 4-year deal for $180 if you're going to play past the first 2 years. So you can make a ton of cash here on top of the $300 million you've already made in your career or whatever it is." But at this point, I imagine Kirk wants to play football.
Yep.
And he wants to win. And he went to Atlanta because he liked the situation of what they have. And where he'd be pissed is that you guys had the 8th pick overall, right?
Mm-hmm.
8th pick overall. You could have done a lot of things with that 8th pick.
To help Cousins now.
Yeah, to help, and not just help him in the offense, but help the team. No defender had been picked yet because the first 14 picks were all on offense. So if you wanted to go defense, you could have taken a best defender available in the draft. Or if you wanted to go offense, I mean, you could have taken Rome Odunze. You could have taken an offensive lineman. You could have taken Brock Bowers, even though you've already got kind of a Brock Bowers player there. But the point is, the sky was the limit of what you wanted to do to improve the team right away. Instead, what they did was get a pick, get a quarterback that they thought was definitely a top 10 quarterback in the draft and top 5 quarterback overall, and let's get him locked up, and he'll learn at Kirk Cousins' knee. Well, we'll see.
Well, if you believe the reports, draft day, they were shocked, and they did not see this coming. Kirk Cousins' camp did not see the Falcons taking a quarterback that early. So whatever you believe or who you believe, one thing's for sure, this is not off to the best footing with management. Do you know what I mean? Other than obviously they gave him the guaranteed money, but as far as that's concerned, he thought he was going there to, get away from a Minnesota situation. He walked right into one.
I am still fascinated with whatever opposition intel that Kansas City got back in 2017. Like, where did the New Orleans stuff come from? How did they know that New Orleans wanted Patrick Mahomes? It would strike me with Breer's story that it's true that New Orleans wanted Patrick Mahomes, and Fontenot knew it, and Fontenot thinks that there was a leak. Where did this leak come from, and what was Kansas City's intel? Where did they get it from?
I mean, the intel could just be deductive reasoning, too. Hey, Drew Brees at the end of his career here, they're going to have to find a replacement and find somebody who kind of plays like Drew Brees, or a younger Drew Brees when Drew was actually quite mobile. Hey, here it is.
I don't know.
But it's interesting. We've tried to make some sort of sense of why they took the quarterback at 8, and I've given my thoughts on it that it's a long-term play. It's not for right now. It's not for next year. It's a draft and stash move, like what the Packers did with Aaron Rodgers. It's the same thing. The difference is the Packers were much better going into it than the Atlanta Falcons are. But Atlanta probably feels like they have a chance to, with Kirk Cousins at the helm, to compete right now for that division title and make the playoffs.
Interesting turn of events.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It's probably the most fascinating part of the draft that has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, I don't know if any other team was that interested in Kirk Cousins, and maybe he still makes the same decision if they tell him. But I got to imagine he's not happy because you're right, Gator. I mean, whether you use that pick on offense or defense, it could have helped the team right now. Michael Penix does not help the team right now. It doesn't help Kirk Cousins right now.
No.
That's for sure.
No.
And so I think I personally hated the pick because of the lack of planning. Michael Penix may be a good quarterback, but it's not like Caleb Williams felt. The guy's 24 years old. He's got 2 season-ending injuries in college and shoulder issues. He's not a for sure thing at all. And you have this new quarterback who has not established himself in the locker room. That's why I think it's different from Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers was established in that locker room. Everyone knew this is the man, this is the leader, he's our quarterback. Kirk Cousins is still trying to win trust with those guys, Pitts, Drake London, Bijan. So he comes in, and now right away you've got a guy that they went up and took at 8 overall, looking over your shoulder. And he's ready now because he's 24 years old.
And the other thing is, Kirk Cousins has suffered some injuries over the last few years. It's not like, he's coming in pristine and he's 28. He ain't. This guy's in his mid-30s and, coming off a pretty serious Achilles injury. Who knows what's going to happen with him health-wise down the road, but that's the same question that no team can answer.
All right, at this hour, the Lions have re-signed a depth guy. We will get to that today at 1:46. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I had a great customer service experience recently with a local company. I needed new garage doors. I called Precision Garage Door, and they took my call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me select the perfect doors for my house, and they got it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole crew there, they're so easy to work with. They're absolutely true professionals. Love what they did. They talked me through all my options. And listen, at a time right now where, frankly, it's really hard to find customer service and great customer service at that, these guys were awesome. If you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR to schedule an appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers in action tonight against Cleveland. Good God. We've kind of reached the y'all better win a game. This is the y'all better win a game. And I don't, yeah, it would be cool if they win one of the next two. They need to win. I don't want tomorrow to be just another bitch fest. Get things on track. Ride the coattails of Ryan Valade or something to a win. Tiger baseball tonight. 97 The Ticket. All right. The Lions have re-signed free agent safety C.J. Moore. Ian Rappaport reporting a 1-year deal. You may recall that C.J. missed all of last year for a gambling suspension. Yep. So whatever he did was worse than what JMO did. So just on a personal level, let's say you didn't really pay attention to the bylaws when they were laid out about gambling and you were just careless. You're not a bad dude. You're a rule follower, but you were just kind of careless. Mm-hmm. You screwed up. And you had to sit there and watch the team you were on do what they did last year. That would sting, man.
Oh, yeah.
That would sting.
That would hurt a lot.
I say this as somebody who, in my lifetime, there have been a couple of occasions where I've done something sort of careless, not paid attention to detail, and it costs you. And you feel so dumb and like, I can't believe I didn't pay close enough attention, or whatever the case may be, right? Could you imagine missing out on that ride?
I wouldn't want to, because that would be not unbearable, but that would be really, really difficult. I mean, you're happy for your teammates, you're happy for the guys, but you should have been there and you weren't.
Right away, C.J. Gardner-Johnson gets hurt.
Well, yeah, and then there would have been opportunities for you to step in and particularly if you think you're better than somebody else that was in there, that's adding salt to the wound.
But that had to be to sit. Now, again, I don't know C.J. Moore, whether or not he was just a good dude who did something careless. But if you look at the safety and the depth at the safety spot, they have their two starters, which feel like we should be comfortable with Kirby Joseph and Ifeatu Melifonwu. I know every time the name Melifonwu comes up, you go, well, we hope. You are, I'm not going to say skeptical, but you've been more less enthusiastic about declaring him a player that's arrived here.
Well, I'm
not mad at you for it.
No, I'm hopeful, but I feel the same way about Melifonwu that I feel about, in a way, James Houston. Except Houston did it earlier. Houston, from the moment he stepped on the field, he looked like, this guy's a force, but let's see if he can do it in the second year, and then he got hurt. Melifonwu, it's okay, 2 years, didn't do anything, now third year, all of a sudden he's making some plays. Okay, great. Let's see it for a larger sample size for the whole season. I'm encouraged, but I'm just not buying it yet. And with all these other safeties that are still on the free agent market, and then to see that they've re-signed C.J. Moore, I'm like, really?
Well, C.J. Moore is probably just a depth guy that's going to contribute on special teams, is my guess. The other safeties they have listed that I've found here are Brandon Joseph, the undrafted free agent out of Notre Dame.
And Northwestern, yeah.
And remember Chalon Garnes?
Remember the name you like.
Chalon Garnes was the guy that had the shirt off in the Wake Forest workout that looks like he's CGI.
Right, that you could not stop showing everybody in the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's ripped.
A little weird.
And Lauren Strickland.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's still Quandre Diggs out there.
Yep.
There's still Justin Simmons out there.
Yep.
In fact, I just saw an article from the Draft Network that lists 3 teams that should take a look at Justin Simmons and signing him, and the Lions are one of them, which I totally would agree with. Take a look, see if it makes sense, which I think it would make sense. I don't know if this would stop them from looking at the free agent market any further for safeties, but I sure hope it doesn't stop them because, like I just mentioned, free agent safeties, it would be pretty good players.
The numbers aren't in, although according to Spot Track, they've got it listed 2024 cash, $2 million. So if it's a 1-year, $2 million deal, this isn't a lot of money invested in C.J. Moore.
Right, but nonetheless, it's money invested.
It's money invested that could go towards somebody else. Let me see if I can get an update on Lions cap space. I mean, at this point, though, I'm not sure safety is the priority. I'm not saying it's not a priority. They shouldn't maybe still be looking. I'm just not sure it's
Well, it may not be.
priority.
And if they were out and sign a receiver, okay. But T. Higgins just left for less than $5 million for a year.
That might be the priority. Lions still have, according to this, before I think no, this is probably before the signing, but $26 million.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money still to spend. Now you could stretch your dollar with trade deadline deals. So that's something to think about.
Well, you can't. Here's a question I ask you because I don't know the answer to it. If you were to give Goff an extension, the extension doesn't kick in until next year, but the signing bonus starts now?
Yeah, signing bonus still gets spread out over a number of seasons. So.
Right, but so the signing bonus would also eat away at some of this cap,
Yeah, signing
right?
bonus is something, you'll be $6 million a year, spread out, whatever the signing bonus is. It's a 3-year extension with a $24 million in guaranteed bonuses. You could see how that cost $6 million a year against the cap, which is what
even though the extension doesn't kick in yet.
Even though the extension doesn't kick in, and he just gets a check for $24 million for signing his name. So, C.J. Moore, special teamer, backup safety, back with the Lions. Rico Beard has made his way in studio, and he's wearing a hat that's dangerously close to the tiger one that I was eyeing. What is that? What are you wearing here?
That is a tiger hat.
Is it?
It is not a tiger.
That's a bear hat, isn't it?
It is.
Is it a bear?
It is.
What kind of bear?
Monochromatic Chicago bear hat that Rico is wearing.
It is not.
Cincinnati?
No.
No?
Where's the local bear in this state?
Oh, is that a golden grizzly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Okay.
No, that works.
Well, kind of
It's
weird.
way better than
golden grizzly and it's all black.
No, but they have black in their colors. I like that hat way more than when I thought it was a Chicago bear hat. Yeah. Yep. It says Oakland on the back.
Yeah.
It's very subtle. Well, you can see it on Twitch and YouTube. I like the look. I like it a lot more now that I know it wasn't Chicago.
Thank you.
Yes.
How
How are you?
wildebeest? What is that?
I was seeing that, the dirty looks. I'm a little shocked, Doug, that Gator or Kang has not stepped up to allow you to come and live with them for a while as you work things out with your wife. I mean, I
swear to God.
I got to hang out with your wife and your family at the draft, and we were up there watching, and she looked like she was proud of you. But, I mean, I guess it was just all a facade. Next thing I know, you're on the couch.
I swear to God, I just fell asleep on the couch last night.
If you make kale one more time, Doug pushed the envelope.
Yep.
Make kale, Gator.
Yep.
Listen, he knows he's always got a place on my couch.
Yeah, you've always got a place at Gator's place.
Yeah, unless I feel like cleaning up the guest bedroom, and then you can, you got.
And I can clean it up for you.
Well, if you want to,
I should.
Hey, man, if
well, I'm not sure if I like the way you clean things up.
If one of these guys don't, I mean, if you want to go back and relive the fall of '87, you're more than welcome to move
I appreciate the offer, but it was the winter of '88, and no.
Oh, that's right. You got there. That's right.
It was
Fall of '87.
mid-season.
It was winter
You
of
guys
'88.
paid the price for not putting up a loft. It was the only room in the dorm they could put another bed. I was a mid-year. I was an early enrollee.
Oh, were you?
We just thought he was a late guy. Like,
Yeah.
oh, who's this guy coming in?
And how quickly can we get him out of there? It all worked out. How
quickly can we get him out of
there? No, I would understand.
Let's make him feel as unwelcome.
No,
as we
they
can.
didn't do that. They did not do that. Let me be clear about that.
The entire room was a statistical anomaly, Gator.
No, I understand.
I mean, I don't think that you have better odds of winning the Powerball than that situation that happened. 4 brothers, and then a white guy shows up.
Hey,
everybody.
And
you guys like Bon Jovi? All right. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Mike has a story he's going to give us.
Oh, a story.
Okay.
We were not allowed to know. Kind of like yesterday when we got sidetracked with the Tigers. He's got a Red Wings solution as well. So he's got a lot of things. So show prep was kind of easy today. I just had to avoid him.
So win-win, huh?
A win-win.
There you go.
Well, have a great show. Tiger Baseball coming up later. Don't forget, you can hear all the games here on 97.1 The Ticket and stream it through our website and stream it through the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download for your mobile device today. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. CJ Moore is resigning with the Lions. According to Ian Rappaport, the safety has inked a one-year deal with the team. He did not play at all in 2023 following a suspension for gambling. The team decided not to sign an undrafted free agent QB. Instead, they'll bring in two to minicamp, which kicks off this Friday. One is former high school teammate of Aiden Hutchinson, a divine child, Theo Day. Day began his career at MSU, but ended up in northern Iowa, where he completed 61% of his passes starting 3 seasons. The other is Grand Valley State product Kate Peterson, a 2-time GLIAC Offensive Player of the Year. Ryan Valade has reportedly taken the spot of Parker Meadows on the Tigers roster today. Valade will get his contract purchase from Toledo. It will be his first big league action since 21, where he made his big league debut with the Rockies. He's hitting .333 with an above 500 slugging so far this year at AAA. There's an update on the latest NBA rights negotiation. Amazon appears to be getting a larger piece than expected. According to a report by Puck, Prime is likely to carry a Saturday night game in the regular season, plus first and second round playoff series, and one conference final every other year. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon on a Tuesday. It's nice to have you with us. I have a question for Rico and Kenny and David. Do you want to hear a story?
I do.
Okay, now here's what this is going to require. David, I'm going to ask for something I never ask for. I need all 3 microphones turned off. I want you to just sit quietly. Let Uncle Mike tell you a story. And I'm going to just lay some data out there. And I'm fascinated. Now, this is a sports topic, right? We're not talking pickles now, so perk up a little bit in your cubicle. We're not asking you what your favorite brand of garden hose is. This is sports now. And I'm going to tell you a little story about a tale of 2 cities. Because last night I was
okay, let me turn it off.
Apoplectic. And I wanted to find a comp for how I think we should be behaving in this town versus how we are. And I have said this is Cialis City. This town just dominates the market of being flaccid. This town has no spine. So what I wanted to do was give you this. So work with me, guys. And I want you to participate at home, in the car, in the cubicle, and certainly right here in studio. You ready, fellas? City A and City B. Now get your thinking caps on. And then at the end of this,
I like these.
Then at the end of this, I am going to ask a couple of what I deem to be appropriate questions. Are we ready to play? Okay.
We are, and my mic is off.
Okay, mic's off. We're hermetically sealed. This is quiz show. All right, here we go.
Stay here? You want me to go behind the glass?
No, stay.
Okay.
Stay. Everybody ready? Here we go. City A. And if anybody needs me to slow down, just say it. You need me to repeat something? Happy to do it. City A is in rapture right now. City A is on fire. Okay? A lot of anger. Ownership is getting shredded. Whether it's radio, television, God forbid, in print, ownership's getting shredded. The GM has been booed hastily at any public setting. And he is also getting shredded. The calls for the manager's head are on an everyday basis. There's hangers in the streets. And they're only 5 games out of first. Now, before you blurt the following, no, it's not a New York or a Boston. No. This is a Midwestern town. So City A had a winning record for 15 straight years before last season. 15 straight years. And 23 of the previous 25. City A went to 4 World Series in that time span, winning 2 of them. Midwestern town, so don't hit me with the, well, you're just a bleep hole New Yorker. Well, it's not New York. It's not Boston.
Both things can be true.
It's not Philly. Turn his mic off. What did I ask you? And the team, despite its market size, here's a hint, despite its market size, spends at a near top 10 payroll. Now, City B. And City B, you are a puzzler. So City B hasn't made the playoffs in a decade. It's also a Midwestern town. 1 winning record in that span. 1. But in that span of not making the playoffs, they've only finished better than 4th in the division twice. True cellar dwellers. All right? The owner refuses to spend. Nobody really presses him. The manager is Teflon, as if he's Casey Stengel. And the GM, you can't say a bad word because the bots come out. GM thinks he's got all the answers. He's eating caviar and feeding you garbage, okay? The offense has been a train wreck for 8 years. 8. And while that sounds hyperbolic, let's just pretend we're Rico on a Saturday night. Let's go deeper. So, I was out of line for that. In the 8 years, the offense has not even mustered to be league average once. Not once. On a runs per game basis. Not once. And you haven't been league average since 2017. Even worse, the offense has been bottom 5 in all of baseball. 5 times since 2017. 5 times. No better than 20th in the 2 years you weren't. Bottom 5. Question. Who's City A? Who is City B? Why is City A so upset? And why is City B so stupid? Why don't we start right there? Who is City A? Who wants to venture a guess?
You want to gather up here? Talk about this.
Yeah, we could talk about this. Midwestern town.
Because I was thinking, okay, is this New York or
Can
Boston?
we get some WD-40 on the mic stand, please?
Never going to happen.
So I thought maybe New York or Boston, but he quickly shot that down and said it was a Midwest city. Been to the World Series, you said?
4 times in a 25-year span, winning 2 of them. 23 winning seasons in the last 25 years, 15 straight before last year. And the fans are livid. Dare I say they have standards. They're 5 games out of first currently, by the way.
I'm thinking St. Louis.
I was also thinking St. Louis. They won in 06 and 11, but they win a couple.
It's St. Louis.
Okay.
Who's City B? Who's City B? Say it. Say it.
Kenny?
I think it might be the Tigers.
Boom! So why am I doing? I'll tell you why. Because I was effing mad last night. And I get so angry, and let me tell you what part of the genesis of my anger is. It's this, man, right here, because the group text. I wasted my night watching that garbage last night. And now turn him off again. Jack Flaherty was electric. This team lost another 2-1 baseball game. And why is it in this town the media never has our back as fans? Why? Why is this media in this town and you,
I am talking to you in your car and you in your cube. And while you're telling me to bleep myself, I'm still talking to you. Why are you so spineless? Where are the standards in this town? Cardinal fans want the owner to sell, want Mosaic, the GM, fired. They want Marmol put into space. And they've won 23 of the last 25 years. They've gone to 4 World Series. They've gotten 2 parades. And they are livid on the radio, in print, on television. They're mad. You people are sitting there in a sleeveless T-shirt with a daiquiri. We're sitting here today, and you know what your organization's answer is for having the worst offense in the history of God's green earth? We just called up some guy named Bob Vidalia. Who the hell is he? Guy's been DFA'd by Colorado, DFA'd by Pittsburgh. He was drafted 10 years ago. He's a bum. You don't try, and you don't hold your owner accountable. You don't hold Scott Harris accountable. Oh, A.J. Hinch invented the sport. And people like me get made fun of. Oh, I get made fun of by coworkers, which is a laugher. I get mocked. Well, you know, he's what exactly? A winner? Someone who, you know, has seen their team win? Someone who actually cares about his customers? Wants happiness? Wants to win? And actually holds an entertainment product to a standard of being entertaining. I would have rather had an enema last night than watch that game and just laid there on the floor. And nowhere in this media, nowhere in this town does anyone actually get angry. You got Wojo yelling at people if they don't like the City Connect jerseys. What? Nice hill. Go die on it. No one talks about Illich who won't spend. We were told for years, Cabrera's got to come off the books. And Paul D. Podesta, a.k.a. Scott Harris, well, not enough at-bats to go around. You know, you huckleberries want to go out and sign free agents. Yeah, you're right. Just can't find a way to get Luis Arraez in this lineup when I've got Bob Vidalia coming up today. When I've got 6 regulars below 600 OPS, 4 of them below 500, 1 of them below 400. Why are fans in St. Louis, another Midwestern town, irate with their team, and you people sit here and continue to eat the garbage that this organization feeds us? Why?
One word.
I'm not ready for you yet. Okay. I'm kidding. I'm fine. I went down
it was Cookies who did the group text thing that upset you, not me.
The point I'm making is, what will it take in this town for people to look at this and go, this is not fair to us?
Before I give you the word, I'm going to say this. For some reason in this town, and I don't know if it's just a Detroit thing, a Detroit Tiger thing, but you get credit for stuff you did with other organizations. It counts here.
What has Scott Harris ever done?
But he came from the Giants, and the Giants...
He was the GM for a year on a ready-made ball club, and he was Theo Epstein's assistant. He was an intern in Chicago.
And for that, you got street cred. For life, you got the gold card. You know what I mean? You got the black card.
How many?
No. AJ comes. Hey, you won a World Series.
And you were part of the biggest cheating scandal ever. Do we get to talk about that?
No, it doesn't matter. You get credit for that here. So that it's almost... It's Mike. It's like when the Tigers. I mean, it's like Detroit fans when they rooted for Verlander when he was an Astro, or Stafford when he was a Ram. It's like, well, we're gonna get partial credit for that too, right?
You know what?
You don't.
I'll tell you
here
what.
it is. Here's the word. Standards.
We don't have them.
St. Louis does. That's the difference.
And that's a disgrace. You know what? Here. Let's just break the news. This is my 20th year in town, and I'm ready to say something. This is a joke of a baseball town. No standards, no care factor, no passion, no deep understanding of the game, and let it roll. Daiquiris for all. This team has a 90-win pitching staff and a 65-win offense. And they don't try. The GM openly doesn't try. He thinks he's going to continue to play the Troy Weaver playbook of signing bums and turning them into unicorns. Parker Meadows goes down, and instead of getting Justin Henry Malloy up here and sliding Riley to center, I got to look at who?
Ryan. Yeah.
Who?
Ryan Vidali.
Yeah, he's the new update guy at Jay. That's what I get. A guy who's been DFA'd by two of the worst franchises in the sport. A guy with 6 career at-bats as a failed player. That's your answer.
3 actual MLB games.
Why do we not have standards for this baseball team in this town? Why is a barely 500 record championed? They are wasting elite pitching. You don't think that's going to bite you in the ass later?
Brother, all the goodwill that they got in April in 6 games with the Yankees and the Guardians, all gone. You do realize if they get swept again, they're below 500.
Tristan McKenzie, the guy's got linguini for an elbow, and he cut you up last night. 248-539-9797. Go ahead. Back up the claim. It's a garbage baseball town. Go ahead. Sit there twiddling your thumbs. You want to talk cookies? Go somewhere else. I'm tired of watching this garbage. But then again, that beats 80% of you who don't even watch. How do I know? Jim Costa's power poll. 85% of fans won't bother.
And I think depending on what happens in the next 2 games, that number may rise.
Being number one's not easy. Not that the Tigers would know anything about it. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and, actual effort. So here's the deal. Serta has it all. 111 years making the best mattresses on the planet, and they make them right here in Michigan. And right now, during the Memorial Day sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Yeah, you're right. The duo of Parker Meadows and Pete Vidalius is what the hell is this guy's name again?
Right.
Don't care. Okay, I've said my piece. We'll get to the callers momentarily.
Didn't realize that St. Louis had such a track record until you broke it down like that.
And their fans are livid. Now, they're 5 games out of first, mind you. Okay? Livid.
Okay.
We're here in La La Land.
David, you turn my mic off, turn his off. Because I'm going to say something. He's going to get upset, and he's going to blame me and say, oh, there you go again. It's not that. But I do wonder the reason why they have so much passion in St. Louis and not here is because that's really all they have. Yes, they have a hockey team, but sorry, Kenny, it's a niche sport. So you don't have a football team. You don't have an NBA team. So baseball is it for them. Whereas here, I wonder if fans are like, well, if the Tigers blow, we'll just wait for the Lions. If the Lions are bad, like you just constantly are waiting for that next team to grab your attention. Where in St. Louis, it's all they got, man. But I didn't realize until you gave the numbers how good that they are. They have passion. They've always had passion. They've had star players. They've had teams that, I mean, heck, they're the team that won the World Series that barely had a winning record. But yeah, here, we don't have that. Here, as I said before, for some reason, you get credit for the stuff that you did when you weren't here. And I don't understand
1984
that
credit? 1968 credit? We haven't done anything here. We're supposed to have a standard.
No, I'm saying.
Where is the standard? You said the word is standard. Where is the standard? We got a GM that sits here and says we got young bats that we can bring up, young bats at every position. Where's the bat that just came up for Parker Meadows?
Because we believe the GM because he came from the Giants.
What does it mean?
No. He has the street cred. He knows what he's doing.
He has no street cred with me after he blew the trade deadline last
David,
year.
He lost the street cred with me this offseason because I was willing to say, okay, rookie mistake. You got had. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. You didn't finish the deal. But then to come out and say, well, we don't need to bring any other players in because we got all these young guys, which means you've been looking and watching and researching and scouting all of these guys that are playing right now. And you mean to tell me you, as a grown man in this position, making all of this money, didn't realize that you are trotting out hot garbage, that you're trying to sell people is this great team and they can't hit the ball. And the sad reality is, man, you do have great pitching. You have enough that you should be winning your division right now, and you should be a threat. You were in contenders weekend, but you should have been a legitimate contender.
I would view it, and I apologize, but your point is so well taken because, Rico, that's why I'm angry. This town, oh my God, we don't blow. That's not a celebration. You've given away no less than 5 baseball games. Kindly. 5 games in the first month of the season because you have no lineup. Mm-hmm. It's an embarrassment top to bottom. You got one player that would start for a good team. It's Riley Green.
Brother,
everything else is trash.
If I was an opposing pitcher, I would love to play the Tigers. It's a get-right game because, if I can make it through the first 4 batters, I'm good after that.
I'm good for 2.5 innings.
Right. They're not gonna hit and if one person gets on, law of averages says I'll get out of this inning. Guys, can we score 3 runs? We can beat the Tigers. That's all it is. And if you score 2, you still may win. But 3, just an extra one for insurance in case, try-hard guy hits one out the park.
No, and I'll say it again, and I'll defend Jim Costa because I know some callers got on his ass the other day, but he brought up Luis Ariz. I'm not telling you to run out and make that move for a guy who's headed to free agency, but Ariz, when he was in Minnesota, mind you, this guy's a silver slugger. This guy's going to hit 310, 320. This guy gets on base at a damn near 400 clip, right? Geez, this team could use that. He's played third, second, short, and both corner outfield spots. Don't tell me you couldn't have found a way to put him in here. Hell, why aren't we calling up Justin Henry Malloy? Oh, well, his defense is a question. Yeah, great. I don't care. You know what's questionable? Whether I want to bother with this team. Instead, we're bringing up this failure. Ryan Zadalius. The guy is a 25-year-old nothing. I'm sorry. You're a failed prospect. I hope you enjoy your 7th career at bat in 10 years.
When your best thing that you did in the offseason, I guess, is what, Mark Canha?
that was the best that you can do?
That is the only thing they did offensively. And I'm tired of wasting games. Dude, they wasted a beautiful pitching performance by Skubal. They wasted a beautiful pitching performance on Friday against the Yankees. You wasted an unbelievable outing last night by Jack Flaherty. How many times do I have to watch this and this organization gets no heat?
Well, and
where is the article to be written, hey, about that offseason?
Because a lot of people have bought into the fact this is a year that we're willing to punt. And say, no, Mike, this is not me. You want to know what? No, because this is why you're not getting that, because they're buying into the fact, well, you have young guys, so that means you're going to lose a lot of games, but you don't have to, because you have a division. We said this at the beginning of the year. I know I did. You got a division that you can win. This isn't a great division. So if you would have put in just a little more work, because we kept hearing, well, once Miggy's contract falls off, then we can do something. You didn't do anything in the offseason. You didn't have to make a trade. You didn't have to even give up any of these prospects that you believe in. They were all going to stay with the team. You had the money. You could have gone out and signed players on a 1 or 2 year deal. But instead, you want to put out a bunch of 4A players and say, well, we're going to try and see if we can win. Well, you're seeing what's happening. You're getting all this pitching. All this is telling me is you keep losing like this by the trade deadline. This great pitching that you have, that's your trade bait.
You know
right
what's going to be great? It'll be the saddest thing ever is if somehow Feder and company perform their magic on Jack Flaherty. And if Jack Flash is real again, the guy who was there 5 years ago, all he'll be is trade bait at the deadline.
Yeah, that's all you're going to have. Because as you're right, when you look at this, okay, who could right here, right now, who would, if you told the Dodgers you could have anybody, but if you take them off of this team, they have to start for you. Yeah.
What I get tired of is it's always about the next player. Like the idea, like I get mocked. Oh, well, did you watch Colt Keith in Toledo? No, I have a life. Colt Keith I watch now, and he's the worst singular player in Major League Baseball. And the young man probably needs a little bit of a break here. Like, I'm hopeful he'll turn it around. I want him to turn it around. But can we please stop? The Tigers have produced a grand total of like 3 positional players in 40 years. Travis Fryman, Curtis Granderson, and Riley Green. Those are the 3. Pardon me if I'm allowed to be a skeptic when it comes to pimping Tiger prospects. Hasn't exactly been a good, fun hobby. I don't think I should be mocked for that.
That's pretty much going all the way back to the World Series team of 84.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next. And I'd like to retroactively take back the middle finger I offered you. Sorry about that. All right, Ram Buick GMC. Make sure you're all set for a road trip. Turn on the Tigers on 97.1. Lord knows you can't watch them on TV. 24 Terrain. $279 a month, 24 months. A 24 Buick Encore GX, $229 a month, 36 months. New stock arriving daily. MoranExpress.com. So easy, so fast. And yes, Yukon's in stock. Denali's available as well. All you need to do is stop on in. Remember, they give you the free loaner with any certified service call. Always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Straight to the people. I've asked the question, City A, City B. I gave you St. Louis, a God-fearing Midwestern town like us. They win every year. They're entering their second bad season. Fans are irate, columnists, radio hosts, the like. Owner, GM, manager, Earth. They're pissed. Here, you never win. You don't spend. Your GM basically flouts his intelligence in your face. Oh, you want Babe Ruth? I give you Matt Vierling.
Bruh.
We don't hit. We're not entertaining. We are wasting the best month of pitching, maybe in a decade of Tiger baseball. And you can't bring yourself to set any standard. Why?
Because this organization is the masters of illusion. Instead of talking about this, they have people to talk about their City Connect jerseys. And they had a big unveiling. And they had all the media down there.
Yeah,
and,
but
hey,
why does
look at
that media never have our back as fans? Why does the media never back fans with actual commentary on this team blows? This offense sucks.
Because
they don't spend.
Heaven forbid, you won't get access. And it's the dumbest thing because you will get access. Here's the funny thing about it. The owner or the manager, they'll actually respect you more because they know, you know what? You actually know what you're talking about.
Hey, here's an idea. Who cares about their respect? That don't pay your mortgage. Your audience does.
Fair.
Let's go to the people. I'm
but I'm
pissed.
saying normally the people who actually say something are like, you know what? You're not like everybody else. You actually know what you're talking about. I may disagree with you.
I've watched 3 games the last 5 days, and they have wasted 3 incredible pitching performances because of this Moneyball garbage.
Right. But instead, what we got was City Connect jerseys.
Okay,
and how dare you not like these? Like, guys, that's no.
I can't. I know. Your words are upsetting me, even if they're not your words.
Okay.
They're upsetting me. David, go ahead, and then I'm going to the callers.
I was just going to say get to the callers.
Social media.
I was going to just get to the caller. That's all.
Going to Mike. I'm going to ignore that remark. Mike, you're batting leadoff today. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Happy Tuesday. But I called you guys before the baseball season started. I said 79 wins. You guys were like, whoa. I said the hitting stinks. And like you said, Mike, the last 4 games, we should have won 3 of them. And what you said about Torkelson is 100% real. He's playing himself out of baseball. And Scott Harris, I hate to say it, is Bob Quinn all over. He's the smartest man in the room. This team is lucky to win 72 games this year. They're going to lose to Cleveland tonight, lose tomorrow, and everything's going to be fine. They're going to play Houston, and the wheels are going to fall off, guys. And everything is all peaches and cream. Well, I'm pissed off. I tell some of my friends, they're like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. This team's going to be good. This team hasn't been good in 10 years, guys. When is it going to get better? You got an owner that doesn't care, doesn't want to spend money. My opinion, he's selling the team. He's fixing up the ballpark, and he's getting ready to sell.
No, and I'll tell you this.
Not be surprised.
And Mike, I'll tell you this. If you had a real owner, Javi Baez would be DFA'd. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? How about somebody writes that article or does that radio show or puts that on TV? Like, why is Javi Baez here? Let's just ask the question. I mean, if we have so many good young players either at major league level or right behind them, then why the hell is this corpse here?
Brother, I said that at the beginning of the year, and people told me, you got to wait at least until June. I
tried to be fair.
Right, but I was like, coming out of spring training, but he had 1 hit or 2 hits the entire spring. Like, he is what he is. It's like, he's not a young guy. I'm more willing to wait on the Colt Keats, on this Torques, because you're young and maybe Javi, I know what you are. You had a horrible spring. You don't bring much to this team.
Well, that's
I
the other
don't
thing.
need you. You can go.
Look, the Vierlings and the McKinstries and the Ibanezes and the catcher duo. These are not young pieces. These are not good players. These aren't development. The development lies with Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and then who? Colt Keith? Fine.
Keith.
Well, here's the deal. He's the only player in baseball whose OPS is sub 400.
Parker Meadows, you just shipped down.
Right. So okay.
You could have filled that car up and sent 2 more players with him. But you don't have anybody that you could bring up in their place.
No.
So we're stuck with 4A players.
Because you did nothing this offseason. All I wanted was multiple veteran bats.
Right, but then you gave everybody the excuse. Well, if I bring in the veteran bats, it's going to block the young guys.
Block who?
How about, or the young guys would stay down in Toledo, get better, so that when the veterans' contracts are up or they become trade bait, you can then move them up later on in the season. But when you did this lineup, you pretty much told everybody this year doesn't count. But this year should count because this year you could actually win your division.
They could.
Your division's not that difficult.
The pitching is good enough.
It is.
Go to Jerry, 97.1. Hi, Jer. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you doing, Mike?
I'm pissed. I can't lie to you. It's hard to watch, Jerry.
I hate hearing you have a bad day like this, man.
It's a good day. It's just this topic is bad.
Yeah, no, I know. And so I'm in my mid-30s. I was a pretty diehard fan back in 06 when we had, Granderson and Casey and all those guys. And then again, obviously, we went to the World Series again in 2013. I was super juiced up for those teams, but it was just so deflating to see us just poop the bed both times we got to the World Series. And it doesn't seem like we've had anything to cheer for the last 10 years. And I don't think it's so much that, there's no outrage, right? I just think we're apathetic for the whole thing. Number one, baseball's an old people sport. I mean, we know that. There's not a whole lot of young crowd going to these baseball games. And the young people of today already have the attention span of a goldfish.
Yes.
So unless you're doing something that is just out of this world, hitting bombs every day and throwing no-hitters all the time, we're not really going to care that much. And to what you were saying, the owners don't care. The GM doesn't care. So it's really hard for us to get really emotional about something that hasn't changed in a decade. And I really don't see any evidence it's going to change anytime soon. And, yeah, now we've got the Lions. So
yeah,
who cares?
No, and Jerry, you know
Tigers,
what's Jerry, you know what's really interesting? Let me add a couple things to the mix. So when I say we don't have a standard, it doesn't just apply to the Tigers. There's absolutely no standard for the Pistons. And I hate to break it to you, there's no standard for the Wings. We're about to enter year 6 of the Iser build, and the goal is what? Make playoffs? No. Jerry, what?
Well, I mean, a few years ago, we had no standard for the Lions, right? We were just hoping we didn't go 0-16 every year. And we had the Tigers who were decent, and the Red Wings who were decent, and the Pistons who were decent. But now all those teams are trash, and now our standards have just shifted. It's not that we don't have them anymore. They're just shifted to something else that we can tell cares more about the fan base than those other sports.
You know what, Jerry, you touched upon something that David and I had this conversation earlier this morning, that the other seasons have basically become fodder, just something to do until the Lions play again. Because Detroiters...
Right, and
go ahead. Go ahead.
We were going to punt this season away. When was the last time it didn't feel like the Tigers were punting the season? You know what I mean? Even when we did have good players, we never actually thought we were going to do anything. I mean, even like you guys were saying, this year, the division's super winnable, and 30 games into the season, we're like, all right, well.
Because here's what happens. Here's normally what happens. This is a Detroit sports year. Okay, Tigers, can you get us to Lions spring training? I mean, the Lions training camp. Okay, Lions, can you stay interesting until at least Christmas, and then maybe we pick up the NBA, we pick up hockey. Okay, can you stay interesting until spring training?
You've just described losers.
Right.
Are you happy to say that you're a loser? Because that's what you're talking
I'm not a loser.
Well, that's what you're talking like.
I'm saying that's normally what Detroit fans are, Mike.
So you're calling fans
happy
losers?
Till
just
this.
Say it.
That's why.
Just say it.
That's why there's no anger. That's why there's no outrage, because the standards are low. So now you have the Lions. So you're not really caring about these other teams. You just want to back a winner, and the Lions finally stepped up to the plate. We've often said the first team that shows a pulse in this city will own the town. We see now who owns the town.
Yeah, and we see that apparently we're a collection of losers. What is the point? Kenny, what's the point of being a Wings fan if you don't get to chase Stanley Cup? What's the point?
It's about expectations, and this is the year for expectations. This is the offseason for expectations, and guess what? If they don't meet those expectations, I'm going to be real mad about it.
Yeah, because I'll tell you one thing, Kenny. If I go into year 7 of the rebuild and they haven't won a playoff series, it's not
a failure. It's a failure.
Thank you. Oh, but wait. We're idiots.
Right.
We're idiots by the Iserbots.
We're not blind fans. We're not the Steve Bots.
Are you streaming KHL games at 4 a.m.? No, I have a life.
Right, but Detroiters don't want to call themselves failures. They don't.
Well, you know what? I have great news for them. The rest of America does. So it really won't hurt. Just look in the mirror and say the words. Look at the Pistons. Look at the Pistons.
I'd rather not.
True.
Please don't make me.
Rather just stare at a dog's ass. 248-539-9797. All right, Victor's Roofing. Let's talk about your roof falling apart. Basically, it's the same thing as Detroit sports. Look, today, book an appointment with Victor's. Let's get your roof squared away. The rain that we're probably getting here soon. The weather changes. It's brutal on roofs in this state. This is the best roofing contractor in the state. More 5-star reviews. And they back their work. Guys, it's simple. Any roof they install, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee. All you need to do is to get on their schedule at 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can book that appointment anytime at victors.com. All right, we'll get ticket text in a moment. You missed the start of the show, Odyssey.com rewind. I did City A, City B. Why does the city of St. Louis got more chops with their baseball team than we do? All they do is win. Their fans are furious. All this team does is lose, and people seem apathetic towards it. Now, here's the other angle, too. Because I know I get static from some ticket texters or people get upset. Well, how do you know if the owner cares or he doesn't? Let me use some words you might understand. Okay?
Use your words.
I want to use some words. It would seem like that the owner doesn't have a passion. It would, air quotes, seem like when you are 65 or 60 mil below league average, it seems like you may not be as into this as I am. You know, if you play Javi Baez every day and you don't DFA him, I think it would send a certain message that would allow me to have certain concerns. All right.
I agree with you on that. No, you
I
would
don't
think-
bathe regularly, right? The Chris Farley's kid. I just, that's why I feel the way I feel.
You would like to feel that the Tigers organization would feel like the fans and just want to aspire for more.
It would,
and by more, win a division.
It would make me feel better.
Right. That you would like to see moves being made in the offseason, bringing back some people here, showing your fan base that you're just on the same page with them and we're trying to win that division. That's what it seems
like. So, it's not a court of law. Can't prove intention. I can just tell you what it looks like, feels like. Now, ticket text. David?
If I can breathe.
What? It's what?
This team is a complete waste of time. We'll never hit. These fans only care about atmosphere, not winning or losing. The Tigers offense is
And I did not write that text, so just so you know.
You did not. Someone else says, do you guys realize that 40-year-old Miggy would be their best run producer on this garbage team?
Can I offer you the other reason I'm so upset? Because it really shows you where we're at. Do you realize they have been shut out? This is the opening month of the year now. Month in a smidge. The pitching is 90 win good. Here's how bad the hitting is. Opening month of the season. They've been shut out how many times?
I'm going to guess 5.
3.
4.
Okay.
How many times have they been held to 1 run?
Seems like a lot.
Yeah, I'm going to say 10.
11?
7.
Okay.
So how many times they scored 2 runs?
That's got to be 10.
11.
Twice.
Oh,
so
okay.
12 games. You've given yourself 0 chance to win. None. League average is 4.5 runs a game. If this team gets to 5 runs, they're 11-2. But they just can't get there. So when you go, well, Mike, why are you so angry? There's still a game over 500. Because they should be 10 games over. Because that's how brilliant the pitching has been.
Well,
how
think about
amazing the pen has been. Sorry.
No. Think about all the games where they had to pull the cardiac cats routine and score in extra innings.
Oh, and I love when you get in this argument. And I've heard it on this station. I've heard callers do it. I've heard certain hosts do it. No names. Just telling you. It irks me. I have a right to be irked. Oh, you can't take away the extra inning runs. Those runs count. You're missing the point, genius.
You're giving a run.
You're giving a man on second, and you've already gone 9 innings in a 1-1 game or in a scoreless game. I don't care that you erupted for 6th in the 11th. I care about on a per 9 basis, we're atrocious. It doesn't feel good. David.
I was going to say, but why do they usually get to the extras this year? Because they've probably only scored 2 runs before that. And they had to get the extras because the pitching was so great, they only gave up 2.
God help
me. Ridiculous. Someone says, guys, you're completely spot on. If the owners don't care about the Pistons, Wings, and Tigers, why should we?
Now, it would seem like.
And I do think that for some fans, especially now that there's that whole, you can't really watch them on Bally Sports, football can't get here fast enough.
Did you see the Costa Power poll?
No.
Hold on. Kenny, you're one of these social media goofballs. Well, he put it in the group text. Go to Cookie's.
I saw it. I know exactly what it looks like.
What are the results right now, though? It is stunning.
The results are 85 not watching anymore.
85% of Costa's 12 followers.
That's absurd.
How many people actually voted on this?
I can look at that.
I want some real data here. We thrive on accuracy. But think about if 85% of that sample size, of what are P1 viewers of the Tigers, if 85% of them are simply not going to follow them while they're not on TV and not watch them, hope you listen on 97.1, that tells you where your customer base is in this town. But hey, they got new showers in Lakeland.
Over 1,700 votes, by the way.
How many votes would it take for you to value that poll?
I think that's a pretty decent sample size.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
And even if I take 10% off and I go, okay, 75%, that should scare you if you're the Tigers.
It should. That's yeah, you're almost at $2,000 and you're saying 85% of the people aren't watching. You have the possibility over the next 2 games you no longer will be above 500. Now, you're going to make up for that because you're going to play 2 god-awful teams.
I tabulated it last night while I was in my rage. I was basically, I had like the matrix with the string and I'm putting everything up on the wall.
The whiteboard.
Well, because I was doing the City A and City B. Like, Flaherty is winless in these starts, and he's got like 50 strikeouts, 4 walks. Guys, you don't get these games back. I mean, is it a long season? Yes. Yeah. Could they turn it around? Could it all be better in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? It will never make up for. Go back to the 2009 season, everybody. Why were you in game 163? You had a bad habit of letting some games go. Mm-hmm. I think you've let go of at least 5 games because this offense and the approach from Scott Harris has been so dreadful.
What bothers me is you could have made some moves. You could have signed a couple of free agents at the beginning of the year, because I do think that because your pitching is so well, you end up trading some of them. And you're just going to set yourself back. You're going to give away your only asset that people are saying, you know what, we'll make this deal with you. Or you could have kept everybody here, brought in 2 or 3 more free agents, bats who could hit, and then you would be a contender. You would be a buyer, not a seller, because that was my only wish. Be a buyer at the trade deadline. Don't be a seller.
But those games that we've blown with Flaherty, we've blown a few others with Skubal, those games where everybody's saying, oh, we had a over 500 record for April, those games will determine if we're contenders or not when it comes to the trade deadline, because we blew those games.
David, think about it. You would have taken now, 3 of the games against the Yankees and the Guardians.
Should have taken 2 out of 3. The way you pitched, should have taken 2 or 3 from the Yankees.
Right. You should have took last night's game. So that's 3 games against the top of the division leaders, which means, guess what? You may not like how this team goes, but maybe this team is just that good of a team. Instead, you've lost your pretenders. And yeah, I don't think that you're going to be buyers. And all this great pitching, I don't think this entire staff will be here come trade deadline.
No, well, first of all, and I said this yesterday, if you look at an aggregate of the top 50 consensus pitchers in Major League Baseball, do you know how many of them are hurt right now? 27. 27 of the top 50 arms in baseball are hurt. Now, if you think you're going through the season with your rotation intact, God bless.
Or let's say they stay intact because all of those arms are injured. The teams that are winning are going to say, well, you know what? We need to bring in another pitcher here. So let's go take one from the Tigers because Lord knows they're not going to win the division.
248-539-9797. We are rearranging the show. Oh, I've got something for the hockey elite. We're going to get to it, but we're going to stick with the Tigers here. People want to talk about it. This is what I want. I want to be engaged with this baseball team. I want to hear from you, the fan, on this stuff because I need to learn my audience better maybe. Yes, I do have a New York mindset to baseball. Yes, if you're not first, you're last. I understand that's a road to being pretty angry. But I just can't with a team that has not made the playoffs in 10 years and certainly, in my personal opinion, hasn't really gone for it. It's hard for me to celebrate being 500 when by pitching metric you should be 5 to 7 games over.
Well, maybe I've set the bar a little lower, but if it seems like you're not trying to win, if you're trying to win, I can accept that.
When you're $60 million below a league average payroll, I have doubts. All right, it's Home Run Tuesdays. FanDuel. I don't know. Maybe the Tigers will score their only run tonight on the first pitch like last night. Dinger Tuesdays are back. Another season at FanDuel. You bet a player to hit a home run. FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run that's hit in that game by anybody. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on the Dinger Tuesday action. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus, $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Kenta Maeda is due to make a start for the Tigers tonight in Game 2 of the series with the Guardians. He has a 5.02 ERA through 28 innings of work. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:45. Fresh off a one-year suspension following gambling incidents, C.J. Moore is re-signing with the Lions. The safety has inked a one-year deal with the team. Dusty May spoke to the media for the first time since his introductory presser today and addressed how the staff has constructed the roster so far. Currently, there's still one more roster spot available. Former MSU football edge rusher Bay Jobe has transferred to Kansas. The 6'4", 250-pound former four-star played in just one game for the Green and White as a freshman last season. He was the highest-ranked MSU recruit in the 23 class. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Bay, bye, bum. Doesn't matter. Guy's gone. All right, 3 o'clock. So let me just, we could do the Cliff Notes or you can read the novella. Odyssey.com rewind if you want to hear the show from the top. We're talking Tiger baseball in a different way. I'm very upset that I've wasted 3 of my evenings or afternoons watching a team that is, it's impossible. This pitching staff is 90 win good. The offense is 65 win bad. And last night was like icing on the cake. I mean, Tristan McKenzie stinks. The Guardians offense without Stephen Kwan, who just hit the IL, stinks. And 2-1, downloading. And I'm tired. And I cannot continue I just can't understand in this town how Scott Harris gets off scot-free. No pun intended. How can your offseason be Mark Hanna and Carson Kelly? And you have a lineup that is this bad. Then
forget your Shella.
Oh, right. Broken pelvis. And then you in the offseason go, listen, we've either got a really good player at the major league level or a young guy behind him. There's just no bats to go around. What? And now I'm watching this. So I did City A, City B. City A was St. Louis Cardinals. I mean, they had their first bad year in about 20 last year. This year, people want the owner gone. They want the GM gone. They want Marmol gone. Fans are furious. By the way, they're 5 games out of first just like you. But here, tra-la-la. Hey, have you tried the Crazy Puffs? Hey, did you try that Tiger Tail Daiquiri? Hey, Kenny, pass another Marlboro Red.
But you got to like the home run celebration.
Let me tell you something. The things you say sometimes, I want to stab you.
I know.
I really do.
I know.
I can't take it.
Mike, I just think of it as throwing another log on the fire to keep you going.
It's great.
I want this passion to stick around.
Yes, Kenny.
You can get
the
daiquiri. You can get the orange one and the blue one mixed together like tiger stripes.
Wow.
Look, you get angry at Kenny.
I don't know. It's just the way he said it. It was different. It was fun. The way you say it, it's like Costa. You're like Black Costa. You're Blasta. You say you're Jim Blasta. You say it in such a smarmy way.
I'm a fake Blatalian.
Blasta Jolie.
Blasta Jolie. I get so upset. So I've asked the question:
we got to put the plexiglass between us again?
Yeah, right, exactly. Where does a hill jack town like St. Louis get off having better standards than we do? That eats me up.
Yeah, because I said that maybe it's because St. Louis really only has one team, but when you really look at it, before the Lions got good last year,
what do we have?
It was still the same standards. It was, can you entertain me for the summer? You would get mad at me. People just want to go down and have a good day at the ballpark.
Oh, I want to stab him again. So let me ask the question.
Guys, if anything happens to me today.
There are no sharp objects even in here, nor would I.
Make sure that Dateline goes to Mike's house.
I am simply communicating how you make me feel. Now listen, just work with me. So then, okay, can we come to an agreement that I am, albeit different than Detroit fans, I'm not out of line for not sharing their approach. I told you my goal for this season was not a winning record. My goal is to win this division. And if you don't do that, that's a fail. Rico, giving away at least 5 games in April and the early part of May because you seem to not care about offense, that makes me upset. I don't think that's acceptable.
It's not, Mike, because this is where, water found its level. At the beginning of the year when they were winning all of those games in extra innings and you're like, oh, well, this is going to continue. No.
It's the bottom of the 8th.
On the flip side, you're going to end up losing games. And I thought it would happen a little bit later down the line. It's happening now.
And the shame of it is Riley Green is having an all-star start to his year. Riley Green has blossomed. Now, I wish he would run. I wish we had more speed there. No attempts, no steals. It's not happening.
But, if you're Riley Green and you get on base,
fine.
You know what?
But
I don't want to make an out because that's what you guys are going to do.
For this team, they desperately need speed to manufacture runs. One problem, Nobody runs on this team. Javi's got 6 steals. I don't think anybody else has got more than 2. Then, mind you, last year, NL MVP, Ronald Acuna had 73 steals. Like, the rules changes are encouraging you to steal. Yeah. The pickoff rule, the jumbo pizza box bases, whatever you want to call it. This team doesn't run. No. They don't have power. They don't have multi-hit innings. And
I got a feeling that pretty soon pitchers are just going to say, we're going to pitch around Riley Green. We're not. If we have to, we're going to give you nothing but bad pitches. If you want to go Javi Baez and swing at him, great. But we'll just deal with the other 8 players.
Hard to argue. I mean, Riley's legit, man. He's really good.
Because you know what? If I walk you, you can't hit a solo home run, and you can't put that one run up.
I've heard that. 248-539-9797.
That didn't anger you?
No, not at all. To the people, Marlon is up next. What's up, Mar? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Rico, what's up, my guy? You all right?
I'm good, man.
Buddy Mike Valeni, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, just this thriving. What's on your mind?
Well, we are talking baseball. It's the afternoon, so let's keep tradition going with good afternoon, fellas.
Hold on, time out. I got you. Begin.
And tradition?
No.
Akil Baddoo stole home.
All right, we're moving. Let's go. Let's get to the call, Marlon.
All right, guys. Listen, I've been a lifelong Lions fan. I'm going to be 44 this year, but I grew up watching the Tigers because my father's a lifelong diehard Tigers fan, so I know what I'm talking about. You could put some blame on A.J. Hinch, sure, but really it goes down to Scott Harris. So I just want to play a quick game with you guys. I want to ask you, whoever wants to jump in can jump in. For all the Scott Harris bots out there that say, we can't sign anybody because we're blocking somebody, okay, we're going to play that game really quick. So if you go out and you would have signed Cody Bellinger, who can play outfield, first base, DH, and Kerry Carpenter, the savior to this team that everyone seems to love, they can rotate back and forth between outfield and DH. So who are you blocking? Max Clark? 3 years away, guys. 3 years. And if you want to be, okay, well, he's going to start playing really good, fine, 2 years. But regardless, if you sign him to a 3-year deal, can you tell me who are you blocking? That's the first one.
Yeah.
Second one, Matt Chapman. Yeah, he had a bad year. Well, he was injured.
Well, he had a finger injury.
Exactly. And he still would have been better than the Frankenstein he got at third base. Who are you blocking there? Chase Young? First off, there's no guarantee Chase Young is going to be this Cal Ripken Jr. all-star third baseman. Could he be? Maybe. But who are you blocking? He's a year away. So if he signs a 3-year deal with an opt-out after 1, you're not blocking anybody. If he has a great year, that's better for us, and he can opt out. If he doesn't do that well, we're only stuck with him for 2 more years. There's no rush on Chase Young. Because if you rush him, look at Spencer Torkelson. So to me, I don't know why people don't get upset or not blaming Scott Harris for this, because you're not blocking anybody. You could have got some veteran bats. You're not blocking anybody. They play multiple positions. This is a complete joke.
Yeah, and
really
Marlon, I agree with you in this respect. I never got hung up on an individual name. Now, you brought up Bellinger. I think Bellinger's OPS is somewhere between 760 and 770. Bottom line, I never got hung up with him or Chapman. It was bring me something. Chapman's not off to some great start either. The point I made is everybody knew Boris and him, they were going to do a 1-year deal with opt-outs after every year. This idea, at a minimum, get Javi Baez out of here. Mm-hmm. If I don't care who you play at short, be better than Baez. But they don't even do that. No, the idea that you were blocking, that has been one of these narratives in this town about the Tigers for years. And I don't know why the media still falls for it. The Tigers have shown no aptitude for developing positional players in the history of their franchise. Go look. Travis Fryman, Riley Green, and Curtis Granderson. There's your 3. Nobody else.
If you want to stretch, Bobby Higginson.
And I
said if you want to stretch.
Once again, violence.
You know what? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tiger Baseball up next. 97-1.
Let's check that lineup card. All right. I'll tell you what. We'll keep it timely. I will get to more of your phone calls. I'm excited to talk baseball with you and really asking. I mean, if I'm out of line having the standards I have, tell me. But I'm upset. You are giving games away with elite pitching, man. This pitching is 90-win good. This lineup, which Scott Harris is responsible for. Mm-hmm. And by flouting this approach, you want a good player? Here's Matt Vierling. Oh, you think I should sign an actual human being? Here's Broken Pelvis.
Yeah, you could have went and got J.D. Martinez. Nah, we're good.
We don't want to block Kerry Carpenter.
We could. All right. Specs at LTU is the extension and a bridge for future radio, TV, media, and broadcast professionals. You want that career in radio? You hear what Mike and I say, hey, Jeff Rieger is a Specs grad, so you too could be a Specs grad. It's very simple. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And you're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So, once again, I'm going to ask the question, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the programs. And you'll also find out you do not have to wait until the fall. Classes start year-round, so make sure you get your name in on the next class. ltu.edu/specs. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Hi there. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Legitimate attorneys, legitimate representation. These guys have taken cases to the Supreme Court. They will fight for you. They will save your time and hopefully your money. All you need to do before your tax problems get worse is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. We're going to go right back to the people shortly. We will get you a little bit of football. And then, Kenny last week, he made a major sacrifice to everybody. And Rico compared it to what Jesus did when he got up on that cross. Kenny did the same thing for Red Wing fans. And Kenny was, in fact, crucified last week when he brought up Steven Stamkos. So,
except Kenny didn't come back after 3 days. But you know what?
No, Kenny has said, I'm never offering Red Wing fans an opinion again because they're ungrateful. So what I'm going to do is I will offer something. And then I will deal with the slings and arrows. David, ticket text first. We'll get to the calls second. What do you got for me?
Watching the Tigers is the equivalent of dial-up modem sound of the past. That's all I hear in my head when I watch them bat, Garrett and Troy.
Okay, Garrett, that's pretty funny. I just want to say.
That's really good.
Because I'm actually hearing that sound in my head right now.
The reality is the Twins are rolling, and I think the Guardians might actually be legit. We are 5 back, so I'm expecting this team to be 10 back by the end of May.
Your pitching won't allow you to be 10 games out of this division. Guys, and understand, I can both give credit and chastise Scott Harris. I mean, he found Lorenzen, and he traded him. Now, he signed Flaherty, and I know we're only a few turns through the rotation. I'm not huge on the Flaherty thing. The Maeda thing's been bad. He's always bad in April. We'll see now tonight. We're in May. We'll see what he's – but my point to you is he's crafted a bullpen. He has obviously inherited Skubal, but he's pieced together a rotation. His approach to this lineup 2 years in a row, I have vehemently disagreed with.
No, Mike, he has. But – going upon all the stats that you said with all the pitchers that are hurt, this pitching staff is going to be a hot commodity. That I think that if you're just meandering around 500 and you're below, he's going to sell off some pieces in order to bring in some more people.
David. Stab wound.
How is that a stab wound?
I don't want to talk about selling at the deadline. It's May 7th.
Okay.
I wanted out here to destroy that.
I wanted Javi gone in the spring.
Kenny, who's the guy with the glove and the jewels in it who destroys everything? Name?
Thanos.
That's you.
Well, Thanos really wasn't a villain.
Think
about it.
He also ended up alone having a solo barbecue on Planet Nebular. That's you. You're going to be alone. David?
But look at the havoc I'll wreak on the world.
Yeah, it's happening right now. You're talking trade deadline on May 7th.
I'm just saying, Mike, if the pitching holds up and you don't hit.
He's saying it again. The pain. David.
He's also brought up Higginson, and someone says, please, Rico, stop with the Higginson stretch.
Thank you.
That team was so biblically bad, he just looked better. Brian from Chesterfield.
No, Brian, I said it was a stretch, okay? I said, I'm just trying to add somebody to the list just to make it look good.
Don't do that. David, one more, and I'll go to the callers.
Best part about the FS1 broadcast last night was the announcer said if the Tigers could hit anywhere near league average, they most likely have more wins than what? They most likely have a few more wins, is what he said.
No, but that's where I'm upset. See, I think simpletons just lock into they're 18 and 17. No. Look deeper. They should be 23 and 12. That's how good your pitching's been, which is how awful your hitting's been. Now, you want to play the game. Well, the offense has to get better. Right, and your pitching's going to regress. So we'll end up in the same spot. This league average is 4.5 runs. You realize, this is why I'm sensitive to this too, Rico. 8 years running now, they haven't had an offense in the top 20 in runs per game. And in 5 of the last 8 years, they've been bottom 5. I'm so tired of watching the same thing. And then Harris comes to town on his horse and goes, ha-ha,
because
I give you Veerling. What?
Yeah, I don't see them getting out of the basement anytime soon. I know. Stab. I know.
God.
You know what?
Bless it, David.
Guys, Tiger baseball is next.
What is this man's problem? Go to the callers. You're supposed to.
Okay, so when I say good things about him, you get angry. I just tell you the truth. You get angry.
I'm going to talk to Rick because Rick won't upset me nearly as much as you. Hi, Rick.
How you doing, Mike and Rico, David, and I'll even include Kenny in on this. How you doing?
Excellent.
What's going on, Rick? You don't want to stab me, do you?
No, Rico. No, Rico, the only issue I have with you is the day you lay your shield down, me and Valenti both laid our shields down. It'll come to you as a Spartan, but it's a hard thing to do, my man.
We're in retirement,
anyways,
Rick. We're in retirement.
Yeah. We're close to it. We're
You know
trying
what?
to,
I'll
yeah.
keep your shield warm for you guys when they bounce back.
That's good.
That's what younger Spartans do, and that's what carries on the tradition. But anyways, let's get to baseball, guys. This organization is a joke. It is a joke. You can have the best pitching staff in the world. What's going to win you the game? A bat, a run. Somebody has to hit the ball eventually. Nobody on this team can hit the ball except Riley Green is coming on. Fruscello did good. But that's it, guys. Come on. This is a business. This standards don't move in professional sports. If a standard moves in a professional sports team, we've got upper management and owner issues. Any winning team, their standard is the same, is to win and do it at the end of the year by winning it.
Yes.
It's not by moving standards. This is all this youth and this younger generation of management. It doesn't work.
But there's something,
come on.
Rick, there's something in this town where there's this weird romance with the media that the Tigers have, and I don't get it.
Yeah.
They don't win nothing. I mean, they've been around 125 years. They got 4 titles. And it's like, why are we carrying the water for a franchise that's $60 million below league average payroll? They haven't had an watchable offense since 2017. And Rick, I'm the crazy one, right?
No, we're both crazy. I just moved back 4 years ago from Florida. I've watched both Miami and Tampa sporting teams come along. Eisman with the Lightning, man. Miami, the Miami Marlins, Tampa Bay Rays. All these teams produced, and they did it within such short time compared to what this team and this city has had. It blows my mind that there's even still sports fans in this city. I mean, you're going to get the diehards like me or everybody, you guys, that love sports, but come on, you need a winner. And you want to sell more of those Tiger Puffs and those flu drinks or whatever they got in Tiger Stadium.
Well, that's
you
the
got to
key.
put a winning product on the field. You're going to sell twice as many.
Rick, that's the whole reason I don't. I know, Rick. It's okay. I'm with you, and understand.
Yep.
When things were rolling, they were putting 2.5 million people through the gates. I'll never understand the model where you think not spending, because it seems like they're not going to do that. I don't understand that model. I'm not asking you to go spend like a drunken sailor. Did the Rangers do it, and did they win a World Series? Well, they did. Doesn't always work that way.
Because look at the Mets.
You hate to see it.
That you don't want to stab me over.
No, I want to hug you. The point is, the idea of doing nothing and pretending that you're Brad Pitt and Moneyball, and think about the people that Scott Harris has brought here, offensively speaking. Zach McKinstry, Nick Maton, Matt Vierling, Carson Kelly, Broken Pelvis, Urshela. Like, look at this nonsense.
When you say Maton, I just think of your stat, wins above Maton.
Oh, right. And then, oh, no. And then people at this station, guys I work with, slandered me for that. Why? Because I dared to have a little fun with the fact that you had a quad A player here and this front office thought it was acceptable. It's crazy. Scott Harris needs to show his customer base that I'm going to provide someone, because here's the reality. If you put a good bat behind Riley Green, it makes him even better. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll say it again. I don't think Cookies had it totally right. I can't demand you go out and get Luis Ariz the way the Padres did this past week. A guy, I think he's heading to free agency, he makes $10 million. But the guy's going to go out and hit 310, he'll have an OBP near 400, and he plays 4 different positions.
But I think for Cookies, he was saying that they didn't really give up a ton.
Because he's going to go to free agency.
Right.
They didn't give up any of their. I'm spitballing. Don't get mad at me, Baseball Elite. I don't think the Pods gave up any of their top 8 prospects.
Right. And the fact that, okay, you have the money to spend. So even if he's a 1-year rental player,
who's he blocking?
So what?
And who's he blocking?
Nobody.
Can play third, did it in Minnesota. Can play short, can play second, can play the corner outfield spots.
Totally understood where Cookies were coming from with that. And it was like, you know what? That made sense. Just like the JD Martinez thing made sense. Was he going to He's not going to win the MVP, but he's going to help this team out.
Okay, so think about this. So build on this point. Your guy was JD Martinez this whole offseason. Fine. So if this lineup, here's your 1, 2, 3 hitters in Rico's world, which sounds like a bad sitcom on Fox from 95. Rico's world. Riley Green hitting first, Arise hitting second, JD hitting third. Now, what would it cost you? You'd still be $40 million below league average payroll.
Probably about 20, 21 million.
What would it cost you? Oh my God, Kerry Carpenter's at bats. I'm sick. Rico, I give people the context because that's the world we live in.
Mm-hmm.
It's do you understand how long ago 2017 was?
Mm-hmm.
Every year I watch the same pathetic offense. I'm tired.
The fact that we celebrated that they were above 500 at the end of April. Yeah.
All right. I don't want to hold up Otto over here. He gets upset when his updates are late. We'll get to him. We'll get back to you. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions are bringing in 2 QBs to minicamp, which starts Friday. One of them is former Spartan Theo Day. The other is Grand Valley State Laker Cade Peterson. His college coach, Scott Wooster, thinks he's ready for the next level. Peterson had 2,100 yards and 20 touchdowns in the GLIAC last season. The Tigers have sent down one struggling bat as Parker Meadows makes his way to Toledo. Meadows hit .096 and 73 ABs with 2 homers this year. Ryan Valade is the next man up. The 25-year-old outfielder has just 6 MLB at-bats in his career with Colorado in 21. At one point, he was a top 10 prospect in the Rockies system. The Tigers will look to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight with Kenta Maeda on the mound. First pitch is slated for 6:10. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get to the people. Lots and lots of conversation about it. I mean, the Tigers, look, they don't have a terrible record, but it's terrible what they've done to this pitching staff. And I've blamed Scott Harris. This offense has been morbid. It's been bad for 7 years. It's, frankly, nothing has improved with Scott Harris here in 2 off seasons where he thought people like Vierling, Maton, McKinstry, Carson Kelly, Gio Urshela, like this is Scott Harris's answer? I mean, it's not acceptable. And when you're $60 million below a league average payroll, it becomes even more unacceptable. Now, if you think I'm out of line for saying that, fine. But when I see the St. Louis Cardinals carry a top 10 payroll, which is, by the way, not what I'm asking you to do. I would like to be in striking distance of league average. I would like to feel like we're trying here. You know, when you're going out and losing routinely 2-1, 1-0, 3-2, it's unacceptable. Do you realize you've given away no less than 5 games this early in the season? You have 90-win pitching and 60-win offense. Hell, it might be a good thing this team's not on television because you wouldn't want to watch what I've been watching.
No.
It's awful.
Because every day you go out there and think that maybe today is the day that the bats will warm up and they'll actually do something.
And maybe today's the day somebody else in this town will criticize Scott Harris. Maybe today will be that day. No, seriously, why are we Darth Vader? Why? What have we said that's wrong?
Because, Mike, we don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. We don't sit here and wax poetically about the city jersey and what about this and the new things that they have out at the ballpark.
I got a one-track mind. How do I get to 90 wins?
No.
And I'm sorry, but with the way this is one of the.
But when you see, like, despite everything that's going on, I mean, I know you're not a big social media guy, but that's all City Connect jerseys and this and that, and look at this and look at that, and it was like, okay, but what about the product on the field?
You know what kills me?
We're not going to talk about that.
It's what Cookies talked about. It's like Wojo hasn't had a big opinion in 30 years. His biggest opinion is chastising fans who don't like the City Connect jerseys. How about we want people in the jerseys who actually entertain us? I don't care. They could go out there nude for all I care. Are you gonna give me a 900 OPS? We'll figure out the fines later. I don't care. I'm sick of it.
No, I'm with you.
City Connect jerseys. I didn't spend 10 seconds thinking about it. What are you looking at? What's your problem? Now David's just shaking his head at the floor. Fine. Let's go to Nate, 97.1. Nate, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was out of country for a few years, and I came back, and everyone was still talking about Miguel Cabrera, and I was thinking, like, our general manager hasn't gotten another star, another face to this team, and we still have, all due to respect to Miguel Cabrera, but he wasn't great in the end of his season. We're still talking about him. There hasn't been someone that covered him. Why can't we get another star in here? Why can't there be someone so excited? I stopped watching the Tigers, and I was watching the Royals game, and when Torque got in, they had that one chance to score in the 8th, and the analytics thing popped and said they have a 22% chance of scoring. If you're Torque if your guy can only have a 22% chance scoring, I'm out. And I'm not getting any streaming thing. I'm done. I listen to the radio. I listen to you guys.
Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah, because if you're general manager, there's no one to yell at. I can't yell at the owner because he doesn't care. Can't yell at the general manager because he doesn't care. And you can't. You're the only one on the media that apparently cares about this team.
No, I
was yelling about this. I was yelling on TV, and my wife said you have to stop watching. You're yelling too much.
You know what,
you get
Nate?
on, you start yelling about it.
Nate, tell your wife that's called passion.
Yes, and Nate, understand. Listen, I just have a different approach than people. Like I've worked with Wojo for so long, I still don't understand the man. I don't get his approach, and apparently he hates mine. I don't really care since he works twice a month. But the point is, I don't have to be like these people. And I don't much care about being liked. It doesn't matter to me. My whole thing is, I want this team to win. I want this team to go to the playoffs. I want this team to be fun. I want this to be a team where, frankly, you as listeners want to go to the game and clients of our radio station are knocking down the door to get tickets. Mm-hmm. I'm tired of this. And I continue to say this, while it is not Scott Harris's fault that the team's been bad for a decade, it is his problem. The St. Louis Cardinals have been bad for about 10 minutes, and their fans want everyone fired. This team's been bad for 10 years, and we still got people more interested in writing an article about crazy puffs at a stadium than talking about a whacked-out approach to putting a lineup together. Oh, our system. Cutscene, Bobby Vitale. Who the hell's the scrub they brought up today?
Ryan.
Ryan what?
Was it Ryan Vitale? Now you got me saying Bobby
Naga, not going to work here anymore.
Vlade?
Yeah.
Divac?
Ryan Vlade.
David, 2017 draft pick, DFA'd by two of the worst franchises in the sport. He's 25. He's got a grand total of 6 at-bats. If your system is so erection-inducing, why is Pete Vidalia the guy you're calling up?
Played a total of 3 major league games his entire career. So
great.
Just one day.
We've just called up Roy Hobbs. What are we doing?
Is he bringing the Wonder Bat?
Honestly, somebody get Torque a bat with a lightning bolt in it immediately. Anything. 248-539-9797. Kenny, do you even know the movie we're referencing? You've never seen The Natural?
No.
Come on, dude.
Add it to the list, man. You know I'm not a movie guy.
It's an all-time good baseball movie, man.
I watched Remember the Titans, and that's the only sports movie that I watch, okay? You understand?
Yes, that's also your entire reference point for minorities. So you're not off to a good start.
Yeah, we all don't sing Motown songs.
Okay. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up in a minute. Let me tell you about Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough product to cover 26 football fields, and they can do that because it's in stock. It's all in their warehouse, right down the street. There's no lead times, no delays, no supply chain issues, just product at industry low pricing. Deck season is here. Get involved. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, David, quickly, and we'll get back to the callers, but just a touch point, a little bit of football for the first time in the show today. Go ahead.
Before I pass this along to David, Mike.
More of you.
Hi.
What's up?
Remember when Deion Sanders went after the guy saying, hey, my son's going to be drafted in the top 5 pick, and where's your kid? He went on social media and just kind of basically made a buffoon of himself. Well, he's kind of apologized. He told you why he did it. Deion said he has to be better, but hey, I was at home and I was bored. So that's why he went on social media and said all those things.
Okay. Unlike you and your ilk, I'm not going to freak out about this. Okay. I know Rico's busy suspending people left and right, and this guy should be gone. Deion Sanders in sum total right now is kind of teetering on the edge of con artist. Look, man, their total's 5.5. If they don't make a bowl and you've gone to the portal and you've brought in over 100 players in 2 years, like last year, they brought in 60 players, 42 of them are gone. Mm-hmm. Well, Deion, you brought those guys here. So if they're bad, that's on you.
Right.
He's not recruiting at an elite level. He's just burning through players, burning through coaches. The social media stuff, Rico, the bottom line is I'm focused on the bigger picture. This, I wouldn't have done it. Don't love it, but I'm not going to freak out about it.
All right. So you want bigger picture? How about this? Next year, Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback at Colorado, Deion's son, is projected to be one of the top quarterbacks. So much so that there are some experts in the NFL who said if he came out this year, he would have been the first quarterback selected over Caleb Williams.
I don't
agree or disagree.
I disagree. I think that's clickbait. I just think that is nothing more than being provocative. There's no way. Nothing on tape. And I watched, I would say with zero hesitation, 6 or 7 Colorado games. Look, he throws a great deep ball. He's tough as nails because he was getting murdered behind that offensive line. But there's nothing that is suggestive that he's on Caleb Williams' level. Now, go back to school this year. Show me. Mm-hmm. But no, Rico, I don't buy that personally.
David?
Well, I'm glad you started with the Colorado stuff because you're annoyed with Colorado, Rico. You're annoyed with Colorado. It kind of leads me to my theme of a guy that I'm annoyed with. It is Marvin.
Kenny is sitting right there, dude. You don't
need
to.
No, not him. It is Marvin Harrison Jr.
What did he do?
Here's why.
He doesn't even talk.
To this day, according to reports, he still has not signed the NFLPA's group licensing agreement.
Okay.
And he also has a separate deal with Fanatics for memorabilia, sign autographs, all this type of stuff. Along with, during the draft process, he told teams, I'm not working out for you because I need to prepare for the NFL season. I'm annoyed by him because he seems to be arrogant, and my dad played in the NFL. I know more than you. I'm better than you. I'm not doing the stuff that everybody else is doing. You're not annoyed by him? Is it just me?
It's just you.
Okay.
Because I would say this, David, because his father is a Hall of Fame player.
But he's not a Hall of Fame player yet.
No, but because he was taken so high. It's why he could say this and Brendan Rice can't. Brendan Rice is trying to get a job. Marvin has a job. Marvin knows some of these things aren't really necessary in order for me to get out on the field. Now, it's window dressing and it makes fans feel good. I don't care. Now, he could be isolating himself down the line. But yeah, I think as of right now, this one's on you, Pastor.
That's cool. Here's another guy I'm annoyed with because he's back in the news somehow.
I want you to lead Sunday's sermon with this.
I will. J.J. Watt.
Okay.
Talking about returning.
I'll give you this one.
I told D'Amico Ryans last year, don't call unless you absolutely need it. But if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. What the heck, dude?
That's a man who is seeing the success that the Texans are having and seeing that they're on their way up. Their trajectory is sky high. He wants to be back. He wants a piece of it now because what if Houston forgets about me? Maybe I need to go, save a baby from a burning building or something so that they'll say, hey, remember JJ? No, we don't.
I think he's one of the biggest attention whores in the history of sports. I can't stand JJ.
I used to think that you were exaggerating when you said that, and now, yeah, he just does. Even when he tries to do the right thing, he still manages to make it about him.
He's just white Russell Wilson. They're both just created in a lab, awkward, attention, cringy. I can't stand him.
I agree with you. And let's get to Russell Wilson's team, because there's a former Steeler talking about how Mike Tomlin should be on the hot seat. That is former offensive lineman Willie Colon. He was on with the Carton Show saying how, quote, when you talk about his overall record, you talk about it in 17 seasons. He's only 8-10 in the playoffs, only 4 seasons with playoff wins, and he's had some bona fide teams with even Ben Roethlisberger.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying he should be on the hot seat because he doesn't know what the Steelers nation is right now.
Yeah, I think if he doesn't make the playoffs, you can have the conversation. Here's the other thing. Mike Tomlin has grown adult children. Like, there comes a point where you've had a great run, you had a great career, you want to live your life. Look, there was a thought process that Tomlin could walk away at the end of this season. The Steelers are about stability. They don't fire people. David, if they don't make the playoffs this year, would you be accepting of a change?
I was accepting of a change going into the offseason this past year, so yes.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with what Willie Colon said. And Colon played for the Steelers.
Yeah, because
he's got a right to talk about that.
Yeah, after a while, making the playoffs is just not good enough. And I know that sounds weird.
Oh, especially in Detroit.
But, yeah, it's like, okay, congratulations, you made it. You're not winning anything. It's been a long time since you won a Super Bowl, so, okay, that's fair.
So let's end this with a little fun. You started with college. Let's end with college here because DraftKings Sportsbook has the odds for the national championship in college football.
I don't know what players are on the team.
Let me guess.
The top 12 here.
I'm going to go with Kenny's favorite team, the Georgia Bulldogs.
They are number 1 at plus 320 right now.
Give me the Oregon Ducks.
Yes, they are number 4, plus 900.
Over to Rico.
The Ohio State Buckeyes.
They are number 2 at plus 425. See if you can get the number 3 team, Mike.
Texas.
Yep, that's Texas at plus 700. They are all over the plus 1,000 mark. You got LSU 5th at plus 1,400.
Wouldn't have said LSU.
With Bama.
I would have said, see, Bama is the one that, man, I don't know. Either you're a genius for bringing in Kalen DeBoer, or it's going to all fall apart, because that fan base, you don't get the honeymoon period. Your honeymoon period ends on January 1st.
Let me help you with this. Is Milroe still the quarterback?
Yeah.
You're dead.
Well, he got better as the year progressed.
Did he?
He did.
Go ahead. Turn on that Rose Bowl.
Ole Miss is in here at plus 1,500.
There's your sleeper.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Because see, Lane is just a con man.
But you got to look at the roster. I agree with everything you're saying. He's an offensive genius and a con man and a weirdo. They're really good. They're really good.
Where your boys at?
They are plus 2,000 right behind Ole Miss.
Man, light your money on fire. What are you on, crack?
You're probably lighting it on fire with Penn State as well, plus 2,500.
100%.
Yeah.
Please, man. No, stop it.
James Franklin still coach?
Correct.
It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Put him in a big game. Loss.
Right.
And that is
He was great on Key and Peele.
Get green and stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control. Just remember, say the station, the show, anything, and they'll give you their best pricing of the year. Natural Way's offer of a complete season of care. It includes the grub control, the insect control. Look, warm weather's here. And I know today's a little crappy, but bottom line, the dandelions and weeds are here with it. Get the problem taken care of. Get green and stay green with Natural Way. All you need to do to get expert application, to get a custom-tailored solution for your lawn, 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or visit naturalwaylawn.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Former MSU football edge rusher By Job has transferred to Kansas. A 6'4", 250-pound former four-star played in just one game for the Green and White. You're killing me over there. He was the highest-ranked Michigan State recruit in the 23 class. Dusty May spoke with the media on the other side today. He likes the recruiting class they have put together. No Tigers lineup has been submitted yet. Not a great sign. The game's supposed to start in about 2 hours. There is rain in the area in Cleveland. We'll keep tabs on that. First pitch is slated for 6:10. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket if it does begin on time. There's an update on the latest NBA rights negotiations. Amazon appears to be getting a larger piece than expected. According to a report by Puck, Prime is likely to carry a Saturday night game in the regular season, plus first and second round playoff series and one conference final every other year. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Respectfully. All right, it's 4 o'clock, and we are going to get more of the people. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We had a very detailed start to the show, a choice A, choice B of two cities, and how it is the inverse reaction from the fan base. Here locally with the Tigers, fans are happier than a pig in mud. The team's 18-17 when they really should be 23-12. If your GM and owner decided to put an offense on the field, you're wasting 90-win pitching. I profiled the other town, which is St. Louis, another God-fearing Midwestern town. They've had a winning year, 23 of the last 25. They've gone to 4 World Series. They had one bad year last year. They're off to a mediocre start this year. A couple games worse than the Tigers. 5 games out of first. Yeah. They want the DeWitts to sell the team. They want Mosaic, the GM fired.
Yeah, they're like
they
15
want Marmol launched into space.
Yeah, they're 15-20 right now. They're 5 games under 500. But yeah, it's such a visceral reaction to.
And mind you, they got a ton of injuries. Tommy Edmonds hurt. Jordan Walker got sent down. Pitching injuries galore. Gallegos. The point I'm making is, why in this town do we not have? Why do we have lower standards than St. Louis? This is a baseball team, and I'm not going to redo the whole presentation. You've had a bottom 5 offense 5 of the last 7 years. You haven't been inside the top 20 since 2017. You haven't made the playoffs. You've had 1 winning record. Scott Harris has now been here for multiple off seasons where he views offense like a joke. Hey, you want to play the audio about how we got a good player at every position? Young and, there are not enough at-bats to go around. Really? You sent Parker Meadows down today, and you brought up a guy who no one's ever heard of. He's not a prospect. He's a farmhand. This guy was DFA'd by Colorado as a failed prospect and then DFA'd by the Pirates.
Ryan Vidali?
Sure.
Yeah. 3 major league games.
He's nobody. He's nothing. So you talk about how good the system is, and this is who you call up to replace Parker Meadows? I mean, for God's sakes, slide Riley to center and bring up Henry Malloy. I mean, Justin Henry Malloy right now has got an 886 OPS at Toledo. You want to bring him up? Bring him up. Well, his defense is a concern. Yeah, you know what my concern is? A team that can't score in a whorehouse. I'm tired of it.
You said it's standard. It's St. Louis has standards. We only want to see the best. We want to win. We want to be in the conversation every year.
And that's what the Tigers should be. I hate to break it to you. You're in a division with a bunch of welfare owners. The Guardians are cheap as the day is long. The Royals, hope you enjoyed your one World Series that you're ever going to see in your lifetime because you're garbage. And the White Sox, forget about it. The Twins, please. If you wanted to own this division, you could. Your owner is loaded. You choose to have a payroll $60 million below league average. You choose to hire a GM who's more interested in hiring Jonah Hill for Moneyball and giving you the likes of McKinstry and Vierling and a broken pelvis and Carson Kelly. You know what? You want to show me you're serious? Postage stamp, Javi Baez, SpaceX rocket. Goodbye. But you're not. And last night they wasted a brilliant pitching performance by Jack Flaherty. Another one. Look at what happened to Skubal this weekend. Look at what happened Friday in New York.
I mean, keep going? No, because it bothers me because he came out at the beginning of the season and said we have all these young bats and we got to play them. We don't want to block them. It's just like, do you know what good is? Because this ain't it. Like, what were you seeing that we aren't seeing right now? What was it that made you utter that statement?
Who?
Scott Harris. Because I don't see it, and it's like. He said it with such conviction, like, I know things.
Well, it's
just wait and see.
Listen, the problem I have in all of sports, so I can make sure I'm not making this personal. I don't want to, it's not personal. I don't care about Scott Harris. I have a problem with most GMs or team presidents act like they're curing pancreatic cancer, which is in fact incurable. The point is, stop. Come down off the altar, okay? Like, stop. You don't have all the answers. Because if you did, you'd have World Series rings. You don't. Whatever. When Scott Harris was an intern with the Cubs. Like, stop. That was Theo's team, not yours. And the Giants, they had one winning record in like a decade. Just because it worked with dirtbags and gym rats in Frisco for 1 year where, by the way, they didn't even make the NLCS. Fact check me on that. I'm pretty sure they got broomed out in the NLDS. The point I'm making is 2 straight years, you've made a mockery of putting a major league lineup out there. And if you want to sell me that it's all about the young players developing, fine, then you better look like the Baltimore Orioles. I better see a lineup top to bottom that is almost exclusively young talent. That's not what this is. Start with the catcher position. Jake Rogers, Carson Kelly. Nope. Javi Baez. Nope. Matt Vierling. Nope. You know, the McKinstry's the nope. Mark Canha. Nope. Who? You want to tell me, hey, we got to develop Colt Keith. That's cool. But I needed a backup plan there when the guy had a 398 OPS the opening 35 games of the year. All right, Parker Meadows, fine. Your backup plan is now who? Frosty McGee? Who the hell is this guy? David, what's his name?
Ryan Vilade.
Couldn't care less. Nobody. He may as well be Darkman. Put a silhouette up there. He doesn't even have a profile pic at ESPN.
He's batting 7th tonight.
That's your answer. So you don't get to have it both ways. And they've almost brazenly gone into multiple off seasons and said, oh, you think we need bats? Nah, watch this. Look at it. 6 players with an OPS under 600. 4 under 500. And I watch. Last night was a joke. Rico, they should be 5-6 games better than they are. They're wasting elite pitching.
And they are. And by the way, yeah, the Phillies swept the Cardinals.
Not the Cardinals, the Giants.
Oh.
In that magical year where, like, Mike Yastrzemski carried the team. Hey, they didn't make the World Series. They didn't even make the NLCS. So great. You racked up a bunch of wins in a one magical year. They may as well make a movie about that Giants team. I think it was the 21 team.
Yeah. Yep. Dodgers.
Yeah. Scott Harris is 1 year. I don't care.
5 games. Yeah.
Whee! I don't care.
Would you like the lineup for tonight?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Everybody get primed. Everybody put on your silk robe. Kenny, get your smoking jacket on. Let's hear this murderer's row. What do we got?
Batting first and playing second, Andy Ibanez.
He actually can give you a major league at bat.
Okay.
But he's not going to play 162 games at second base. But go ahead.
Playing center field and batting second, Winsell Perez. Playing third and batting third is Matt Vierling.
Where's Riley Green?
Left field and batting fourth, Riley Green.
But why would you not have Riley Green hitting first or second to gain the extra at bat?
Yeah.
I thought we loved analytics here. I don't want Riley hitting cleanup. This isn't 1989.
How many times does this batting order turn over during a game? Not very often because they don't get many hits.
Right.
At least have him at the top so he has a shot.
100%. Yeah, I listen, Riley's having an all-star year, but I can't take him any lower than second because of what Kenny said. That's the extra at bat in the 8th or 9th. Carry on.
Playing DH, batting fifth, Jake Rogers.
No, wait. Woo! Jake, hold on a minute. Hold on. Can you pull up Jake Rogers? I want Kenny to do that. I want you to sit here and look at Kenny. Kenny, pull up Jake Rogers' numbers. This is your DH. All right? Just so we're clear now. This is your big bopper. This is your guy you could not bring JD Martinez here. There are no at-bats to go around because you got Jake Rogers playing DH tonight. Can you give me the numbers, Kenny?
Yeah, he's got a 530 OPS, just hitting the lights out here. 247 on-base percentage, and he's a negative WAR right now. 2 home runs.
Your DH is a player who hurts you.
He does have 5 RBIs.
Stab one. Okay. Keep going.
6th and playing first base, Spencer Torkelson. 7th, playing right field will be Ryan Valade. 8th, shortstop, Javi Baez. And 9th and playing catcher, Carson Kelly.
So the fact that both your catchers suck, we just had to get both of them in the lineup tonight. I got nothing. Now, maybe tonight's magical and Logan T. Allen melts down on the mound and they score 5 or 6 runs. But that on paper, I'm not kidding you, that's the worst Tiger lineup maybe of my life. I don't think fans should be accepting of that.
No, and here's what makes it really bad. It's not like they have injuries and you're waiting for somebody to come back and you just got a space holder there. This is it. This is as good as it gets.
Yes, Kenneth.
Jake Rogers' OPS plus is 52.
So
he's 50% worse than your average MLB player.
What's Carson Kelly?
I'll look that up for you, too.
Yeah, hold on. Because one catcher's not bad enough. Let's play them both.
I think his is 5.
48.
Oh.
48.
So if I put them both together,
they equal one catcher.
I get one league average player. One problem. This isn't Voltron. We can't just Velcro them together. Rico, just read. I'll get to the callers.
It's actually 5. You said Carson Kelly? It's actually 513.
No. The OPS plus.
Oh, okay. Yes. Kenny's right. Kenny's right.
Woo!
All right.
Hey, want a career in things?
No. You're being very judgmental. You know who's not? It's Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone right now through May 10th. Head into any local Planet Fitness and just walk in there, $1 down for $10 a month. You can join Planet Fitness, the home of the judgment-free zone. You'll be able to feel comfortable and work on all your fitness goals. Squeaky clean gyms. A lot of gyms have brand new equipment, whether it's strength training or cardio equipment. And if you're short on time and you say, I don't really have time to work out, yes, you do. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost, so you can get the help that you need. You get all of this, $1 down, $10 a month, now through May 10th. Just head into your local Planet Fitness right now to get started. $1 down, $10 a month. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you won't want to. Head to your local Planet Fitness right now to sign up, or you can simply go online at planetfitness.com.
In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. You got to hire the right lawyer who will make sure insurance companies pay what they owe you. It is injury attorney David Feminino. They have made insurance companies pay for almost 30 years. They'll help you with your case. And in fact, David is ready to speak to you personally right now. If you call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. Let's get to our man, Tony, who's been very patient. Tone, how are you today?
I am okay. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Hey, I agree with you, but I think you sell the fans a little short on the fact that there's a lot of us out here that's really, really upset with what's going on. They knew coming into the season they had no hitting. And I really hit the button when they lost that game that Flaherty pitched, had 14 strikeouts, and they couldn't win a game.
Yep.
I mean, it's just embarrassing. But, it goes beyond the GM. It goes to A.J. Hinch as well. I mean, he plays too much into the analytics, and, no guys can really get their feet on the ground when they're only playing every other day. I mean, I heard you say that Andy Ibanez will give you a professional at-bat. But when he's playing every other day, he's not going to be able to help the team at all. And there's only one other thing I'd like to say. Well, two other things. They need to get rid of those ugly jerseys. Those things are hideous. And secondly, baseball needs to get rid of that, putting a man on second base in extra innings.
See, I like the second base and extra innings because I don't want to watch a 15-inning game.
Just get it over with.
Yeah. Now, Tony, let me address the Hinch thing. All right. Now, here's what I'll tell you. Largely, he's been asked to make chicken salad out of chicken bleep. But he's also done some questionable things in that process. I mean, some bullpen decisions have been interesting to say the least. And lineup-wise, look, late innings, you go, wait a minute. Why are you letting, an example, why are you letting Javi Baez hit here? This guy's atrocious. I think, look, there has to be a level of blame year in, year out. If you're special as a manager, if you truly are special, you have to have some level of impact here. Mm-hmm. It's fair to critique a little bit. Now, I would just
walk
tell
in
you,
there and say, hey, we need better players.
The blame game, it starts with Chris, it goes to Scott, and then somewhere way down the list is AJ Hinch. This is about up top. Now, you want to tell me, well, AJ has a big say in who's here?
That's what I'm saying.
Fine.
He walks in there, hey, Scott, you got to give me some better ingredients, okay? I have nothing to cook with.
I cannot believe smart baseball people back-to-back seasons have put this lineup out there. And the pitching is good enough to win this division. Let's go to Ray, 97.1. Ray, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Rico, I just have to personally thank you for having me in stitches laughing yesterday with your questions about horse racing. It just, I know it drove Mike crazy, and it was just 10,000, really. But anyway, I just want to thank Chris Ilitch. I want to thank him for wasting Riley Green. I want to thank him for wasting AJ Hinch as a manager, albeit as you said, he has made some questionable decisions, but no doubt he's a pretty decent manager. Yeah. We were to call a spade a spade. I want to thank him for wasting Tarek Skubal and his great pitching. Like I literally looked it up. The Tigers have one of the best earn run averages against when he talks about the pitching, and yet their batting is only maybe 23rd at best. It's pathetic, and you would like to think that maybe one of these years we'd actually be able to sniff the playoffs, but to be quite honest, I'm almost ready to just blow this whole thing up and just start over from scratch, because at least then I'd know that the Tigers have a direction. And, they've got, people that they're trying to bring up through the minor leagues that just are, let's be honest.
Yeah, but I'll give you an example.
Away.
Hold on. Ray, think about this. Tell me where I'm crazy here. So you send Parker Meadows down and you bring up this nobody. I mean, this is not a prospect. This is a farmhand. How much longer do we have to wait till Justin Henry Malloy's 25 years old? Oh, he doesn't play center field. I don't care. Slide Riley over. The guy's got a 900 OPS at Toledo. His bat's his strength. He's never going to be a great defensive player. Throw him out there. Or better yet, you're DHing Jake Rogers tonight. If Justin Henry Malloy's defense is so atrocious, DH him.
Yeah, I'm not even asking the Tigers to sit there and, overspend and, be like the Dodgers and just, pay through the roof for, like Shohei Ohtani. But I think the Tigers are like 20 runs away from being just above league average, which I think is the Twins, if I'm not mistaken, right now, just in runs scored. And how many more games would the Tigers have actually won this season had they scored like 20 runs over the course of the season so far? It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. And you're not wrong at all for trying to hold this team to a standard.
Yeah, and it's just, Ray, I feel like I fight an uphill battle because whether it's guys at the station, certainly the media at large. I mean, forget about Bally. Easy to forget when they're not viewable on Comcast. But, I mean, Bally's over here. They don't even show you the batting average at the start of the game. Well, here's what this guy hits against fastballs under a full moon. No, how about we just show the OBPs and the OPSs?
Good thing you can't watch it.
They say. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Trying to hang in there. Watching Tigers and this rain does, wonders for depression when you're having to watch that lineup. But, most has been said about the offense, but I just thought of something on management. When I heard Scott Harris, I thought I was hearing Derek Lalonde talking about Red Wings and no one expected us to be here. It sounded like Scott Harris was trying to tell us because of all these sticks, we're not going to spend money. The theme from both the Wings and the Tigers seem to be the same thing. Their management teams do one thing. They manage expectations of fans and keep them lower.
Yep. And I'm tired of it. Because, again, if we flip it to hockey, I love how vitriolic the response is if you critique the Yzer plan. Well, it's a pass-fail league. This was the softest bubble ever. Both of the wild card teams in the East got thrown into a wood chipper. The Wings weren't any good in year 5 of a rebuild. Now, I have to accept barely getting in next year? No. The goal next year should be to win a playoff series, to be a top 3 team in your division. And, Jeff, you're right. I'll get made fun of for that opinion. Well, you don't know hockey. Dude, it's year 6. You told me Yzerman was a unicorn. Show me something.
I want to see from him and as a GM what he was as a player. I saw when they won. Now look at the Lions bringing Chris Spielman as someone. That's a guy who hated to lose, and all of a sudden there's a different attitude about winning. Joe Dumars, he finished tough, but there was a guy who hated losing. You had guys in that hated losing. Yzerman hates losing, but it seems like we've found a way to just soften their approach. At least my opinion, they've tried to do that.
Oh, I think that's all they do. I mean, and again, the media will willfully do it for them. Think about it. Oh, if you critique the Yzer plan, you're a bad person. You don't know hockey. You're low IQ. How dare you? We're going to be great in 2028. It's unbelievable. And again, it's guys I work with. It's people on TV. It's people in the paper. Forget about whatever the hell Kenny deals with on social. I'm talking about callers too. So I sit here and I go, well, wait a second. Now, hold on. I'm not asking for a World Series from Scott Harris. Mm-hmm. I'm asking for a respectable lineup. Effort. Acquisition. For Yzerman, it was they had to make the playoffs this year or I started asking questions. Guys, you tanked the last month of the season. You didn't make it. Mm-hmm. You don't get to say you did. Second of all, next year, it will probably take the better part of 6 points more to get in than it took this year. Mm-hmm. So next year can't be the same expectation as this year. It's year 6. Rico, my expectation is be legitimate and go win a damn series. Or otherwise we're in year 7 without any. What is the point of any of this?
Mike, you're not wrong. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Dad.
Don't stab me.
All right. No, we're good. All right. Whoops. NBA playoffs have tipped off.
Just bludgeoned them.
Yep. Not here. They haven't. FanDuel, right now, new customers, $150 in bonus bets. Any winning $5 wager, it's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets. How about that, Rico? You want to explain to me how the hell are the Celtics 12.5-point favorites tonight?
Because we win in Chip, baby.
Okay, 12.5?
Yeah.
All righty. No better
That
place.
Boston Magic.
FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-2. Actually, it's 1-800-GAMBLER. I don't know why we're changing the number. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers lineup is in, but the tarp has just made its way onto the field. Here's who they will roll out if the game is able to be played. Andy Ibanez leads it off and plays second base. Wenzel Perez in the 2-hole as he plays center field today. Matt Vierling follows, and it's Green, Rogers, Torkelson in the middle. Ryan Valade will make his Tigers debut today in right field. Javier Baez plays short and bats 8, and Carson Kelly will catch for the second straight day. Kenta Maeda is scheduled to be on the mound with his 5 ERA today. CJ Moore is re-signing with the Lions. According to Ian Rappaport, the safety has inked a 1-year deal with the team. He did not play at all in 23 following a suspension for gambling. The NHL draft lottery is today. The draft starts at 5:45 with the broadcast beginning at 6:30. The Sharks have the highest odds of winning the lottery, while the Wings have one of the worst odds to do so after just missing the playoffs last season. Rudy Gobert missed Game 2 of the conference final yesterday as his Timberwolves played the Nuggets due to the birth of his son Monday morning. Gilbert Arenas was not a fan of that on his podcast. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, well, I've just heard the dumbest thing I'll hear all day. Did I just seriously hear another man knock a guy who wanted to be at the birth of his child?
Well, maybe it'll be sleep by the time you get home anyway.
Okay, so unplug Gilbert Arenas' batteries. I think it's probably just time to not platform him. I'll tell you this, he's approaching Antonio Brown for Looneyland. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Minus the Burfict hit. Yes.
The what?
The Antonio Brown got hit. Perfect.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, and he hasn't thrown candy penises at anybody. That video still shocks.
The fact that was your go-to.
It was one of the most incredibly ridiculous things I've ever seen.
Right. It's like of all the things in the house that you could throw.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I know.
Hold on. Kenny went to Etsy and just bought me these. All right, David, some ticket text, and then we'll get it moving. We got a Red Wings thing we got to fix.
Tigers offense is putrid. I'm glad Xfinity dropped Bally. Now I don't have the option to waste my night watching great pitching ruined by supporting just 2 runs. Seth in Canton. Kelly and Rogers both starting. The Tigers lineup is basically playing 9 on 8.
It's stunning when you think about it. Like, neither catcher's any good. I wouldn't start either of them if I had one. So let's put both in the lineup, including one at DH. What?
Tiger sellers at the deadline once again. Another wasted year. But, hey, it's the rebuild is over. Brian from Northfield.
I think that's Rico from across the console. I can't talk deadline on May 7th.
This just isn't a good sports town, Mike. It never will be, and it never was.
Disagreed completely. I think that these teams and the people that run them have largely taken your life force. If we really look at the last decade of sports in this town, or if you want to go a little further, 15 years, once that Lidstrom slap shot went off the crossbar in Game 7 in 2009, it's pretty much been nothing. Tigers made their appearance in the World Series, and Pablo Sandoval ended that. That's it. Mm-hmm. There's been nothing. The Lions finally reignited it. But I just truly believe you've got bad ownership at large in this town. And the Pistons have been driven into Middle Earth. No one watches them, listens to them, talks about it. No one. The Red Wings have been in the wilderness. And even when we hired Steve Yzerman, what has it really netted us? And the Tigers, forget about it. Just forget it. They got a 90-win pitching staff and a 60-win offense. And if they play tonight, I actually hope they don't play. I don't want to watch that tonight. Now, I know I'm not digging ditches for a living. Please don't take it like that in listener land. I'm saying watching this team and watching the lineup they're putting out tonight, dude, you're facing a nobody in Logan Allen. And this lineup features, I can't even believe it's real. Mm-hmm.
Why would you drop Riley Green to fourth? This isn't 1985. Oh, he's the cleanup hitter. No, I'm batting him leadoff every night to get more bats. Second at worst.
I was about to say second at the worst. But, yeah.
Jake Rogers at DH. Pete Vidalia in center hitting seventh. What is this?
This poor man. Pete Vidalia.
Yeah, well, add him to the rest of the bad lineup. He is a poor man. The rebuild began again when Scott Harris was hired. Thanks, computer. Okay, this is a team that is tanking and has outperformed expectations. Pitching staff accepts Scooble, our trade bait. That is from Larry in Detroit.
All right, but Larry, even if all of that is true, all right, I'll go with that. How do you justify Scott Harris essentially mocking the thought of an offense and a respectable lineup? Look at the people he's selected. See, I'll grade him. I have said this now. I'm sorry if it's redundant. While the team being bad for a decade is not Scott Harris's fault, it is his problem. Let's grade Scott Harris on the people he's brought to town on offense. How on earth is that acceptable? And you want to do it in the name of what? Developing young players? Well, how do any of these scrubs help young players? How is your catcher duo helping these young players? How's Javi Baez help anybody?
It's almost like he just wants to make sure that there's no roadblocks for his young players, so when they develop, they're there. It's a dumb way of doing it.
Right, I was going to say, Rico, then wake me up in 2026. I mean, truth be told, what are we doing?
But it allegedly, or it kind of seems like that's the game plan right now.
I can't do it. This division is winnable. This pitching staff's good enough to win it. You gotta show me something. Look, on surface, if you hated the players that are available or you didn't want to make a trade, get Javi Baez out of here. Show me you care. How's Javi helping anybody? Seriously. You're hitting him eighth. The next stop is a bus. Like, it's just, come on.
And then you've already said for Torque, the next stop for him is the bench. So,
Colt Keith, how long are you going to stick with a guy who's got the worst OPS in baseball? Hell, he's benched tonight. Parker Meadows just got sent down. How you feeling about your game plan now? Now, had you had a couple of it, but think about this. Costa talked about it in the morning, and I'm not telling you it's gospel. I don't even know if I totally agree with it, but it's an idea, and I'll take it. It's creativity. Where the hell were the Tigers for Luis Ariz? Oh, but he's going to be a free agent. I don't care.
Actually, they have control for him for the next 2 years. This year and next.
Okay, so there you go. $10 million. They didn't give up any of their top 8 prospects. You get a guy whose OBP will be closer to 400 than 350. He's a silver slugger. He's played third, short, second, and both corner outfield spots in his career. Why not? Now your lineup could have Riley Green first or Ariz, and then the other batting second. And if they had done what you wanted in the offseason, which you were a J.D. Martinez guy, J.D. would have been back last week. Now all of a sudden, look at your top 3. I'm just trying to find ways to win the division here that don't really do much. Okay, let's say Ariz is 10 mil and J.D. was 13. Say I had to pay J.D. 17. You'd still be 35 mil under league average payroll. It costs nothing. I don't understand the lack of urgency. But see, I have a different mentality than I feel that ownership has. My feelings, paid for them, spend it to make it. Ownership here well knows if this team's winning, 2.5 million people are going through that gate. Spend the money. Spend it to make it. Nah. Here's a crazy puff.
Here's a home run celebration. Here's some new uniforms. We got clean showers in Lakeland.
David, he's doing it again. All right, we'll get with the people momentarily. Ideal You helps you lose weight fast. It helped John Jansen lose 63 pounds total. You could lose 40 pounds in 40 days. Get on the program, sign up today, get a $200 Visa gift card. You book that free consultation right now, idealu.us. Ideal You, it's different. They're going to get you on a road to success, coaching, encouragement. It worked for John, and it can work for you. Ideal You, help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up today, get the $200 Visa gift card, book that free consultation right now at idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, let's get to the people. I am going to play the role of Kenny. No, not a fall down drunk, but a man with possible solutions. Kenny, I was making sure you were paying attention. You were very chatty back there. I need to slander you in order to realign your focus. Kenny took some bullets last week. People were upset when he made a suggestion for the Iser plan. Well, I'm going to lay down on the train tracks and I'll run cover for Kenny today because I have me an idea. We're going to get to that in a couple of minutes. Let's go to Murray, 97.1. Murray, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm fine, fellas. You think Candelaria could have helped the Tigers and the Castros? You think they could have helped the Tigers hit more?
No, Murray, hell, man. You know, Big Bird, Bert and Ernie, Sesame Street characters could help us, so I can't sit here and argue with you. Sure. Why not?
That was the dumbest thing that they could have, Harris could have done. I think the
dumbest thing is, well, first of all, there are multiple, in my opinion, dumb moves that he made offensively. Having a Frankenstein at third base, that made no sense to me. The idea that we were going to duct tape, McKinstry, a dude with a broken pelvis, Ibanez, we'll figure it out. I don't respect that.
See, I think having everybody and raising the expectation of thinking, okay, after Miggy's contract comes off, because for years it was like, once Miggy's contract is done, just sit back and wait and see. Well, it fell off the books, and it's like, okay, what did I miss here? You did nothing with that. I think that's where the frustration kicks in.
Well, they'll tell you they got Flaherty and they got Maeda, but it doesn't tell the whole story is that the payroll is $60 million below league average.
Right.
Now, Murray, look, I'm not going to sit here and argue anybody who says I wish we had, player X. How could I argue? No, I'm not going to sit here and scream bloody murder that Candelario was gone. But my point is, if the other option was to go into a baseball season with a cast of nobodies at third, look at Javi Baez again, Mark Hanna, Matt Vierling. I mean, today I got a backup catcher DHing. How am I going to argue with you, Murray? Not gonna. Yeah. David, what do you got on ticket text before I'm sure the hockey fans are going to get very upset at me?
Tigers need to be willing to part with a couple of these pitchers to get a bat or two. There are teams that need pitching and have hitters to give. I don't know what Harris is doing here.
See, the thing that bothers me is you didn't have to go through all that. You could have just picked up some people and just paid them and brought them here.
That's correct.
And kept everything together.
No, we didn't want to block Jace Jung, the guy you're teaching to play third base, and we have no idea if he'll ever be good at it or if he'll be a good player. Oh, well, we don't want to block who? Who in the outfield?
Yeah, you're worried about people who will be up here in 2-3 years. I just worry about this year. Sell out for this year.
No, not even sell out. Just try to be competitive.
That's what I'm saying. Just sign a bunch of 1- and 2-year deals so that by the time the deals are over, the guys that you're coveting to come up, they'll be ready and these guys will be gone.
Here's what it feels like. No air quotes. What it feels like is he has sold Chris on a 4-year plan. And 2026 is when they'll be ready to actually do things and stuff and fun. I just don't subscribe to it. Because if I owned a team.
You say 4 because I'm thinking, 5-year plan? But
no, I just, if I owned a team, it would be made abundantly clear to the person I hired. I'm going to give you the latitude to be smart, right? Hire smart people and let them be smart. But Scott, we've been bad for a decade. My customer base is not going to tolerate a 4 or 5-year deal. So what do I got to do for you to take 4 or 5 years? And how about we bring that down to I need to compete a little bit here.
Right. Because you can sell that 4-year plan, but then all of a sudden situation changes and you got to adjust on the fly. Hey, you know what? We can win this division. That's a great thing to give to this city. And it'll give you some street cred with the people of selling your 4-year plan. You win this division. You're competitive in this division. Now they'll say, okay, we can wait because it's only going to get better than allegedly doing what you're doing right now.
David.
OMG, I'm tired of hearing that word blocking. It's not blocking. It's creating competition. Competition breeds greatness. Chuck and Flint. The fact that Green has 9 homers and 17 RBIs says it all. Nobody gets on base.
No, look, Riley Green is an all-star. He's having a fabulous start to the year. I only wish I could put ball players around him who could make him even better. They just choose not to. And again, like, I don't know what planet where Parker Meadows is Mike Trout. Yes, he plays above average to maybe borderline Gold Glove defense, but offensively, sorry, there's nothing there for me. All right, well, we're going to roll him out in center. Well, what's the other plans? Matt Vierling. What's the other plans? Mark Canha. These are not – ask yourself this. Red Wing fan, you're a Tiger fan, you're a Piston fan. How many players do I have that would play on a playoff team? Like if Mark Canha played for the Dodgers, the Braves, the Yankees, the Orioles, Mark Canha's a fourth outfielder. All right? You have one player that would play for those teams. It's Riley Green.
If he's playing on the Thursday getaway day.
Right. You want to add a pitcher to the mix? Tarek Skubal would start. He probably wouldn't start. Well, the way the Dodgers, they got 50 pitchers. But you get my point.
He wouldn't be number one in the rotation, but he would be in the rotation.
I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of having a bunch of guys that wouldn't play for decent teams. And while I want to give runway to guys like Cole Keith, I want to give runway for Spencer Torkelson. I get all of that. You cannot sell me go look at that lineup today and tell me that that's about developing young players. That lineup, if they even play tonight, that lineup is wild.
Maybe a good thing you can't see him. But you can listen to him right here on 97.1.
No, I'll see him tonight.
No, I'm talking, not you. I'm just talking about the people.
Oh, I know. Please. Kenny, I have a question for you. You know I hinted at this topic I'm going to do next, and you were like, Michael, this is a tremendous idea. Are you setting me up for a fail?
I don't think I am, but I thought the Stamkos idea wasn't bad either, and then I just got ran over by a train. So maybe I am, maybe I'm not.
So we're going to play a game, and it's called You Don't Like My Idea, Cool, What's Yours? So I will lay something out there that seems to be in the public discourse, and I'd like to know if this is going to move the Iser plan forward. And if you don't like it, the only rule is, cool, what's your idea? We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Lions decided not to sign an undrafted free agent QB. Instead, they'll bring two into minicamp, which kicks off this Friday. One is former high school teammate of Aiden Hutchinson and divine child Theo Day. Day started his career at MSU, but ended up at Northern Iowa, where he completed 61% of his passes. The other is Grand Valley State product Kate Peterson, a two-time GLIAC Offensive Player of the Year. Dusty May is excited about Michigan basketball's recruiting class, including these key gets. The Tigers and Guardians are hoping they can dodge the rain in Cleveland this evening. Currently, the tarp is on the field. Coverage begins shortly here on 97.1 The Ticket at 5:45 as Detroit looks to snap a 4-game losing streak. Did you see this one? Former MLB player Monty Harrison is flipping to college football. He is committed to Arkansas. The 28-year-old will play wide receiver for the Razorbacks. He was a top wide receiver coming out of high school in the 2014 class. With sports at Or no, that's the other station. At the Coral Health Updates. I did it again.
That's the second time you have done this.
If I say it enough, I'll change the clock. Right?
Hey, traffic and weather on the 8s. Wrong station, Jeremy.
At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com, rewind. Talked a lot of Tiger baseball today, but I want to turn our attention to something different. And last week, Kenny, it was a public service he attempted to perform for you, and all you people did was just bludgeon this man. Kenny was laying in the street, say, help me, I'm poor, and you kicked him in the face because he dared to try to move the Iser plan forward. So with that in mind, I would like to show some leadership, and I'm going to take the baton from Kenny. And now I will probably get absolutely crushed by people. But I'm not demanding this. Can I at least say that? I am not screaming and demanding it. I'm offering an idea. It is no secret. The Iser plan is behind. All right, we're 5 years in with no playoffs. This was the softest bubble there'll ever be, and you still didn't make it because you clown card your way through the last 20 games of the season. Big off season here. Now, yes, you got to pay Raymond. Yes, you got to pay Sider. Well, do we have a goalie? Maybe. We got 7 of them, but we really have 0. But the answers are 2-3 years down the road with Augustine and Kosa. What do we got on defense besides Mo Sider? Well, we got, Palika, or we got Johansson. Okay, fine. Work with me. I watched a playoff series end the other night in a manner that would have driven me to insanity as a fan. The player in question, as I combed the media of this other city, it's in upheaval. The fans and the media are in rapture and in the midst of wanting to fire everyone into the sun, from the GM, the team president, the coach, the goaltender.
The passion is there.
Big time. One player at the center of this is taking an incredible amount of heat and didn't help himself with a bizarre media availability, which is not uncommon for said player. Now, I will tell you, said player is well above a point a game guy. I will tell you that said player is nearly, despite having a bad series this year, a point a playoff game player. Said player is in between mid to late 20s. Said player gets paid a lot of money, but he is signed through this next season. There is a problem in that he has the dreaded NMC, no movement clause. You'd have to talk. Kenny, what you're shaking your head. What's the issue?
If they want to move him, it's not a problem. He has very little leverage in this situation. All they have to do is say, see that press box up there?
Okay.
That's going to be your home for next year if you don't waive your no-trade clause.
All right, Kenny has just butchered said player. So let me offer this to you.
Yes, I'm waiting to hear said player.
Hockey Elite. I am asking you, would you want this? We know, as Kevin Garnett once said, anything is possible. But would this make the Wings better? Would this make the Wings the top 3 divisional team we desire them to be? I would like to offer for submission a player who can no longer play in the city he plays in. I would like to offer you for your perusal. Would you pick up the phone and call your former teammate, Brendan Shanahan, and would you inquire about Mitch Marner? I am not demanding it. Please do not yell at me. I don't know if it works. I just know you hated Kenny's idea about Stamkos. He's too old. He's not good 5-on-5. He'll want too much money. Marner needs to change the scenery in a bad way. Bad way. He can't play in Toronto no more.
Kenny doesn't have one more year on this deal.
Yes, signed through 24, 25.
$10 million deal.
That is also correct. He's not a cheap date. But this is a guy who's got essentially 2 100-point seasons.
I was about to say, yeah, he's averaging about 90 points.
He's better than a point a game. He's also in 57 career playoff games. He's got 51 points. Now, I know he didn't have a good series against Bruins. By the way, if Roberto shaved, he'd be Jack Montgomery, the coach of the Bruins. Just throwing it out there. Never did I realize Roberto was moonlighting as the coach of the Bees. But Kenny, yell at me. Do whatever you got to do. I want to hear from the Hockey Elite on this. Is this something you would consider? Is it something we should consider? Or is Marner just not? Is it goofy?
I don't think it's a crazy idea. It's an exciting idea. It makes you immediately better. You just have to take a deep breath and realize not only are you footing some of the bill for his salary of $10 million, but if you want to keep him around, you're going to have to give him a raise when you extend him, because he's not taking 10.8 or whatever he's making now. He's going to want more. He's, like you said, point per game player, hitting the prime of his career. He's 27?
Yeah.
He's going to want a little bit more. He's going to want at least 11.
Kenny, if you make this deal, who are you giving up if you're the Wings?
See, I think it takes a prospect, but I also think that Toronto is in the unfortunate position of not having a ton of leverage in that trade market. All the pressure is on them to move him, because once their contracts run out, the core 4, they're going to be in a lot of problems in Toronto. So I think I don't think it's going to cost you as much as you might imagine.
Yeah, and I just did a quick search there. Yeah, the fans are really not too happy with him at all.
Oh, no. Universally, as I peruse Toronto media, it all comes back to Marner, because here's the deal. You're not getting rid of Matthews. John Tavares is the captain, and I go, I have my Maple Leaf pajamas. Yeah, I know, when you showed your ass and left the Islanders. The point is, you just paid Nylander. Marner's the odd man out. Detroit, I'm asking you a question. Now, if you didn't like Kenny's idea and you don't like my idea, what the hell is yours?
See, I thought you were going to go with a goalie at first. I did.
I'm asking the question. I don't know who the goalie would be.
No, but this is...
Rico, listen, one thing I can tell you with certainty. Goaltender is the hardest position in the National Hockey League to acquire. Everybody covets them. Nobody has them. The teams that do have two of them, and they ain't trying to give you one of them. The Bruins have had two goalies for as long as I've been alive. Like, the Rangers have had two goalies, or they just had King Henrik. The point is, I don't know who the goalie would be, and I would leave it to Kenny to tell me. I've made jokes about, do you want Varlamov? I'll trade him, do you? The Islanders have no farm team.
No, and I guess if the Leafs don't have that much leverage, it's certainly, you call up your former teammate and say, let's talk.
They're in cap hell. This guy can't return there. You got a relationship.
Now, will the Wings have enough money to sign everybody and him?
Yes.
They probably will, and what Toronto is going to value coming up a lot is cap space. Cap space is going to be one of their biggest assets that they don't have right now, which is why I say they don't have a ton of leverage when it comes to moving a guy like that who's taking up $10 million in cap space every year on their
And
roster.
if you don't like the idea, it's fine. I don't even know if I like it. But the point I'm trying to make is Red Wing fan has got to stop being the overprotective dad, and no one's good enough to date your daughter. You got to stop. All right? Your daughter's no prize. So why don't we just open the dating pool up a little bit here? All right? You got to stop. Every time a name gets brought up, never. Oh, my God. Absolutely not. Then who are we adding?
He would disrupt the chemistry. Yeah, okay.
You don't like the idea that Kenny had. You don't like this one? Offer me one. All right, sell me this pen.
No, I like it. I guess I asked Kenny, could you actually fit him under the cap with all the other signings that you're going to have to do to keep your young players?
Sure, and then you pay somebody to take Andrew Kopp's dead body.
Okay.
You start playing the game like serious people.
No, Mike, I mean, I like it. Yet he is not a fan favorite in Toronto.
No, listen, Toronto hates everyone right now. Everyone.
Right,
Do
but
you
he's
know
the one
that's
that can,
the seventh straight playoff series against the Bruins they've lost? Seventh.
I didn't know that was
It's
against
the
Bruins.
third game 7 the Bruins have aced them out in since 2013.
Well, he is the official scapegoat. And of the 4,
that's right.
He's the one that can be moved. And you're right. I think that he would be willing to listen to anything because he's not living in his house right now. He's probably already hit Cancun or moved to another city while we work out a deal. Go ahead, David.
I was going to say, because people keep asking about the cap. You keep asking about the cap. It's supposed to rise, expected to rise to $88 million for this coming season and then $92 million for the year after.
What
I know
a poverty sport.
I know.
My goodness.
But it's rising. So the point is
$10 million and you breaking the bank.
Man, I can't even fit Anthony Edwards under the NHL cap.
That's the 14th player on an NBA roster.
Right, Theo Ratliff makes more than the entire Maple Leafs. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So my point is it's rising. So stop thinking about, you will have room. You will have room on your roster for all these guys. Make the move.
Listen, and again, I'm not demanding it. I am humbly offering it, asking it. I'm brainstorming because all I know is when we bring up the Wings and the Yzer plan, it's always not good enough, not good enough, not good. Then who? Because you know what's not good enough? Your current team. 248-539-9797. Rico Beard.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the road. And Hamilton Chevy has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to the rugged SUVs. Heck, when the sun comes out, they have convertibles. They got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. They're more than just a dealership. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the May Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you will drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hey, companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces, nothing's free. You want a fair deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you're going to save up to $2,000. Fast installation and same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. So proud of the hockey elite. And I just want to state for the record, I'm not demanding this. It is just an offering. The offering plate, if you will. Just offering it out there. Let's go to the people. I want to see what everybody's got to say. Toronto's got a new public enemy number one. Do you make a run at him? Mitch Marner needs to change scenery.
Badly.
North of a point a game player. Damn near a point a game in the playoffs. I know he had a bad series against Boston. He ain't going to be a right. He cannot be a Maple Leaf. Maybe we take advantage of him, add another rising star to go with Lucas Raymond and Dylan Larkin. DeBrincat could back down to that second line. I'm just asking. Let's go to the people. Andrew will lead us off. 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
How are you,
Andrew?
sir?
I'm doing well, thanks. I could not disagree with you more, Valenti. Not only is Mitch Marner need to change the scenery, it's not even just because of his reputation in Toronto. It's his reputation in the league. I mean, Paul Bissonnette put him in a body bag on TNT talking about his play during the playoffs, like not engaging in puck battles, not in the right spot, and he torched him. And that's just one example. I don't think, to kind of further cement your point about Red Wing Slappies and their Yzerplan infatuation, I just don't think he's the right player for us.
So
now
who
I'm
is?
also going to be disappointing you too, because I think a goalie is our first and foremost need, along with highly productive player on the goal side.
Yeah.
I mean, just from the Toronto side, I mean, there's someone else who's available who probably, the goal production's not going to be there. But, I mean, Tyler Bertuzzi is out ahead his last year on his deal with Toronto. So I would actually take him over Mitch Marner. And I know that sounds crazy, but
no,
I just
Andrew,
don't think that's the guy.
Andrew, you if you listen to the show on a semi-regular basis, if I really want something or demand something, you'll know it. This is not that. It's an idea.
Yeah.
A
suggestion.
I'm searching for a way for this to actually turn a corner. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm with you. But Andrew, I can't blurt out a goalie that's this no-brainer player to acquire. I don't know who you go and get. It's impossible to get a goalie. It's really hard.
Yeah. And I think just to answer the question, it's not him. But sad story is, I don't know who else.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's why Steve's got a very tough offseason on his hands.
Yeah,
Thanks,
because
guys.
and Andrew, appreciate it. That's my point in all of this. We have got to stop in this town with the whole "you're not good enough to date my daughter" routine. There has to be. We have to get better players.
Right.
And every time Kenny brings a guy up, Kenny gets hit with a 2x4 by Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
He's not going to fit the plan. Yeah.
He doesn't fit our culture. And you're like, what? What? So how much longer do I have to wait?
Not making the playoffs?
And Andrew called up. I have no issue with Andrew's call. I don't want Marner, but I freely admit I don't have a better suggestion. Kenny, would you make it a Tyler Bertuzzi reset by Andrew?
I think it's an experiment that we've seen before with basically a similar group of players. I think I'm out on that, but I like the ingenuity. I like the creativity.
Go to Austin, 97.1. What's up, Austin?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Just enjoying my ride home here. But so I personally think that the Marner idea is brilliant. He fits the bill. He's a very similar player offensively and defensively to Dylan Larkin, but probably a little bit more skilled in offensive side. And I think that the culture thing that Andrew mentioned, it's understandable, but at the same time, I think that type of culture is what is groomed in Toronto. That's just a part of the Toronto system that it's inevitable. It always happens to those players. If you brought him into our system, I think our culture will grow on him, and he would grow with a group of guys that fit kind of his mold. And like you guys said, I think if it's not him, it's got to be Stamkos. There's really no other choice. We have to get better.
Well, and listen, I mean, Austin, I'm not even doing the, well, if it's not him, then it must be X. No, I'm saying we can all agree this is going to be a large offseason for this franchise. And we know what they got to do with Seider and Raymond. We know this. But there has to be a bold move somewhere, Austin. You know what I would compare it to? What you're going to see with the Wings this offseason is really what the Tigers are going to have to do next offseason. Because I'm at the end of my rope with both franchises. If the Wings have this very drab offseason and it's just Seider, Raymond, and shut it down, Austin, I'm out. It's the same thing with the Tigers. If Scott Harris goes into a third offseason and I just get another, assembly line of Matt Vierling dolls, I can't do it. So, yeah.
I totally agree.
I don't know,
totally
man.
agree with you.
Yeah.
And think about this, too. Like last year, this past season, we just saw it. When Larkin is out of the lineup, he is the catalyst to our entire offense.
Yes.
If you brought in a second player just like him, all of a sudden you have two of top lines in the league. You could put Larkin with DeBrincat.
Yep.
You could put Marner with Raymond, and all of a sudden we have two lines that can score a ton of goals.
And here's the question. And Austin, listen, believe me, I'm the first guy who says the number one need to me is a goaltender. Or if you could find a rock star, top flight defenseman to put on the blue line, great. Who are those people? Really hard to acquire. It's Austin. This team, when you really step back, now that the first round of the playoffs is over, look, my Islanders weren't any good, and they got butchered by Carolina. The Caps weren't any good, murdered by the Rangers. The Red Wings, in fact, aren't very good. So you start to look at it and you go, all right, well, I just need to get better. Right. The perfect player doesn't exist.
Right. He would be. I think he would be a great building block. There's really not many other better options than him.
Right, like Reinhardt. And Reinhardt's not coming here. That's not happening.
And maybe the change of scenery will help him because he won't be the most hated man.
But see, that's always been the funny part to me. Is like we've got a pretty good track record in this town of change of scenery working out for us, right? I mean, most notably with a guy like Rasheed Wallace.
I was about to say, you become a fan favorite.
Sure. And we've taken players we've hated in this town, Chris Chelios being one. But, like, I just don't understand how we've had no success for basically a decade. It kind of feels like it's just slowly churning.
You're right. Change of scenery. It worked for Jared Goff.
Timeline would work too. I know Kenny's screening calls, but I mean, compared to his Stamkos idea, this guy is 6-7 years younger. The timeline of it would work.
But you would have to sign him, re-sign him.
Correct. Yeah, you would have to. I assume you would have to extend him if you're going to trade for him this year, as opposed to picking him up as a free agent next year.
Kenny, if I asked you a question of, and I'm not quoting you, but for the we need a goalie crowd, which I'm a part of, if there was a name you could offer, who would it be?
You know what? How about Kenny gives that to us next?
All right. You tease it right for me. Okay.
97.1.
Hey, it's Doug Blarsh. 248-539. Unbelievable. Okay. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. You see it right now. You're on the damn road. People looking at their stupid phones instead of looking at the road. You need life insurance? Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. I'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike and National Benefit Plans different? Well, they're going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee you the best possible rate. And with over 30 years in the business, National Benefit Plans brings you the experience you need to guide you through the process. Don't wait. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200. Or go on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, so Doug Blarsh over here set up a radio tease. I had said, Kenny, you're not quoted, but a million people can call in and say, well, the Wings need to go get a goaltender in this big offseason. Who? I don't have a name. They're not widely available. They're hard to figure out. And then I swear you'll see teams go out and think they got a goalie, and then the guy has a mental breakdown and he gives up 7 goals a game. So, Kenny, if you had to name a goalie, and there has to be a level of realism to this now.
Sure, yeah.
Who would it be?
So I'm looking at the list of upcoming UFA goalies.
No, we're talking trade.
No, we're not talking trade.
No,
we're not trading because I found one that's actually would be a cheaper option for goalies and probably productive. I'm looking at this UFA class, by the way. Big yikes. Not a whole bunch of great names. Until you scroll down to Winnipeg goalie, played for Vegas the year before, Laurent Brossoit. He's making sub $2 million this year, but he had a quietly really, really nice year, like a .927 save percentage. Same thing, similar numbers last year in a backup role. I think if you can find consistent goalie play through him, I like that as a signing because he's not going to make more than like $5 million.
But isn't he just another addition of what you already have?
I think that's the best you can hope for.
Okay, see right there? Now you're working for Bally. Now you're lowering the bar.
I'm telling you the realistic options. I'm not trying to.
So is this just a guy? This is just a guy that's only going to be here for maybe a year or two.
No, you could sign him long term and then dump the dead body of Husso or something like that if you wanted to. But
Bobby Brisebois. Okay, sure.
No, I mean, and for the younger goalies that you think.
Yeah, you could pair him with the younger goal. I'm assuming we're going to see some of Kosa next year.
Really?
Yeah, I could see him being a call up at some point. If he puts together another decent start in Grand Rapids, I could see him playing for this team.
All right, listen.
Especially if our goaltending situation it looked as poorly as it did with Line at the end
my
of this
whole
year.
point is you need to be a 100-point team next year. I got a hard time believing you're bringing Kosa up and he's going to drive you to the playoffs.
And that's why you build a defense in front of him. No goalie stood a chance behind our defense.
I agree. Few go.
Yeah, you're right. You don't have Nikolai Hobby-Bulin in the league right now. So Evgeny Nabokov's not showing up at your back door.
I got you. No, you're right. You're right. All right. I'm not thrilled with Kenny. I don't know that lived up to the tease.
I tried.
Hey, how about Bernard Bousbois? Come on, man.
He put up good numbers. What do you want?
We waited through
Give you
a
some
commercial
bum?
break for that.
I'm sorry.
Jeez, let's go to Anthony.
Marty Brodeur, I'm sorry. My bad.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anthony?
What's going on, fellas? I'm about to fix your goalie problem, and Mike, you're going to love it. It's a trade.
All right, let me hear it.
All right. Calgary, Jacob Markstrom. He's a little bit older, 30, something like that. But I think he has a year left on his deal, and he was expecting to be traded at the deadline this year. And then after he wasn't traded, but some of his buddies were traded out, he put out a statement to the media and was saying that he was unhappy with the way that the team dealt with it. So I think that they're going to be trying to move him this year. And real quick, with Mitch Marner and everything, the guy gets Selke votes like every year. And the previous caller mentioned that he may be even better offensive player than Dylan Larkin. I love Larkin. He's our captain. There's no maybe about it. Marner, he thinks the game differently. Larkin has the skills, and he's no dummy, but when Marner is on, he has a really good hockey IQ, and he can find Matthews for these crazy, ridiculous 69-goal seasons, and Marner is a big part of that. And I think we wouldn't have to give up a lot to get Markstrom over here because he's unhappy. The team has already looked like, like they've kicked the can on moving on from him already. And he's had stellar seasons very recently and didn't really fall off until this year with Calgary's implosion. So,
yeah. And Anthony, look, I think it's I think it beats the Bruce Bousbois idea that Kenny.
Laurent Brossoit, that's a terrible idea. I love Kenny.
How is
He's
that
always talking hockey.
Hang on. You're talking about a goalie on the wrong side of 30 with declining numbers in the last 3 years.
You just said hockey players are good till they're 50.
Goalies are not the most assaulted players on the ice.
Oh man, Laurent Brossoit did have a good year for Vegas this year, but the Vegas defense.
No, Winnipeg.
Is
He was
not
with
the
Winnipeg this year. He was with Vegas 2 years
with
ago.
Winnipeg, yeah, but their Winnipeg defense was not is 100 times better than any guy besides Moritz Seider on our defense. Like the system that they play is also. It's more defense oriented and not allowing the fast breaks and stuff. And we don't have the defense guys to play the system that they have right now. And he also, I mean, how many games did he really play? He was playing behind Connor Hellebuck, who is probably the Vezina Trophy winner this year. So.
Yeah, Kenny.
That's why you upgrade the defense a little bit, and that takes care of itself.
All right, so here's the deal. Just so people understand. We're only doing this as an exercise that when great players or very good ones do become available, it's okay to talk about, would it be a fit here? None of us are screaming and yelling, demanding this. It was an idea. Busting Kenny's chops about Pierre-Francois Beaubois. See, to me, a guy with that kind of name, he needs to play for Montreal. If your name is Laurent Beaubois, you need to be up there speaking the Franglish and doing the deal. You put Bourgeois with Lord Mountbatten. That is a Montreal goaltending double.
I think you got half of their names right total.
Who cares? Really? Still in disbelief the NHL cap is so low. What a value.
$92 million.
It's like a clearance rack. Wow.
I don't have a poverty league. You have a poverty league.
Right, exactly. All right, listen, the weather. It is warmed up. Summer. The road trips are around the corner. Moran Buick GMC wants to make sure you're all set right now. At least